Chapter 14, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. In the Narrow Seas. The whole of the points dealt with in this minute are to be elaborated and put into precise detail this afternoon by a committee composed as follows. Third Sea Lord, in the chair, Director of Air Division, Director of Naval Ordnance, and a representative of the War Office from either the Master General of the Ordnance or Home Defense Department. I expect to receive no later than tomorrow a definite program for action within the lines of this minute. The whole matter is of the highest urgency. September 5th, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Director of Air Division. In order to discharge adequately the responsibilities which we have assumed for the aerial defense of England, it is necessary that we should maintain an aerial control over the area approximately 100 miles radius from Dunkirk. To do this, we must support the aeroplanes which are stationed on the French coast with sufficient armed motor cars and personnel to enable advanced subsidiary aeroplane bases to be established 30, 40, and 50 miles inland. According to all accounts received, the Germans, insofar as they have penetrated this region, have done it simply by bluff. Small parties of Uhlans, taking advantage of the terror inspired by their atrocities in Belgium, have made their way freely about the country and have imposed themselves upon the population. We require, in the first instance, 200 or 300 men with 50 or 60 motor cars who can support and defend our advanced aerial bases. I should propose to draw these by suitable volunteers from the Marine Brigade. They should be placed under the orders of Commander Sampson and should operate from Dunkirk. It will be necessary first to obtain permission from the French authorities. This, after consultation with Lord Kitchener, I am taking steps to do. We ought to be able to make it quite impossible for parties of 15 or 20 Uhlans to make their way with safety through this area. During the next week, the Germans will presume on their immunity, and will be found in occupation of numbers of places where they cannot possibly maintain any effective force. The advantage of an aeroplane reconnaissance is that the approach of any serious body of troops can be discovered while it is still at least 2 days' march away. There ought, therefore, to be no difficulty in chopping these small parties of the enemy without our force getting into any trouble. Propose me plans for immediate action on these lines in detail. October 2nd, 1914. Secretary, Director of Naval Ordnance, Director of Air Division. The experiments with regard to projectiles for use against aircraft must be worked out on the most generous scale, 8 or 10 different lines being pursued simultaneously, the necessary funds being provided. It is perfectly useless in time of war to go through successively the whole series of experiments appropriate to peacetime administration. Let me have a report on the projectiles available. We must have means of attacking Zeppelins, not only with shells from guns, but with incendiary bullets or grenades from aeroplanes. The needs and activities of the naval aeroplanes in the neighborhood of Dunkirk led directly to the development of the armored car, and the armored car led directly to the birth of the tank, which was in essence only an armored car capable of crossing trenches. Almost immediately after the German inroad into Belgium, I received accounts of the remarkable work done by a Belgian motor car, hastily equipped with armor and a machine gun, in shooting down and driving back the numerous Uhlans with which the enemy were seeking to overrun the country. Commander Sampson was prompt to realize and seize the advantage of armored cars for the purpose of protecting his aeroplane operations, and also on their own account. In view of the reports received from him and other sources, I gave, during the latter part of August and September, successive orders for the formation of armored car squadrons under the Admiralty, and as all this arose out of the aeroplane squadron stationed at Dunkirk, the formation of the armored car squadrons was entrusted to Commodore Suter. In this task, this officer displayed great energy, and in a very short time no less than 7 or 8 squadrons were called into being, based on the purchase of all the Rolls-Royce cars that were available, and rapidly improvised armor protection. The first few cars had scarcely begun to show their advantages in Commander Sampson's guerrilla from Dunkirk, when the difficulty which ultimately led to the creation of the tank manifested itself. The German cavalry sought to protect themselves against the attack of the armored cars by digging trenches across the road. To meet this, I gave the following directions. September 23, 1914. Colonel Ollivant, Director of Air Division, Royal Naval Division Administration. It is most important that the motor transport and armed motor cars should be provided to a certain extent with cars carrying the means of bridging small cuts in the road, and an arrangement of planks capable of bridging a 10 or 12 feet span quickly and easily should be carried with every 10 or 12 machines. A proportion of tools should also be supplied. Let me have proposals at once. Other conditions, however, swept down upon us very quickly, and by the middle of October, after the events to be narrated in the next chapters, the trench lines on both sides reached the sea and became continuous over the whole front. Thus, at the moment when the new armored car force was coming into effective existence at much expense and on a considerable scale, it was confronted with an obstacle and a military situation which rendered its employment practically impossible. The conclusion was forced naturally and obviously upon me, and no doubt upon others, that if the armored car on which so much money and labor had been spent could not move round the enemy's trenches and operate against an open flank of his army, some method should be devised which would enable it to traverse and pass over the trenches themselves. This subject will, however, be dealt with in its proper place. The air was the first cause that took us to Dunkirk. The armored car was the child of the air, and the tank its grandchild. But besides all this, the undefended condition of the Channel ports against any serious effort by the enemy inspired the Admiralty with lively alarm. The danger of the Germans taking Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne stared us in the face for many anxious weeks. On September 3rd, I minuted to the First Sea Lord. With the Germans along the French coast, modified dispositions will become necessary. The danger from aerial attack must not be underrated. The possibility of the Germans taking very heavy guns to Calais after taking the town, and getting submarines down from the Elbe to operate from Calais as a base, should also be considered. We could, of course, stop any surface craft, but submarines might slip through secretly and be a great nuisance when once established. On the 10th September, I went to Dunkirk myself and was to some extent reassured. I made the following note at the time for the information of those concerned. September 11, 1914. The First Lord visited Dunkirk and Calais on the 10th instant, and conferred with the governors of both places. Dunkirk is being defended on a considerable scale and has already developed substantial strength. Lines of defense are constructed on a radius of 4 to 6 miles approximately from the enceinte of the town, which are armed by over 400 pieces of artillery and held by 18,000 men. These works, which are strongly executed, can be further protected by large inundations both of fresh and salt water. The freshwater inundations are now accumulating. The salt can be turned on at any time in 2 days. The place should certainly require a siege in form to reduce it, and it is getting stronger every week. The First Lord promised the assistance of warships, if required, to cover the flanks. The anchorage at Dunkirk gives sufficient water for the Majestic class and is certainly close to the shore. The high sandhills would require the fire to be indirect, but otherwise there would be no difficulty. There is nothing to cause disquietude in the measures taken for the defense of Dunkirk. It seems probable that they are sufficient to make it not worth while for the enemy to undertake the reduction of the fortress. Calais is simply an enceinte rather larger in extent than that of Dunkirk, and protected by a few well-executed outlying field works. All that can be said about Calais is that it could not be taken by a coup de main. It is garrisoned by 7,000 troops, but it could certainly not be counted on to hold out for more than a few days against a determined attack. In the 3rd week of September, Marshal Joffre telegraphed to Lord Kitchener, asking whether a brigade of Marines could not be sent to Dunkirk to reinforce the garrison and to confuse the enemy with the idea of British as well as French forces being in this area. Lord Kitchener asked me whether the Admiralty would help in this matter. I agreed to send the brigade if he would also send some yeomanry cavalry for its local protection. He sent a regiment. I was thus led, though by no means unwillingly, into accepting a series of minor responsibilities of a very direct and personal kind, which made inroads upon my time and thought, and might well, though I claim they did not, have obscured my general view. I formed a small administration to handle the business, in which Colonel Ollivant was the moving spirit. On his suggestion, we took 50 motor omnibuses from the London streets so as to make our Marines as mobile as possible, which made inroads both upon my time and thought, and might well, though I claim they did not, have obscured my general view. Many risks were run by those engaged in these petty operations, first under General Aston, and subsequently, when his health had failed, under General Paris. No mishap occurred either to the Marines or to the yeomanry. They played their part in the general scheme without loss or misadventure. It was, however, with sincere relief that a month later, on the arrival of the leading troops of Sir John French's army in the neighborhood, I transferred these detachments to the commander-in-chief and divested myself of anxieties which, though subsidiary, were burdensome. Looking back with after-knowledge and increasing years, I seem to have been too ready to undertake tasks which were hazardous or even forlorn. Taking over responsibility for the air defense of Great Britain, when resources were practically non-existent and formidable air attacks imminent, was from a personal point of view some love but little policy. The same is true of the Dunkirk guerrilla. Still more is it true of the attempt to prolong the defense of Antwerp, which will be related in the next chapter. I could, with perfect propriety, indeed with unanswerable reasons, have in every one of these cases left the burden to others. I believed, however, that the special knowledge which I possessed, and the great and flexible authority which I wielded in this time of improvisation, would enable me to offer less unsatisfactory solutions of these problems than could be furnished in the emergency by others in less commanding positions. I could at that time give directions over a very large and intricate field of urgent and swiftly changing business, which were acted upon immediately by a great variety of authorities who otherwise would have had no common connecting center. So I acted for the best, with confidence in the loyalty of my colleagues, in the goodwill of the public, and above all, in my own judgment, which I seemed to see confirmed from day to day by many remarkable events. This chapter, which began with good luck and success, must end, however, with misfortune. The original war orders had been devised to meet the situation on the outbreak of hostilities. They placed the pieces on the board in what we believed to be the best array, and left their future disposition to be modified by experience. Under these orders, the 7th Cruiser Squadron in the 3rd Fleet, consisting of the old cruisers of the Bacchante class, Bacchante, Euryalus, flagship, Cressy, Aboukir, Hogue, was based on the Nore, in order to ensure the presence of armored ships in the southern approaches of the North Sea and eastern entrance to the Channel, and to support the 1st and 3rd flotillas operating in that area from Harwich. The object of these flotillas was to keep the area south of the 54th parallel clear of enemy torpedo craft and mine layers. The cruiser force was to support them in the execution of these duties, and also, with the flotillas, to keep a close watch over enemy war vessels and transports in order that their movement may be reported at the earliest moment. This very necessary patrol had accordingly been maintained day after day without incident of any kind happening, and we had now been 6 weeks at war. In war, all repetitions are perilous. You can do many things with impunity if you do not keep on doing them over and over again. It was no part of my duty to deal with the routine movements of the fleet and its squadrons, but only to exercise a general supervision. I kept my eyes and ears open for every indication that would be useful, and I had many and various sources of information. On September 17, during my visit to the Grand Fleet, I heard an expression used by an officer which instantly arrested my attention. He spoke of the live bait squadron. I demanded what was meant, and was told that the expression referred to these old cruisers patrolling the narrow waters in apparently unbroken peace. I thereupon reviewed the whole position in this area. I discussed it with Commodore Tyrwhitt and with Commodore Keyes. The next morning, I addressed the following minute to the First Sea Lord. September 18, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord. The force available for operations in the narrow seas should be capable of minor action without the need of bringing down the Grand Fleet. To this end, it should have effective support either by 2 or 3 battle cruisers or battleships of the 2nd Fleet working from Sheerness. This is the most efficiently air and destroyer-patrolled anchorage we possess. They can lie behind the boom and can always be at sea when we intend a raid. Battle cruisers are much to be preferred. The Bacchantes ought not to continue on this beat. The risk to such ships is not justified by any services they can render. The narrow seas, being the nearest point to the enemy, should be kept by a small number of good modern ships. The Bacchantes should go to the western entrance of the channel and set Bethel's battleships, and later Wemyss's cruisers, free for convoy and other duties. The first 4 Arethusa's should join the flotillas of the narrow seas. I see no sufficient reason to exchange these flotillas now that they know their work with the northern ones. As the M boats are delivered, they should be formed into a separate half-flotilla and go north to work with the Grand Fleet. The King Alfred should pay off and be thoroughly repaired. Prince Louis immediately agreed and gave directions to the Chief of the Staff to make the necessary redistribution of forces. With this I was content, and I dismissed the matter from my mind, being sure that the orders given would be complied with at the earliest moment. Before they could take effect, disaster occurred. Pending the introduction of the new system, the Admiralty War Staff carried on with the old. The equinoctial weather was, however, so bad that the destroyer flotillas were ordered back to harbor by the admiral commanding the Bacchante squadron. That officer, however, proposed to continue his patrol in the Dogger area with the cruisers alone. The Admiralty War Staff acquiesced in the principle of these arrangements, but on the 19th instructed him to watch instead the Broad 14s. The Dogger Bank patrol need not be continued. Weather too bad for destroyers to go to sea. Arrange for cruisers to watch Broad 14s. This routine message did not, of course, come before me. It was not sent, however, by the War Staff without proper consideration. In the short, steep seas which are the features of gales in these narrow waters, a submarine would be at a serious disadvantage and could only observe with extreme difficulty and imperfection. The rough weather which drove in our destroyers was believed to be an important protection against enemy submarines. Both Admiral and Admiralty, therefore, were in agreement to leave the cruisers at sea without their flotilla. If the weather moderated, it was intended that one of Commodore Tyrwhitt's flotillas should join them there on the morning of the 20th. The sea, however, continued so high on the 20th that the flotilla, led by the Fearless, had to turn back to Harwich. Thus, all through the 19th, 20th, and 21st, the 3 cruisers, the Aboukir, Cressy, and Hogue, were left to maintain the watch in the narrow waters without a flotilla screen. The admiral in the Euryalus had to return to harbor on the 20th to coal his ship. He left the squadron in command of the senior captain after enjoining special precautions. There was no more reason to expect that they would be attacked at this time than at any other. On the contrary, rumors of German activity to the northward had brought the whole Grand Fleet out in a southerly sweep down to the line between Flamborough Head and the Horn Reef. Nor was there any connection between the orders to these cruisers and the movement of the Marine Brigade from Dover to Dunkirk, which took place on the 20th. The cruisers were simply fulfilling their ordinary task, which from frequent repetition had already become dangerous, and for which they were not in any case well suited. As soon as the weather began to abate on the 21st, Commodore Tyrwhitt started off again for the Broad 14s with 8 destroyers, and was already well on his way when the morning of the 22nd broke. As the sea subsided, the danger from submarines revived. The 3 cruisers, however, instead of going to meet their destroyers, steamed slowly northward without zigzagging and at under 10 knots, as no doubt they had often done before. Meanwhile, a single German submarine, becoming more venturesome every day, was prowling southward down the Dutch coast, At 6:30 a.m., shortly after daylight, the Aboukir was struck by a torpedo. In 25 minutes, this old vessel capsized. Some of her boats were smashed by the explosion, and hundreds of men were swimming in the water or clinging to wreckage. Both her consorts had hurried with chivalrous simplicity to the aid of the sinking ship. Both came to a dead standstill within a few hundred yards of her and lowered all their boats to rescue the survivors. In this posture, they in their turn were both sunk, first the Hogue and then the Cressy, by the same submarine. Out of over 2,000 men on board these three ships, only 800 were saved, and more than 1,400 perished. The ships themselves were of no great value. They were among the oldest cruisers of the Third Fleet and contributed in no appreciable way to our vital margins. But like all Third Fleet ships, they were almost entirely manned with reservists, most of whom were married men, and they carried also young cadets from Osborne, posted for safety to ships which it was thought would not be engaged in the great battles. This cruel loss of life, although small compared to what the army was enduring, constituted the first serious forfeit exacted from the Navy in the war. It greatly stimulated and encouraged the enterprise of the German submarines. The commander of the fatal boat, Lieutenant Weddigen, was exultingly proclaimed as a national hero. Certainly the destruction with his own fingers of 1,400 persons was an episode of a peculiar character in human history. But as it happened, he did not live long to enjoy his somber fame. A storm of criticism was directed at the Admiralty, and naturally it was focused on me. Here was an instance of the disaster which followed from the interference of a civilian minister in naval operations and the overriding of the judgment of skillful and experienced admirals. The writer of a small but venomous brochure, which was industriously circulated in influential circles in London, did not hesitate to make this charge in the most direct form, and it was repeated in countless innuendos throughout the British press. I did not, however, think it possible to make any explanation or reply. I caused the most searching inquiries to be made in the Admiralty into the responsibility for this tragic event. The necessary court of inquiry was convened. The court found that the responsibility for the position of the cruisers on that day was attributable to the Admiralty War Staff telegram of the 19th, which has been already quoted. The First Sea Lord held that this was a reflection upon the Admiralty by a subordinate court, but it seemed to me that the criticism was just and that it should stand. It was, however, by no means exhaustive. One would expect senior officers in command of cruiser squadrons to judge for themselves the danger of their task, and especially of its constant repetition, and while obeying any orders they received, to represent an unsatisfactory situation plainly to the Admiralty, instead of going on day after day, and week after week, until superior authority intervened or something lamentable happened. One would expect also that ordinary precautions would be observed in the tactical conduct of squadrons. Moreover, although the impulse which prompted the Hogue and Cressy to go to the rescue of their comrades in the sinking Aboukir was one of generous humanity, they could hardly have done anything more unwise or more likely to add to the loss of life. They should at once have steamed away in opposite directions, lowering boats at the first opportunity. I remitted all these matters to Lord Fisher when 2 months later he arrived at the Admiralty, but he laconically replied that most of the officers concerned were on half pay, that they had better remain there, and that no useful purpose would be served by further action. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. Antwerp. If hopes were dupes, fears may be liars. It may be in yon smoke concealed. Your comrades chase e'en now the flyers, and but for you, possess the field. For while the tired waves vainly breaking seem here no painful inch to gain, far back, through creeks and inlets making, comes silent flooding in the main. Clough. The Battle of the Marne. The race for the sea. Antwerp, the true flank. Admiralty concern about Antwerp. The neutrality of the Scheldt. Opening of the siege of Antwerp, September 28th. Lord Kitchener's plans. Belgian decision to evacuate Antwerp. Conference at Lord Kitchener's house, midnight, October 2nd. British ministers urge further resistance. My mission to Antwerp. French aid promised. The situation in Antwerp, October 3rd. My proposals to the Belgian and British governments. Progress of the German attack. Strange contrasts. Acceptance of my proposals by British and Belgian governments. Chances of success. Relief approaching. Fighting of October 5th. The Belgian night attack fails. The front broken in October 6th. Arrival of the British naval brigades. Arrival of Sir Henry Rawlinson. Decisions of British and Belgian Council of War, night of October 6th. The personal aspect. 5 days gained. It is not possible to understand the British attempt to prolong the defense of Antwerp without seeing the episode in its true setting. The following is a simple way of reviewing the military operations in the West up to the point which this account has now reached. The German armies swept through Belgium, intending to turn and drive back the French left and left center. At the same time, after a diversion in Alsace, the French center struck forward on either side of Metz at the German left and left center. The French hoped that this counterstroke would rupture the German line and paralyze the turning movement through Belgium. However, after the whole fronts had been in collision for several days of intense battle, it appeared that the French counterstroke had not ruptured the German line, and that the turning movement through Belgium had succeeded in driving back the French left. Thus, by the 20th day, the French right was thrown onto the defensive, and their three armies of the left and left center and the British army were in full retreat southward towards Paris. The Germans, therefore, were completely successful in the first main shock. But henceforward, the French right stood like a rock in front of Nancy under General de Castelnau and at the Treuil des Charmes under General Dubé, and the Germans sustained a series of bloody checks. Meanwhile, the French left and center, by retreating for 5 marches, extended the pursuing Germans to the utmost, while falling back themselves on their own reserves and supplies. And by September 6th, the 37th day, the French armies turned and assumed the offensive on the whole front of 120 miles from Paris to Verdun. In addition, a new French army under General Manoury had come into existence to the north of Paris, which attacked the German right, and all the time the resistance of the Nancy army, de Castelnau, and of the army of General Dubail on its right, continued unbreakable. Thus, from September 6th, the whole of the French and German armies and the British Expeditionary Force were locked in general battle on a front of over 180 miles, with practically every division and all their reserves on both sides thrown in. This battle, which lasted for 4 days, was the greatest of the war. The Germans aimed not at the capture of Paris or Verdun or Nancy, but at the final destruction of the French military power. Had they succeeded in breaking the French front between Paris and Verdun, or in falling upon its rear from the direction of Nancy, nearly half the French army, certainly more than 1 million men, would have been cut off in the Verdun angle. The rest, whatever happened in the neighborhood of Paris, would have had to retreat to the southward, and would never again have been numerous enough to form a complete front. Compared with stakes like these, the entry into Paris by the German right flank, or the capture of the Channel ports by a couple of German corps, were insignificant and rightly discarded by the German headquarters. Once the French army was cut in half and finally beaten, everything would fall into their hands. They therefore directed all their available troops to the battlefield, ignored the Channel ports, and compelled von Kluck, commanding their right army, to skirt Paris and close in to their main battlefront. How near they were to success will long be debated and never decided, but certainly they were within an ace. No military reproach lies upon their disregard of other objectives, but only upon any failure to disregard them. It is not to their neglect to enter Paris or seize Calais that their fatal defeat was due, but rather to the withdrawal of 2 German army corps to repel the Russian invasion of East Prussia. The soul of the French nation triumphed in this death struggle, and their armies, defeated on the frontier, turned after the long marches of retreat and attacked and fought with glorious and desperate tenacity. British attention has naturally been concentrated upon the intense military situation developed before and around Paris, in which our own army played a decisive part, and the various pressures which operated upon von Kluck have now been minutely exposed. Attacked on his right flank and rear by Manoury's army, while advancing to the main battlefield, he was compelled to countermarch first 2 of his corps, and then his 2 remaining corps, in order to make head against the new danger. Thus a gap of 30 miles was opened in the German line between von Kluck and von Bülow. Into this gap marched the battered but reanimated British army. The tide had turned, but the whole of this great situation about Paris was itself only complementary to the battle as a whole. The gaze of the military student must range along the whole line of the French armies, the defeat of any one of which would have been fatal. Most of all, his eye will rest upon the very center of the Paris-Verdun line, where Foch, though driven back, maintained his resistance. My center cedes, my right recoils. Situation excellent. I attack. But all the 4 French armies between Paris and Verdun fought with desperate valor, while Dubail and de Castelnau round the corner maintained their superb defense. And thus, weakened by its rapid advance, the whole German line came to a standstill. And as this condition was reached, the penetration by the British and by the 5th French Army on the British right of the gap in the German line between von Bülow and von Kluck determined both these commanders in succession to retreat, and thus imposed a retrograde movement upon the whole of the invading hosts. The most formidable avalanche of fire and steel ever let loose upon a nation had spent its force. From the moment when the German hopes of destroying the French armies by a general battle and thus of ending the war at a single stroke, had definitely failed, all the secondary and incidental objectives which hitherto they had rightly discarded became of immense consequence. As passion declined, material things resumed their values. The struggle of armies and nations, having failed to reach a decision, places recovered their significance, and geography, rather than psychology, began to rule the lines of war. Paris, now unattainable, the Channel ports, Dunkirk, Calais, and Boulogne, still naked, and lastly, Antwerp, all reappeared in the field of values like submerged rocks when the tidal wave recedes. The second phase of the war now opened. The French, having heaved the Germans back from the Marne to the Aisne, and finding themselves unable to drive them further by frontal attacks, continually reached out their left hand in the hopes of outflanking their opponents. The race for the sea began. The French began to pass their troops from right to left. De Castelnau's army, marching behind the front from Nancy, crashed into battle in Picardy, striving to turn the German right, and was itself outreached on its left. Foch's army, corps after corps, hurried by road and rail to prolong the fighting front in Artois, but round the left of this again lapped the numerous German cavalry divisions of von der Marwitz. Swoop and counterswoop. On both sides, every man and every gun were hurled as they arrived into the conflict, and the unceasing cannonade drew ever northwards and westwards, ever towards the sea. Where would the grappling armies strike blue water? At what point on the coast? Which would turn the other's flank? Would it be north or south of Dunkirk, or of Gravelines, or Calais, or Boulogne? Nay, southward still was Abbeville even attainable? All was committed to the shock of an ever-moving battle. But as the highest goal, the one safe, inexpugnable flank for the Allies, the most advanced, the most daring, the most precious, worth all the rest, guarding all the rest, gleamed Antwerp. Could Antwerp but hold out? Antwerp was not only the sole stronghold of the Belgian nation, it was also the true left flank of the Allied front in the west. It guarded the whole line of the Channel ports. It threatened the flanks and rear of the German armies in France. It was the gateway from which a British army might emerge at any moment upon their sensitive and even vital communications. No German advance to the sea-coast, upon Ostend, upon Dunkirk, upon Calais and Boulogne, seemed possible while Antwerp was unconquered. My own feelings at the outbreak of the war had been that if the right things were done, Antwerp ought to hold out for 2 or even 3 months, that is to say, until we knew the result of the main collision of the armies on all the fronts, French, Russian, Austrian. I rested my thought on Metz and Paris in 1870-71, Plevna in 1878, Port Arthur in 1904. The fall of Namur unsettled these foundations. Still, Antwerp, even apart from its permanent fortifications, was a place of great strength, fortified by rivers and inundations, and defended by all that was best in the Belgian nation and by practically its whole field army. I was from the beginning very anxious to do everything that could be done out of our slender resources to aid the Belgian king and nation to maintain their stronghold, and such small items as the Admiralty could spare in guns and ammunition were freely sent. The reports which we received from Antwerp and the telegrams of the Belgian government already at the beginning of September began to cause me deep concern. So also did the question of the Scheldt. whose free navigation, both for troops and munitions, seemed vital to the Belgian people. I thought that Antwerp should be made to play its part in the first phase of the war by keeping as many German troops as possible out of the great battle. If the Belgian army defending the city could be strengthened by British troops, not only would the defense be invigorated, but the Germans would be continually apprehensive of a British inroad upon them from this direction, the deadliness of which Lord Roberts' strategic instinct had so clearly appreciated. It was true that we had no troops in England fit to maneuver in the field against the enemy, but the defense of the fortified lines of Antwerp was a task in which British territorial troops might well have played their part. Accordingly, on September 7, I sent a memorandum to the Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey, and Lord Kitchener, emphasizing the importance of Antwerp, particularly from the naval standpoint. The Admiralty view the sustained and effective defense of Antwerp as a matter of high consequence. It preserves the life of the Belgian nation. It safeguards a strategic point which, if captured, would be of the utmost menace. In order to save Antwerp, two things were necessary. First, effective defense of the fortress line, and second, free, uninterrupted communication with the sea. The first was tolerably well provided for by the Belgian army, which could easily be reinforced by British territorial troops. But the second essential, the free communication with the sea, was a larger matter, and in it were involved our relations with the Dutch. I proposed that we should request the Dutch government to give a free passage up the Scheldt to Antwerp for whatever troops and supplies were needed. I pointed out further that it was impossible to try to supply an army at Antwerp by Ostend and Ghent, that the appeals which the Belgians were then making to us to send 25,000 troops to cooperate with an equal number of Belgian troops for the purpose of keeping open the line Antwerp, St. Nicholas, Ghent, Bruges, Ostend, was a counsel of despair. It involves practically a flank position for a line of supply protected by forces large enough to be hit hard and perfectly powerless against any determined German attack which it is thought worthwhile to deliver. At any moment, a punch up from Brussels by a German division or larger force would rupture the line and drive the troops trying to hold it to be disarmed on neutral Dutch territory or into the sea. I dwelt on the disadvantages to the Allies of a neutrality which kept the Rhine open for Germany and closed the Scheldt to Antwerp. As these questions are still of some delicacy, I have thought it better to summarize rather than reprint my memorandum. But I draw the reader's attention to the date, September 7. I still think that strong representations to the Dutch government might well have induced them to grant this relief to Antwerp and the Belgian nation in their agony. The original guarantee of Belgian neutrality was given to the government of the Netherlands, and it would have been a natural and legitimate demand that they should put no needless obstacle in the way of its fulfillment. The sympathies of Holland for the sufferings of Belgium were naturally restrained by the fear of sharing her fate. But a neutral Holland was of far more use to Germany than a hostile, a conquered, or even an allied Holland. Once Holland was attacked by or allied to Germany, we could close the Rhine, and if we were in alliance with Holland, the Texel and other Dutch islands of enormous strategic importance would become available for the forward action of the British Navy. We should, in fact, have that oversea base without which a British naval offensive was impossible. I do not therefore believe that if Holland had agreed to open the Scheldt for the succor of Antwerp, Germany would have declared war upon her. There would have been a long argument about interpretations of neutrality, in which the Germans, after their behavior, would have started at a great disadvantage. I still think that if Holland could have said to Germany, "The English are threatening us with a blockade of the Rhine if we do not open the Scheldt," Germany would have accepted the lesser of two evils. The Foreign Secretary did not, however, feel able to put this grave issue to the Dutch government. Neither did Lord Kitchener wish to use the British territorial divisions in the manner proposed, and while adhering to my own opinion, I certainly do not blame him. He would not send any territorials into Antwerp, nor was anything effective done by the Allies for the city during the whole of September. From the moment when German main headquarters had extricated and reformed their armies after the failure at the Marne, the capture of Antwerp became most urgently necessary to them. Accordingly, on the afternoon of September 9, as is now known, the German emperor was moved to order the capture of that city. Nothing was apparent to the Allies until the 28th. The Belgian and German troops remained in contact along the fortress line without any serious siege or assaulting operations developing. But on the 28th, the Germans suddenly opened fire upon the forts of the Antwerp exterior lines with 17-inch howitzers hurling projectiles of over a ton. Almost immediately, the Belgian government gave signs of justified alarm. British intelligence reports indicated that the Germans were seriously undertaking the siege of Antwerp, that their operations were not intended as a demonstration to keep the Belgian troops occupied or to protect the lines of communication. Information had come from Brussels that the Emperor had ordered the capture of the town, that this might cost thousands of lives, but that the order must be obeyed. Large bodies of German reserve troops were also reported assembling near Liège. In view of all these reports, it was evident that the role of our small British force of Marines, omnibuses, armored cars, aeroplanes, etc., operating from Dunkirk, was exhausted. They had no longer to deal with Ulan patrols or raiding parties of the enemy. Large hostile forces were approaching the coastal area, and the imposture whereby we had remained in occupation of Lille and Tournai could be sustained no longer. Lord Kitchener was disquieted by the opening of the bombardment upon the Antwerp forts. He immediately sent, on September 29, a staff officer, Colonel Dallas, into the city to report direct to him on the situation. On the evening of October 1, this officer reported that the Belgian War Minister considered the situation very grave, did not think that resistance to the German attack could be maintained by defensive measures only within the fortress, that the only way to save Antwerp from falling was by a diversion from outside on the German left flank, that the French had offered a division, and that he looked forward to cooperation by an English force also if that could be arranged. The minister had also said that a Belgian cavalry division and some volunteers, and possibly 2 divisions of the Belgian Field Army, would be able to assist in the operation, which would be most effective in the neighborhood of Ghent. The commander of the Antwerp fortress also considered the situation grave, and while Colonel Dallas was with him, a message arrived to say that Fort St. Catherine had fallen, that the German troops had pressed forward between it and the adjoining work, and had occupied the Belgian infantry trenches at this point. Colonel Dallas further reported that according to the Belgian headquarters, the German army in Belgium comprised Siege Army, consisting of the 3rd Reserve Army Corps, 1 division of Marines, 1 Ersatz Reserve Division, 1 brigade of Landsturm, 2 regiments of Pioneers, 1 regiment of Siege Artillery, and that the troops of the military government of Brussels consist of a weak Landwehr Brigade and some Bavarian Landsturm, number unknown. The Belgian Field Army was about 80,000 strong, in addition to which there were some 70,000 fortress troops. 4 divisions of the Belgian army were defending the southern portion of the outer perimeter of the Antwerp defenses, with the 5th Division in reserve, and 1 weak division was at Termonde. A cavalry division of about 3,600 sabres was southwest of Termonde, guarding communications between Antwerp and the coast. Ghent was held by some volunteers. On the night of October 1, Sir F. Villiers reported that, on southern section of the outer line of forts, German attacks continued today, and in the afternoon the enemy's troops disabled Fort Wavre, St. Catherine, and adjoining works, and occupied Belgian trenches at this point. The Belgian troops were, however, still holding out on the Belgian side of the River Neth. Lord Kitchener now showed himself strongly disposed to sustain the defense or effect the relief of Antwerp, and to use the regular forces he still had in England for this purpose, provided the French would cooperate effectively. Early in the afternoon of October 2nd, he moved Sir Edward Grey to send the following telegram to the British ambassador at Bordeaux. The French government should be informed that military advisers here consider that in view of the superior forces Germany has in the field there, the dispatch of a French territorial division with the additions proposed in 10 days' time, together with the force we are prepared to send, would not be able effectively to force the Germans to raise the siege of Antwerp. Unless something more can be done, they do not advise the dispatch of the force. We are sending some heavy artillery with personnel to assist Belgians. Situation at Antwerp is very grave, and French government will fully realize the serious effect on the campaign that would be entailed by its loss. Unless the main situation in France can be decided favorably in a short time, which would enable us to relieve Antwerp by detaching a proper force, it is most desirable that General Joffre should make an effort and send regular troops to region of Dunkirk, from which post they could operate in conjunction with our reinforcements to relieve Antwerp. We can send some first-line troops, but not sufficient by themselves to raise the siege of Antwerp, and we cannot send them to cooperate with any but French regulars. If General Joffre can bring about a decisively favorable action in France in 2 or 3 days, the relief of Antwerp may be made the outcome of that. But if not, unless he now sends some regular troops, the loss of Antwerp must be contemplated. All he was able to send to Antwerp was the following: be very careful not to raise hopes of British and French forces arriving quickly to relieve Antwerp. The matter has not been decided, as the territorial division offered by France in 10 days' time would, in my opinion, be quite incapable of doing anything towards changing the situation at Antwerp. I have represented this. Unless a change is made, I consider it would be useless to put in our little force against the very superior German forces in the field round Antwerp. He then entered in some detail upon the few guns he was sending, giving particular directions about the use of the 2 9.2s. Up to this point I had not been brought into the affair in any way. I read, of course, all the telegrams almost as soon as they were received or dispatched by Lord Kitchener, and followed the situation constantly. I warmly approved the efforts which Lord Kitchener was making to provide or obtain succor for Antwerp, and I shared to the full his anxieties. I saw him every day. But I had no personal responsibility, nor was I directly concerned. My impression at this time was that the situation at Antwerp was serious, but not immediately critical, that the place would certainly hold out for a fortnight more, and that meanwhile Lord Kitchener's exertions or the influence of the main battle in France would bring relief. So much was this the case that I proposed to be absent from the Admiralty for about 18 hours on the 2nd and 3rd of October. I had planned to visit Dunkirk on October 3rd on business connected with the Marine Brigade and other details sent there at General Joffre's request. At 11 o'clock on the night of the 2nd, I was some 20 miles out of London on my way to Dover when the special train in which I was traveling suddenly stopped, and without explanation returned to Victoria Station. I was told on arrival I was to go immediately to Lord Kitchener's house in Carlton Gardens. Here I found shortly before midnight, besides Lord Kitchener, Sir Edward Grey, the First Sea Lord, and Sir William Tyrrell of the Foreign Office. They showed me the following telegram from our minister, Sir Frederick Villiers, sent from Antwerp at 8:20 p.m., and received in London at 10 p.m. on October 2nd. The government have decided to leave tomorrow for Ostend, acting on advice unanimously given by Superior Council of War in presence of the King. The King, with field army, will withdraw, commencing with advance guard tomorrow in the direction of Ghent to protect coastline, and eventually it is hoped to cooperate with the Allied armies. The Queen will also leave. It is said that town will hold out for 5 or 6 days, but it seems most unlikely that when the court and government are gone, resistance will be so much prolonged. Decision taken very suddenly this afternoon is result of increasingly critical situation. I have seen both Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs, who maintain that no other course was possible in view of danger that the King's government and field army will be caught here. I saw that my colleagues had received this news, which they had already been discussing for half an hour, with consternation. The rapidity with which the situation had degenerated was utterly unexpected. That the great fortress and city of Antwerp, with its triple line of forts and inundations, defended by the whole Belgian field army, a force certainly equal in numbers to all the German troops in that neighborhood, should collapse in perhaps 48 hours, seemed to all of us not only terrible, but incomprehensible. That this should happen while preparations were in progress both in France and England for the relief or succor of the city, while considerable forces of fresh and good troops undoubtedly stood available on both sides of the Channel, and before General Joffre had even been able to reply to Lord Kitchener's telegram, was too hard to bear. We looked at each other in bewilderment and distress. What could have happened in the last few hours to make the Belgians despair? Our last telegram from Colonel Dallas, received that afternoon, had said, "Situation unchanged during night, and Germans have not made further progress. Great slaughter of Germans reported and corresponding encouragement to Belgians, who are about to undertake counterattack in neighborhood of Fort St. Catherine." And now, a message at 10 p.m. announced immediate evacuation and impending fall. Those who in years to come look back upon the first convulsions of this frightful epoch will find it easy with after-knowledge and garnered experience to pass sagacious judgments on all that was done or left undone. There is always a strong case for doing nothing, especially for doing nothing yourself. But to the small group of ministers who met that midnight in Lord Kitchener's house, the duty of making sure that Antwerp was not cast away without good cause, while the means of saving it might well be at hand, was clear. I urged strongly that we should not give in without a struggle, and we decided unitedly upon the following telegram to Sir F. Villiers. October 3rd, 1914, 12:45 a.m. The importance of Antwerp being held justifies a further effort till the course of the main battle in France is determined. We are trying to send you help from the main army, and if this were possible, would add reinforcements from here. Meanwhile, a brigade of Marines will reach you tomorrow to sustain the defense. We urge you to make one further struggle to hold out. Even a few days may make the difference. We hope government will find it possible to remain and field army to continue operations. On the other hand, the danger of urging the Belgian government to hold out against their considered judgment without a full knowledge of the local situation was present in every mind, and even if the forces for the relieving army were to come into view, there was much to be arranged and decided before precise dates and definite assurances could be given. We were confronted with the hard choice of having either to take decisions of far-reaching importance in the utmost haste and with imperfect information, or on the other hand, tamely to let Antwerp fall. In these circumstances, it was a natural decision that someone in authority who knew the general situation should travel swiftly into the city and there ascertain what could be done on either side. As I was already due at Dunkirk the next morning, the task was confided to me. Lord Kitchener expressed a decided wish that I should go. The First Sea Lord consented to accept sole responsibility in my absence. It was then about 1:30 in the morning. I went at once to Victoria Station, got into my train which was waiting, and started again for Dover. A few minutes before I left, Lord Kitchener received the answer to his telegram of the 2nd from the British ambassador in Bordeaux. Sir Francis Bertie said that before he could carry out the instructions sent him about Antwerp, he had received a letter from the French Foreign Minister stating that with the shortest delay possible, 2 territorial divisions, complete with artillery and cavalry, would be sent to Ostend for the relief of the fortress. This was to be without prejudice to what the French government expected to do very soon in respect of a contemplated combined movement, French, British, and Belgian, on the extreme left of General Joffre's armies, which indirectly would have the effect of causing German troops in the neighborhood of Antwerp to retreat and so effect its relief. The French government, he said, could not go back on their decision to employ territorials. The French foreign minister declared that the territorials were good troops, better in some respects than some of the regulars, and that they were sending 2 divisions complete, with artillery and cavalry, instead of 1. Sir Francis Bertie added that the French government had received reports from its attaché in Antwerp, stating that though the military situation there was not good, it could not be regarded as really bad. The Germans had suffered severe losses in the attacks which they had made on some of the outer works. Those attacks had not been simultaneous, which fact indicated that the Germans were not in great force, had only a limited siege train, and not more than 2 army corps before Antwerp. Meanwhile, a telegram was also sent, 1:15 a.m., October 3rd, by Sir Edward Grey to the Belgian government, saying that I would arrive on the morning of the 3rd. It is hoped that the First Lord of the Admiralty, who is fully acquainted with our views, may have the honor of an audience with the King before a final decision as to the departure of the government is taken. On this, the Belgian Council of War, sitting at dawn on the 3rd, suspended the order for the evacuation of the city. I communicated at once with Minister of War, telegraphed Sir F. Villiers, October 3rd, 6:37 a.m. He summoned a meeting of ministers who, after deliberation, informed me that, awaiting arrival of First Lord, they had decided to postpone departure. Audience with King for Mr. Churchill will be arranged for at as early an hour as possible. Lord Kitchener now threw himself into the task of concentrating and organizing a relieving army. He telegraphed at 9:40 a.m. on October 3rd, asking the French War Minister to make all preparations to send the proposed 2 divisions with cavalry and artillery complete as soon as possible, and to let him know how soon they could be dispatched. He was asked in reply whether he would prefer 1 territorial division with a complete brigade of Fusiliers Marines. He replied that he preferred the 2 divisions, and that the question of time was of the greatest importance and urgency. He was told, however, that it had been decided to send the Fusiliers Marines, after all. He replied that whichever was most convenient to the French should be sent, so long as it was sent with the least delay possible. He telegraphed to his staff officer in Antwerp, Colonel Dallas, at 2:15 p.m., October 3rd. What force, in your opinion, would suffice? Give full details of what troops are most required to deal with the situation in cooperation with the Belgian Field Army. The French government say they will send 2 divisions with full complement of cavalry and artillery, but I do not yet know when they will be available. If a corps of our troops, under Sir John French, together with the 7th Division and Cavalry Division from here, were concentrated at Lille in order to attack the right flank of the main German army and drive it back, would this action, if accomplished in about 4 or 5 days, in your opinion, relieve the situation at Antwerp quickly enough to prevent the fall of the place? Or must any troops employed to relieve Antwerp be sent there via Zeebrugge? And if so, can you give me approximately the longest time we can have to get troops there, so that I can inform the French government? At 7:35 on the same afternoon, the composition of the French contingent was received from the British ambassador. 87th Territorial Division from Havre, under General Roy, consisting of 12 battalions of infantry, 2 groups of artillery, 90 mm guns, 2 squadrons of reserve cavalry, dragoons, now being formed at Dunkirk, 1 engineer company, headquarters and staff and usual services attached to a division. The Fusiliers Marines Brigade, under command of Rear Admiral Ronarch, will be composed of 2 regiments of Fusiliers Marines, 6,000, 86 mitrailleuse, manned by seamen, 260, 1 regiment of Zouaves, 2,000, total of contingent about 23,000 men. The Havre Division will embark there on 5th October and should be landed at Dunkirk 7th October. The Fusiliers Marines Brigade will be sent to Dunkirk by land instead of by sea. It will arrive at Dunkirk at about the same time as the Territorial Division, namely 7th October. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. Antwerp, I did not reach the city till after 3 p.m., and after consulting with Colonel Dallas, I was visited by the Belgian Prime Minister. Monsieur de Broqueville was a man of exceptional vigor and clarity both of mind and speech. He had been called to the helm of the Belgian state at the moment of the decision not to submit to wrongful aggression. He explained to me the situation with precision. General de Guise, the commander of the fortress, added his comments. The outer forts were falling one by one. 5 or 6 shells from the enormous German howitzers were sufficient to smash them to their foundations, to destroy their defenders even in the deepest casemates, and to wreck the platforms of the guns. Now the forts of the inner line were being similarly attacked, and there was no conceivable means of preventing their destruction, one after another, at the rate of about a fort a day. The army was tired and dispirited through having been left so long entirely upon its own resources, without ever a sign of the allies for whom they had risked so much. Material of every kind, guns, ammunition, searchlights, telephones, and trenching materials, was scanty. The water supply of the city had been cut off. There were many rumors of German sympathizers in its large population. At any moment the front might be broken in under the heavy artillery attack which was then in progress. But this was only half the danger. The life and honor of the Belgian nation did not depend on Antwerp, but on its army. To lose Antwerp was disastrous. To lose the army as well was fatal. The Scheldt was barred by a severe interpretation of neutrality. The only line of retreat was by a dangerous flank march parallel to the Dutch frontier and the sea-coast. 2 Belgian divisions and the cavalry division were staving off the Germans from this only remaining line of retreat. But the pressure was increasing, and the line of the Dendre was no longer intact. If Ghent fell before the Belgian army made good its retreat, nothing would be saved from the Rhone. In these circumstances, they had decided first to withdraw to what was called the entrenched camp on the left bank of the Scheldt, that is to say, towards their right, and secondly, in the same direction through Ghent towards the left flank of the Allied armies. These orders had been suspended in consequence of the telegram from the British government. I then exposed Lord Kitchener's plan and stated the numbers of the French and British troops already available for the assistance of the Belgian army. I emphasized the importance of holding the city and delaying the Germans as long as possible, without compromising the retreat of the army. I pointed out that the issue of the battle for the seaward flank still hung in the balance, and that the main armies were drawing nearer to Belgium every day. I asked whether the relieving forces mentioned, if actually sent, would influence their decision. They replied that this was a new situation, that had this help been forthcoming earlier, events might have taken a different course. Even now, if their line of retreat were safeguarded by the arrival of Allied troops in the neighborhood of Ghent, they were prepared to continue the resistance. I thereupon drew up, with their approval and agreement, the following telegram to Lord Kitchener. Antwerp, October 3rd, 1914, 6:53 p.m. Received 9:45 p.m. Subject to confirmation on both sides, I have made following arrangement with Monsieur de Broqueville, Prime Minister. Every preparation to be made by Belgian government now for a resistance of at least 10 days, and every step taken with utmost energy. Within 3 days, we are to state definitely whether we can launch big field operation for their relief or not, and when it will probably take effect. If we cannot give them a satisfactory assurance of substantial assistance within 3 days, they are to be quite free to abandon defense if they think fit. In this case, should they wish to clear out with field army, we, although not able to launch the big operation, are to help their field army to get away by sending covering troops to Ghent or other points on line of retreat. Thus, anything they will have lost in time by going on defending Antwerp with all their strength will be made up to them as far as possible by help on their way out. Further, we will meanwhile help their local defense in all minor ways, such as guns, marines, naval brigades, etc. I have put the terms high to avoid at all costs our undertaking anything we could not perform, and also to avoid hurry in our saying what troops we can spare for big operations. You will be able, as your telegram number 7 to Colonel Dallas indicates, to do much better than this, and to give decided promise within 3 days. But the vital thing is that Belgian government and army should forthwith hurl themselves with revived energy into the defense. Attack is being harshly pressed at this moment, and half measures would be useless, but Prime Minister informs me that they are confident they can hold out for 3 days, pretty sure they can hold out for 6, and will try 10. This arrangement, if adopted, will give time necessary for problem to be solved calmly. 2,000 Marines are arriving this evening. I am remaining here till tomorrow. I have read this telegram to Belgian Prime Minister, who says that we are in full agreement, subject to ratification by Council of Ministers, which is now being held. If you clinch these propositions, pray give the following order to the Admiralty. Send at once both naval brigades, minus recruits, via Dunkirk, into Antwerp, with 5 days' rations and 2 million rounds of ammunition, but without tents or much impedimenta. When can they arrive? I had been met on arrival by Admiral Oliver, the Director of Naval Intelligence Division. This officer had been sent by the Admiralty on September 29 to see what could be done to disable the large quantity of merchant shipping which lay in the Scheldt, so that if the city fell it could not be used by the Germans for embarking troops to invade England. He was a great standby in this time of stress. Night and day he labored on the ships. With the assistance only of a Belgian sapper officer, 4 privates, and a Belgian Boy Scout, he inserted explosive charges between the cylinders of 38 large vessels, and by this means ruptured the propelling machinery so that not one of them was fit to go down the Scheldt during the whole of the German occupation. While waiting for the reply from London that afternoon and also the next morning, I went out and examined the front. A leafy enclosed country, absolutely flat, a crescent of peering German kite balloons, a continuous bombardment, scarcely anything in the nature of an infantry attack. Wearied and disheartened defenders. It was extremely difficult to get a clear view and so understand what kind of fighting was actually going on. We were, however, at length able to reach the actual inundations beyond which the enemy was posted. Entrenching here was impossible for either side, owing to the water met with at a foot's depth. The Belgian pickets crouched behind bushes. There was at that moment no rifle fire, but many shells traversed the air overhead on their way to the Belgian lines. Although the artillery fire of the Germans at Antwerp was at no time comparable to the great bombardments afterwards witnessed on the Western Front, It was certainly severe. The Belgian trenches were broad and shallow, and gave hardly any protection to their worn-out and in many cases inexperienced troops. As we walked back from the edge of these inundations along a stone-paved high road, it was a formidable sight to see on either hand the heavy shells bursting in salvos of 3s and 4s, with dense black smoke near or actually inside these scanty shelters, in which the supporting troops were kneeling in fairly close order. Every prominent building, chateau, tower, or windmill, was constantly under fire. Shrapnel burst along the roadway, and half a mile to the left a wooded enclosure was speckled with white puffs. 2 or 3 days at least would be required to make sound breastworks or properly constructed and drained trenches or rifle pits. Till then, it must be mainly an affair of hedges and of houses, and the ineffective trenches were merely shell traps. Antwerp presented a case, till the Great War unknown, of an attacking force marching methodically without regular siege operations through a permanent fortress line behind advancing curtains of artillery fire. Fort after fort was wrecked by the 2 or 3 monster howitzers, and line after line of shallow trenches was cleared by the fire of field guns. And following gingerly upon these iron footprints, German infantry, weak in numbers, raw in training, inferior in quality, wormed and waddled their way forward into the second strongest fortress in Europe. As the fire of the German guns drew ever nearer to the city, and the shells began to fall each day upon new areas, the streams of country folk escaping from their ruined homes trickled pitifully along the roads, interspersed with stragglers and wounded. Antwerp itself preserved a singular calm. The sunlit streets were filled with people listening moodily to the distant firing. The famous spires and galleries of this ancient seat of wealth and culture, the spacious warehouses along the Scheldt, the splendid hotels with every modern convenience, the general air of life, prosperity, and civilization created an impression of serene security, wholly contradicted by the underlying facts. It was a city in a trance. The Marines did not arrive until the morning of the 4th, and went immediately into the line. When I visited them the same evening, they were already engaged with the Germans in the outskirts of Lierre. Here, for the first time, I saw German soldiers creeping forward from house to house or darting across the street. The Marines fired with machine guns from a balcony. The flashes of the rifles and the streams of flame pulsating from the mouth of the machine guns lit up a warlike scene amid crashing reverberations and the whistle of bullets. 20 minutes in a motor car, and we were back in the warmth and light of one of the best hotels in Europe, with its perfectly appointed tables and attentive servants, all proceeding as usual. The reply of the British government reached me on the morning of the 4th, and I sent it at once to Monsieur de Broqueville. Lord Kitchener to First Lord. Am arranging expeditionary force for relief of Antwerp as follows. British force. 7th Division, 18,000 men, 63 guns, under General Capper. Cavalry Division, 4,000 men, 12 guns, under General Byng, to arrive at Zeebrugge, 6th and 7th October. Naval Detachment, 8,000 men already there, under General Aston. Also naval and military heavy guns and detachments already sent. Headquarters staff will be subsequently notified. French force. Territorial Division, 15,000 men. Proper complement of guns and 2 squadrons. General Roy, to arrive Ostend, 6th to 9th October. Fusilier Marines Brigade, 8,000 men, under Rear Admiral Ronark. Grand total, 53,000 men. Numbers are approximately correct. Also, one from Prince Louis, 10:30 a.m. The naval brigades will embark at Dover at 4 p.m. for Dunkirk, where they should arrive between 7 or 8 o'clock. Provisions and ammunition as indicated in your telegram. Monsieur de Broqueville replied, Anvers, le 4 octobre 1914. J'ai l'honneur de vous confirmer notre accord sur les points envisagés tantôt. Comme je vous l'ai dit dès notre première conversation, nous entendons coûte que coûte conserver Anvers. C'est pour nous un devoir national de premier ordre. Je tiens à vous répéter aussi que, si nous avons été sérieusement affectés de ne pas voir nos puissants garants répondre plus tôt à nos demandes de secours. Notre volonté de lutter jusqu'à la mort n'a pas été affaiblie un seul instant. L'appui de 9,000 fusiliers des marines envoyés par votre gouvernement hier et demain est pour la conservation de la place de Anvers un appui précieux. Plus précieux encore est l'envoi de la 7th Division appuyée par la 3rd Division de cavalerie. Il serait d'extrême importance que ces troupes soient dirigées sur gare avec le maximum de célérité, les heures où en ce moment une exceptionnelle valeur. Les hautes autorités militaires et les gouvernements tout entiers consultés par moi acceptent avec une véritable satisfaction l'entente qui s'est établie entre nous. Le gouvernement a pris un sentiment de véritable gratitude et s'il venait à être fait prisonnier, le gouvernement de la Grande-Bretagne ne traiterait pas son assentiment de questions intéressant le sort de la Belgique à moment où se négociera la paix. Je me félicite tout particulièrement des relations si sympathiques que je viens d'avoir avec Msina, homme d'État envoyé ici par la grande nation si hautement appréciée et aimée par la Belgique. The matter had now passed into the region of pure action. Could Antwerp resist the enemy's attack long enough to enable the French and British relieving force to come to her aid? Secondly, if this succeeded, could 9 or 10 Allied divisions at Antwerp and Ghent hold the Germans in check until the left wing of the main armies, advancing daily from the south, could join hands with them, In that case, the Allied lines in the west might be drawn through Antwerp, Ghent, and Lille. All this turned on a few days, and even on a few hours. Judged by the number of troops available on both sides, the chances of the Allies appeared good. On paper, they were nearly twice as strong as the enemy. But the Belgian army had been left without aid or comfort too long. The daily destruction of their trusted forts, the harsh and unceasing bombardment of a vastly superior artillery, their apprehensions for their line of retreat, the cruel losses and buffetings that they had suffered since the beginning of the war, had destroyed their confidence and exhausted their strength. The prime and vital need was to maintain the defense of Antwerp against the unceasing artillery attack to which its whole southern front was exposed. The position behind the river was capable of being made a strong one. It was, potentially, stronger in many respects than the line of the Yser, along which a fortnight later this same Belgian army, in spite of further losses and discouragements, was to make a most stubborn and glorious defense. But despondency in the face of an apparently irresistible artillery, and the sense of isolation, struck a deadly chill. Meanwhile, however, help was hurrying forward. The Marines were already in the line. Armored trains with naval guns and British bluejackets came into action on the morning of the 4th. The 2 naval brigades reached Dunkirk that night and were due to enter Antwerp on the evening of the 5th. At the special request of the Belgian staff, they were to be interspersed with Belgian divisions to impart the encouragement and assurance that succor was at hand. The British 7th Division and 3rd Cavalry Division, carried daringly across the water upon personal orders from Prince Louis in the teeth of submarines, began to disembark at Ostend and Zeebrugge from the morning of the 6th onward. The French division was embarking at Havre. Admiral Ronarc and his 8,000 Fusiliers Marines were already entrained for Dunkirk. If only Antwerp could hold out. Meanwhile, also, it must be remembered, Sir John French was secretly withdrawing the British army from the Aisne and moving round behind the French front to the neighborhood of Saint-Omer, with the intention of striking at Lille and beating in the German right. Every day that large German forces were detained in front of Antwerp helped and covered the detrainment and deployment of his army and increased its chances of success. But every day became graver also the peril to the Belgian army of being cut off if, after all, the Germans should be the victors in the main battle. The anxieties and uncertainties of this tremendous situation had to be supported by the Belgian chiefs, in addition to those of the actual German attack battering on the crumbling Antwerp front and its exhausted defenders. That they were borne with constancy and coolness, that the defense was prolonged for 5 momentous days, and that although the Antwerp front was broken in before effective help could arrive, the Belgian field army was safely extricated, was a memorable achievement. The attitude of the King and Queen through these tense and tragic days was magnificent. The impression of the grave, calm soldier king presiding at council, sustaining his troops and commanders, preserving an unconquerable majesty amid the ruin of his kingdom, will never pass from my mind. Meanwhile, Lord Kitchener and Prince Louis continued to give the necessary orders from London. I now found myself suddenly, unexpectedly, and deeply involved in a tremendous and hideously critical local situation which might well continue for some time. I had also assumed a very direct responsibility for exposing the city to bombardment and for bringing into it the inexperienced, partially equipped, and partially trained battalions of the Royal Naval Division. I felt it my duty to see the matter through. On the other hand, it was not right to leave the Admiralty without an occupant. I therefore telegraphed on the 4th to the Prime Minister, offering to take formal military charge of the British forces in Antwerp and tendering my resignation of the office of First Lord of the Admiralty. This offer was not accepted. I have since learned that Lord Kitchener wrote proposing that it should be. But other views prevailed, and I certainly have no reason for regret that they did so. I was informed that Sir Henry Rawlinson was being sent to the city and was requested to do my best until he arrived. October 5th was a day of continuous fighting. The situation fluctuated from hour to hour. I print the telegrams of this day in their sequence. 10:18 a.m., October 5th. I telegraphed to Lord Kitchener. Line of the Neth is intact. Marine Brigade holding important sector northwest of Liège has been briskly engaged during the night, with about 70 casualties so far. It seems not unlikely that the German attack will be directed on this point, as passage of river is easier there. I am making sure that they are properly supported by detachment of artillery. General Paris is doing very well. Later, infantry attack indicated now appears to be developing. 12:22 p.m. It is my duty to remain here and continue my direction of affairs, unless relieved by some person of consequence, in view of the situation and developing German attack. Prospects will not be unfavorable if we can hold out for next 3 days. We have a good deal of ground to sell, if it is well disputed, even if Neth River is forced. 4:45 p.m. Lord Kitchener to First Lord. I expect Rawlinson will reach Antwerp today. It is most necessary that Belgians should not give way before the forces now on the sea arrive for their support. You know the date of arrival of troops at Ostend and Zeebrugge. I cannot accelerate anything owing to difficulties of navigation. Prince Louis is doing all he can. Are any of the guns we sent in action? Our 9.2 on line to Liège ought to be useful. I hope Belgians realize the importance of holding Termonde so that relieving force may act promptly on the German left flank. The arrival of our troops should be kept very secret. By moving at night, a surprise might be possible in the early morning. 4:45 p.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener. Attack has been pressed. Marines have stood well, with some loss, but on their right, a regiment has fallen back under shell fire, and some German infantry to west of Liège are across Neth. General Paris has ordered 4 Belgian battalions and his reserve battalion to join another Belgian brigade to drive them back and reoccupy positions. This is now in progress. Every effort is being made to gain time. At 9 p.m. tonight, I am to attend Council of Ministers. I can get no news of time of arrival of naval brigades. They will be wanted tomorrow for certain. 7 p.m. Lord Kitchener to First Lord. I hear the Marine Fusilier Brigade had not arrived as expected at Dunkirk today by train. I have in consequence telegraphed to French government as follows. As the Marine Fusilier Brigade is moving by train, and their arrival at Antwerp is urgently required, please ask Minister of War to continue their journey by train to Antwerp. You might, I think, inform Belgian authorities so as to have facilities for this force of 8,000 to proceed to wherever you think they would be most usefully employed without stopping at Ostend, and if they have not passed Dunkirk, they might be warned of their destination. 6:46 p.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener. We now hold all our positions along the Neth, our counter-attack having been successful. Germans will probably throw bridges in night at Lierre. On outskirts of Lierre, we are in contact with the Germans. I have just returned from advanced trenches and find Marines cheerful and well dug in. General Paris does not think that he has lost more than 150 men killed and wounded. I presume you keep Sir John French informed. 7:15 p.m. Admiralty to First Lord. Sir H. Rawlinson just leaving Dunkirk for Antwerp via Bruges, where he stays tonight. Dunkirk reports naval brigades arrive Antwerp 1 a.m. Tuesday. First 6 transports, containing 10,000 troops, 2,000 horses, should arrive Zeebrugge from 4 a.m. onwards. 9,000 troops, 2,500 horses, arrive partly at Ostend, mainly at Zeebrugge, Wednesday morning. 2,500 cavalry, 2,500 horses, arrive partly Ostend, partly Zeebrugge, Thursday morning. 8:45 p.m. Lord Kitchener to Colonel Dallas. You have been appointed as General Staff Officer on Expeditionary Force. Warn everybody to keep movement of troops absolutely secret. Try and bring off a complete or partial surprise on enemy's left. For this purpose, movements of troops from sea-coast should be as much as possible at night. Am sending flying squadron, which will, I hope, protect troops from too inquisitive enemy's aircraft. Sir Henry Rawlinson has been appointed to Chief Command and will shortly arrive Antwerp. All movements going as arranged. In the evening, I went to General Paris's headquarters on the Lierre Road for the purpose of putting him in command of the other 2 naval brigades about to arrive. The fire along this road was now heavier. Shrapnel burst overhead as I got out of the car and struck down a man at my feet. As we discussed around the cottage table, the whole house thudded and shook from minute to minute with the near explosions of shells whose flashes lit the window panes. In such circumstances was it that General Paris received from the representative of the Admiralty the command of the Royal Naval Division, which he was destined to hold with so much honor until he fell grievously wounded in his trenches after 3 years' war. This was the most important military command exercised in the Great War by an officer of the Royal Marines. The general result of the fighting on the 5th raised our hopes. The counter-attack by 1 British and 9 Belgian battalions drove the enemy back. All the positions that had been lost were regained, and the line of the Neth was almost re-established. At midnight at the Belgian headquarters, General de Guise received in my presence by telephone a favorable report from every single sector. The enemy had, however, succeeded in maintaining a foothold across the river, and it seemed certain they would throw bridges in the night. General de Guise therefore resolved to make a further counterattack under the cover of darkness, in the hope of driving the enemy altogether across the river. At 1 a.m., I telegraphed as follows: Antwerp, October 6, 1 a.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener and Sir E. Grey. All well. All positions are held along the Neth. I hope you will not decide finally on plan of operations till I can give you my views. I have met ministers in council who resolve to fight it out here, whatever happens. No 9.2s have arrived yet, even at Ostend. It was 2:00 before I went to bed. I had been moving, thinking, and acting with very brief intervals for nearly 4 days in council and at the front in circumstances of undefined but very direct responsibility. Certainly, the situation seemed improved. The line of the Neth was practically intact and the front unbroken. The naval brigades, already a day behind my hopes, were arriving in the morning. By land and sea, troops were hastening forward. All the various personalities and powers were now looking the same way and working for the same object. France and Britain, the Admiralty and the War Office, the Belgian government and the Belgian command were all facing in the same direction. Rawlinson would arrive tomorrow, and my task would be concluded. But what would the morrow bring forth? I was now very tired, and slept soundly for some hours. All through the night the fighting was continual, but no definite reports were available up till about 9:00. At the Belgian headquarters, I was told that the Belgian night attack had miscarried, that the Germans were counter-attacking strongly, that the Belgian troops were very tired and the situation along the Neth obscure. General Paris and the Marine Brigade were also heavily engaged. The naval brigades had arrived and detrained and were now marching to their assigned positions in the line. But where was the line? It was one thing to put these partially trained and ill-equipped troops into a trench line, and quite another to involve them in the maneuvers of a moving action. Solidly dug in with their rifles and plenty of ammunition, these ardent, determined men would not be easily dislodged. But they were not capable of maneuver. It seemed to me that they should take up an intermediate position until we knew what was happening on the front. General Paris was involved in close fighting with his brigade, and had not been able to take over command of the whole force. It was necessary, therefore, for me to give personal directions. I motored to the Belgian headquarters, told General de Guise that these new troops must have fixed positions to fight in, and would be wasted if flung in piecemeal. I proposed to stop them about 4 miles short of their original destination as a support and rallying line for the Belgian troops who were falling back. He agreed that this was wise and right, and I went myself to see that the orders were carried out. The moment one left the city gates, the streams of wounded and of fugitives betokened heavy and adverse fighting. Shells from the enemy's field artillery were falling frequently on roads and villages which yesterday were beyond his range. We were by no means sure at what point the flow of refugees would end and the wave of pursuers begin. However, by about midday, the 3 naval and marine brigades were drawn up with the Belgian reserves astride of the Antwerp-Liège road on the line Kontich-Vremde. In this position, we awaited the next development and expected to be almost immediately attacked. The Germans, to our relief, did not molest the retirement of the 3 Belgian divisions. They waited to gather strength and to bring up and use again the remorseless artillery upon which they were mainly relying. As no German infantry appeared and no heavy bombardment began, the naval brigades moved forward in their turn and took up positions nearer to where the enemy had halted. I remained in the line on the Liège road. Here, at about 5 o'clock, Sir Henry Rawlinson joined me. The general took, as might be expected, a robust view of the situation, and was by no means disposed to give up the quarrel either on the Antwerp front or on the line of communications, which were already being more severely pressed. In fact, I found in this officer, whom I had known for many years, that innate, instinctive revolt against acquiescing in the will of the enemy which is an invaluable quality in military men. These sentiments were also shared by Colonel Bridges, former British military attaché in Belgium, who had arrived from Sir John French. At 7 o'clock, a council of war was held in the palace under the presidency of the King. We affirmed the readiness and ability of the British government to execute punctually and fully the engagements into which we had entered 2 days earlier. But the Belgian chiefs were convinced that even if the Antwerp front along the line of the Neth could be restored, the danger to their communications had become so great that they must without delay resume the movement of their army to the left bank of the Scheldt, which had been interrupted 3 days previously. Here they conceived themselves able to join hands with any Anglo-French relieving force, while at the same time securing their own retreat on Ghent, which they had already on September 4th reinforced by a brigade. It was not for us to contest their view, and events have shown that they were right. The arrangements set out in the following telegram were made. Antwerp, October 6th, 10:37 p.m. First Lord to Lord Kitchener. Germans attacked our position along the Neth early this morning. Belgian troops on the right of Marine Brigade were overpowered. General retirement with some loss was effected to a lightly entrenched position on the line Contich-Vremle, where enemy are not for the moment pressing. Germans will be enabled to bombard city tomorrow owing to lost ground. In view of this and of complete exhaustion and imminent demoralization of Belgian army, Rawlinson, who has arrived, has, with my full agreement and that of Belgian General Staff, ordered a general retirement to inner line of forts. The 3 naval brigades will hold intervals between forts and be supported by about a dozen Belgian battalions. On this line, which is very strong against infantry attack, our troops can certainly hold out as long as the city will endure bombardment. Had naval brigades arrived 24 hours earlier, we could probably have held the line of the Neth. They have not been engaged, and Marines have not lost more than 200 men. This evening, Rawlinson and I attended a council of war presided over by the King. We suggested an attempt to re-establish Anglo-Belgian forces on the line of the Neth by employing 7th Division in a counterattack in 48 hours' time. But they had all clearly made up their minds that the army was not in a fit condition to cooperate in any offensive movement. Accordingly, we have arranged with them 1. That while the town endures bombardment, General Paris, with naval division and Belgian support, will defend inner line forts to the utmost. 2. That the rest of the Belgian field army shall be immediately withdrawn across the Scheldt to what they call the entrenched camp of the left bank. This area is protected by the Scheldt, various forts and entrenchments, and large inundations, and here they hope to find time to recover and reform. From this position, they will aid to the best of their ability any relieving movement which may be possible from the west. 3. Rawlinson will organize relieving force at Ghent and Bruges and prepare to move forward as soon as possible. but I shall hope tomorrow to convince you that it should be strengthened for the operation. We are all agreed that in the circumstances there is no other course open. I return with Rawlinson tonight to Bruges, and early tomorrow morning shall be in London. Aviation Park and heavy guns will be moved from Antwerp. General Rawlinson and I left the city together that night, and after an anxious drive over roads luckily infested by nothing worse than rumor, I boarded the Attentive at Ostend and returned to England. So far as the personal aspect of this story is concerned, I cannot feel that I deserve the reproaches and foolish fictions which have been so long freely and ignorantly heaped upon me. I could not foresee that the mission I undertook would keep me away from the Admiralty for more than 48 hours, or that I should find myself involved in another set of special responsibilities outside the duties of the office which I held. No doubt, had I been 10 years older, I should have hesitated long before accepting so unpromising a task. But the events occurred in the order I have described, and at each stage the action which I took seemed right, natural, and even inevitable. Throughout I was held in the grip of emergencies and of realities which transcended considerations of praise or blame. But, after all, it is by the results and as a whole that the episode will be judged, and these, as will be shown, were certainly advantageous to the Allied cause. After the departure of the Belgian Field Army, the further defense of the remaining lines of Antwerp was left to the fortress troops, the 2nd Belgian Division, and the 3 British naval brigades, who held on their front the equivalent of more than 5 complete German divisions, to wit, the 5th Reserve, 6th Reserve, 4th Ersatz and Marine Division, and the 26th, 37th, and 1st Bavarian Landwehr Brigades. At midnight on the 7th, the Germans, having advanced their artillery, began to bombard the city and the forts of the inner line. The forts melted under the fire, and a great proportion of the civil population fled through the night, lighted by conflagrations, over the bridges of the Scheldt to the open country, along the roads towards Ghent or into Holland. The enemy's attack was pressed continuously, and the enceinte of the city was considered to be untenable by the evening of the 8th. The Belgian division and the British naval brigades evacuated Antwerp that night, crossed the Scheldt safely, and began their retreat by road and rail on Ghent and Ostend. 2 naval airmen, as a Parthian shot, blew up after long flights a Zeppelin in its shed at Dusseldorf and bombed the railway station at Cologne. German patrols, after many precautions, entered Antwerp towards evening on the 9th, and on the 10th the stout-hearted governor, who had retired to one of the surviving forts, capitulated. The resistance of the city had been prolonged by 5 days. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Chapter 16, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. The Channel Ports. The purpose of the Antwerp effort. The Belgian army effects its retreat. Loss and gain. 10 precious days. Onslaught of the German reinforcements. The struggle for the Channel ports. Labors of the Admiralty. Achievements of the Transport Department. Correspondence with Sir John French. General Joffre requests naval support. Admiral Hood's operations on the Belgian coast. Commodore Tyrwhitt destroys the German torpedo boats. The German armies reach saltwater. Beginning of the Battle of the Yser. The inshore squadron. One flank the Germans cannot turn. Further correspondence with Sir John French. The crisis of the battle. The German advance stemmed. Effect of Antwerp on the main decision. The object of prolonging the defense of Antwerp was, as has been explained, to give time for the French and British armies to rest their left upon that fortress and hold the Germans from the seaboard along a line Antwerp, Ghent, Lille. This depended not only upon the local operations, but on the result of the series of outflanking battles which marked the race for the sea. A decisive victory gained by the French in the neighborhood of Péronne, or by the British beyond Armentières and towards Lille, would have opened all this prospect. High French authorities have concluded that a more rapid and therefore no doubt more daring transference of force from the right and center of the French front to its left, looking 60 kilometers ahead instead of 25, and generally a more vigorous attempt to outflank the Germans, following immediately upon the victory of the Marne and the arrest of the armies at the Enna, might well have shouldered the Germans not only away from the sea, but even out of a large part of occupied France. In the event, however, and with the forces employed, the French and British did not succeed in turning the enemy's flank. The battles at Albert, La Bassée, and Armentières produced no decisive result. Péronne and Lille could not be reached, and the fighting lines continued simply to prolong themselves to the northwest. The retention of Antwerp would have rewarded the victory of the main armies with a prize of the utmost value. Its extended resistance diminished the consequences of their failure. Everything at Antwerp had depended on a victory to the southward, and this victory had been denied. Nevertheless, as will now be shown, the effort was fruitful in a remarkable degree. The fall of Antwerp released the besieging army. A marine division marched into the city on the 10th. The rest of the German divisions were already streaming south and west in hot pursuit, and hoped for interception of the Belgian army. But a surprise awaited them. On the night of the 9th, the German forces, who had crossed the Dendre River, had come in contact with French Fusiliers Marines at Melle and Mirbeck, and during the 10th they found themselves in presence of British regular troops of unknown strength, whose patrols were feeling their way forward from Ghent to meet them. The 7th Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division had come upon the scene in accordance with the 4th condition of the Anglo-Belgian Agreement of October 4th. The British, French, and Belgian forces from Ghent thus threatened the left flank of any serious German cutting-off movement northwards to the Dutch frontier. Uncertain of the size of the army by which they were confronted, and mystified by the indefinite possibilities of landings from the sea, the Germans paused to collect their strength. They knew that the bulk of the British army had already left the Enna. Where was it? Where would it reappear? What were these British regulars, who stood so confidently in their path? On the 12th, when they considered themselves strong enough to advance upon Ghent, the whole of the Belgian field army had passed the dangerous points in safety, only one single squadron being intercepted. Of this complicated operation, the victorious Germans became spectators. Only weak parties of Germans ventured beyond Lokeren during the night of the 9th and 10th to molest the retreat of the Antwerp troops. The 2nd Belgian Division and 2 out of the 3 naval brigades came through intact. But the railway and other arrangements for the rear brigade were misunderstood, and about 2.5 battalions of very tired troops, who through the miscarriage of an order had lost some hours, were led across the Dutch frontier in circumstances on which only those who know their difficulties are entitled to form a judgment. If the Belgian Field Army had begun its withdrawal on October 3rd as originally intended, it could probably have got safely without aid to Ghent and beyond. But the fortress troops, numbering many thousands, to whom it had been throughout resolved to confide the last defense of Antwerp, must in any case have been driven into surrender to the invader or internment in Holland once the field army had gone. The prolongation of the defense and the delay in the departure of the field army neither bettered nor worsened their fortunes. They, therefore, do not enter into any calculation of the loss and gain attendant on the attempted operation of relief. So far as actual results are concerned, the damage caused by the bombardment of the city, which was not extensive, and the internment of 2.5 British naval battalions, on the one hand, must be weighed against the gain of 5 days in the resistance and the influence exercised on subsequent events by the 7th Division and 3rd Cavalry Division on the other. At the time the British government decided to send help to Antwerp, the total German field force in northern Belgium had been correctly estimated at 4 or 5 divisions. But before the city capitulated, and while the British troops were still at Ghent, there began to manifest itself that tremendous unexpected development of German force, which from the moment of Antwerp's fall was launched against the Allied left and aimed at Calais. Besides the liberated siege army and the troops which had threatened the Antwerp communications, no fewer than 4 fresh army corps, 22nd, 23rd, 26th, 27th, newly formed in Germany and concentrating in Belgium, were already at hand. And in front of this formidable army there stood from October 10th to October 21st only the wearied Belgians, the Fusiliers Marines, and the British 3rd Cavalry and 7th Divisions. The caution of the German advance may perhaps have been induced by their uncertainty as to the whereabouts and intentions of the British army, and their fear that it might be launched against their right from the sea flank. But, however explained, the fact remains, and to it we owe the victory of the Yser and the ever-glorious Ypres. A simple examination of dates will reveal the magnitude of the peril which the Allied cause escaped. Antwerp fell 24 hours after the last division of the Belgian Field Army left the city. Had this taken place on October 3rd or 4th, the city would have surrendered on the 4th or 5th. No British 4th Corps or Fusiliers Marine would have been at Ghent to cover the Belgian retreat. But assuming that the Belgian army had made this good unaided, the same marches would have carried them and their German pursuers to the Yser by the 10th. There would have been nothing at all in front of Ypres. Sir John French could not come into action north of Armentières till the 15th. His detrainments at Saint-Omer, etc., were not completed till the 19th. Sir Douglas Haig, with the 1st Corps, could not come into line north of Ypres till about the 21st. Had the German siege army been released on the 5th, and followed by their great reinforcements already available, advanced at once, nothing could have saved Dunkirk, and perhaps Calais and Boulogne. The loss of Dunkirk was certain, and that of both Calais and Boulogne probable. 10 days were wanted, and 10 days were won. We had now, without respite, to meet the great German drive against the Channel ports. The 6 divisions released from the siege of Antwerp, and the 8 new divisions, whose apparition had been so unexpected to the British and French staffs, rolled southward in a double-banked wave. The Belgian army trooped back in a melancholy procession along the seashore to the Yser. General Rawlinson, with the 7th Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division, extricating himself skillfully from large German forces, how great was not then known, and lingering at each point to the last minute without becoming seriously engaged, found himself by October 15th in the neighborhood of a place called Ypres. Meanwhile, Sir John French, detraining at Saint-Omer, and hopefully believing that he was turning the German right, struck through Armentières towards Lille, and sent imperative orders to Rawlinson, over whose head the storm was about to break, to advance in conformity and seize Moulins. The French forces intended for the relief of Antwerp and the beginnings of larger French reinforcements endeavored to close the gap between Rawlinson and the Belgians. The dikes were opened and large inundations began to appear. In this manner was formed a thin, new, loosely organized, yet continuous Allied front from the neighborhood of La Bassée to the sea at the mouth of the Yser. And upon this front, which grew up and fixed itself at every point in and by the actual collision of hostile forces, was now to be fought the 3rd great battle in the West. These events involved the Admiralty at many points. The position of Rawlinson's troops in the presence of vastly superior forces was precarious, and for some days we stood ready to re-embark them. We labored to salve everything possible from the Belgian wreck. The Royal Naval Division must be brought back to refit, reorganize, and resume its interrupted training. The Admiralty details, aeroplanes, armored trains, armored cars, motor omnibus transport, etc., with which I had been endeavoring during the previous weeks to conceal our nakedness in the vital coastal area, could now be merged in the arriving British armies. It would not have been possible to deal with these complications, themselves only one subsidiary part of our task, unless Prince Louis and I, working in complete accord, had had the power to give orders covering the whole business which were unquestioningly obeyed. Yet some of the orders which I was forced to give to the Admiralty Transport Department left me with misgivings that we were asking more than they could do. Fortunately, a few weeks before, I had taken the step of appointing in the place of the retired admiral who usually directed this cardinal machine the young civilian assistant director of transports, whose abilities in conference and on paper were distinguished. Often in these weeks and in the succeeding months, I had to turn to Mr. Graham Thompson's department with hard and complex demands. Never did they fail. October 10 was the climax of their strain. I cannot do better than quote the minute I wrote at the time. October 10th, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Director of Transports and others concerned. 1. Between 5,000 and 6,000 men of the Royal Navy Division are assembling at Ostend. They will not be ready to embark until tomorrow, the 11th. The whole of these, including Marines, should sail after dark on the 11th for Dover and proceed to the camp at Deal, all previous orders to the contrary being cancelled. 2. 1,500 Belgian recruits and volunteers are at Ostend and are to be embarked at once for Cherbourg, the French authorities being informed by telegram. 3. The transportation of the 11,000 Belgian recruits and reservists at Dunkirk to Cherbourg is to continue without intermission as rapidly as possible. The Belgians will be rationed by the Admiralty while on board ship, and the Belgians at Dunkirk will be rationed from the supplies of the Royal Navy Division until embarked. 4. All transports are to leave Zeebrugge at once, and all transports other than those employed above, which are not accommodated in safe shelter at Ostend, are to leave in both cases for convenient British ports. 5. Enough transports to embark the 7th Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division are to be kept in immediate readiness, with steam up, for the next 48 hours in Ostend, Dunkirk, Dover, and the Thames. It is unlikely, having regard to the military situation, that any re-embarkation will be required, but we must be continually prepared for it, and should an emergency arise, both Zeebrugge and Ostend must be used, notwithstanding any risks. Flotilla dispositions to be arranged accordingly. General Rawlinson to be informed that we are holding these ships in readiness, and that he should communicate directly with the Admiralty by telephone if at any moment the situation renders his re-embarkation likely. We are assuming that he could give us 12 hours' notice, within which time the transports could be counted upon. 6. All Marines and Royal Navy Division details at Dunkirk are to be re-embarked and brought back via Dover to Deal. 7. Colonel Osmaston's Marine Artillery are to remain at Dunkirk for the present. 8. The armored trains and naval ratings working them, and all available aeroplanes and armed motor cars, except those now at Dunkirk under the command of Commander Sampson, are placed under the orders of General Rawlinson. 9. The 3 monitors are to be held in readiness, with steam up, to cover a re-embarkation at Ostend or Zeebrugge, should it become necessary. General Rawlinson is to be told to telephone or telegraph if at any time he thinks such naval protection will be required. 10. The Transport Department will provide whatever ships are necessary to carry the stores, ammunition, and materiel of the Belgian Field Army. The transports standing by for the 7th Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division are a prior claim on our resources. But as there is no doubt that we can meet the two, the Transport Department is to get into direct telephonic communication with the Belgian authorities and arrange forthwith for the beginning of the embarkation of these stores. For the embarkation of stores, as apart from troops, Zeebrugge may be used equally with Ostend. 11. 8,000 to 10,000 Belgian wounded are to be evacuated from Ostend to England as speedily as possible. The Transport Department is to make proposals and preparations for their movement, while at the same time the necessary arrangements for their reception in this country are being concerted by the medical authorities. 12. All motor transports of the Royal Navy Division, excluding armed and other motor cars under Commander Sampson actually employed, are to be collected at Dunkirk under Colonel Dumble, who is to reorganize them as quickly as possible and will receive further instructions on that subject. WSC. It was with a feeling of relief and of admiration that I saw all these immense demands smoothly and punctually complied with. While in Antwerp, I had been in constant communication with Sir John French, both through Colonel Bridges and by aeroplane. On October 5th, he had written, "Thank you so much for writing so fully and clearly to me from Antwerp. If the place is to be saved, you have saved it by your prompt action. As a matter of principle, I hate putting mobile troops inside a fortress. But in this case it is very likely that the appearance of a large force inside the place may have a great moral effect. But the situation ought to be most carefully watched. The Field Marshal proceeded to complain of the exclusion by Lord Kitchener of the forces under General Rawlinson from the main British army. What would happen if and when he joined up with them? Other points of difference arose between the Commander-in-Chief and the Secretary of State. "I shall do the best I can," the former continued, "to bring relief to the place at the earliest possible moment, and am arranging to concentrate in the north as quickly as circumstances will allow. The Germans are pushing out their flank defense towards the west and southwest." He expressed a wish that we could meet. I replied to this on October 11th, when the fate of Antwerp was already decided. Using my old and intimate friendship with the Field Marshal, I labored as always to smooth the differences between him and Lord Kitchener. "I consider that Kitchener has been thoroughly loyal to you, and has done and is doing everything in human power to support you. It would be disastrous to the cause and ruinous to all if there were any breakdown in true comradeship between you and Kitchener. Military staffs always tend to make mischief between principals, and try to set their caps at each other. The fall of Antwerp was a great and untimely injury to the Allied cause. I do not agree with the policy which abandoned it, and I fear you will now have the army which was before Antwerp to meet almost immediately. But I care for nothing but the future in war. I clear my heart of all useless reflections and sterile controversies. It is vain to look backwards, and I turn my gaze with hope to the re-entry of the British Army into the decisive center of the struggle, and pray for the victory. I am arranging the omnibuses and armored cars for you as quickly as possible. Rawlinson has got a very good naval armored train, which I have attached to him, but which you had better take over when he joins up. The destruction of the Zeppelin and its shed was a gallant feat of arms. Naval affairs at the moment imperatively keep me here. Alas, I hope you will not allow Joffre to deprive you of Dunkirk as your advanced base and fortified camp. In view of the embarkation facilities, Calais or Boulogne ought to be entrenched too, so that you have both. But we all feel Dunkirk is the right place and belongs to you. The wave of German reinforcements from the east and the slow development of the Russian pressure makes the situation rather grim just now. I hope greatly to see you soon, only 5 hours from your lines. I earnestly trust the day goes well, but anyhow we will compel the end to do so. You will want the big army, I expect, before your task is finished." On October 16th, General Joffre telegraphed to Lord Kitchener as follows: "Now that the operations extend up to the coast of the North Sea between Ostend and the advanced defenses of Dunkirk, it would be important for the two Allied navies to participate in these operations by supporting our left wing and acting with long-range guns on the German right wing. The commander of the naval forces would then act in concert with General Foch through the governor of Dunkirk." This duty we instantly accepted. First Lord to Sir John French, October 17, 1914. Monitors were delayed by weather, but will be in position from daylight, 18th. Meanwhile, 8 destroyers should have arrived on the flank between 4 and 5 p.m., 17th, and 2 scout cruisers an hour later. They have been told to communicate with Colonel Bridges on the quays of Newport. We are sending 2 battleships mounting 8 12-inch guns to Dunkirk roadstead tomorrow to cover the fortress and its coast approaches. We set to work forthwith to support the Allied left flank. I entrusted this operation, which required an officer of first quality, to Admiral Hood, till then my naval secretary. He was now appointed to the Dover command, while I took in his stead Admiral Oliver. On the 18th, the 3 ex-Brazilian monitors, renamed Humber, Mercy, and Severn, escorted by 4 destroyers, arrived at Dunkirk, and the memorable series of naval operations on the Belgian coast began. There was no difficulty in finding plenty of ships of different classes to cover the flank of the army. Besides the 3 monitors, a large proportion of the destroyers from Dover were readily available. There were many old battleships, and these at certain states of the tide could get into suitable positions for bombarding. In addition, there was the Scout class, 7 of which were available, all happily newly rearmed with the very best 4-inch guns. But Admiralty reserves of ammunition had been based upon the needs of purely naval actions, which are few and far between, and not many of which all ships survive. Bombarding the German positions on the Belgian coast week after week, and possibly for months, made demands upon our stores of a totally different character. We had to pick ships primarily for the class of ammunition they fired, ships that could use up old ammunition, and ships whose value was so small that we could afford to spend all their ammunition. As October wore on, we scoured the dockyards for every little vessel that carried a gun of any kind. Even the smallest gunnery tenders, 250-ton gunboats, 40 years old, were pressed into service, and in one way or another the fire was continuously maintained. It was evident that these operations would have to be carried on under unceasing submarine attack. Moreover, we had to be prepared for a sudden dash by German cruisers and destroyers. We trusted to Commodore Tyrwhitt with the Harwich striking force, either to protect us from this or to exact retribution on the return journey. On the 17th, the Germans, torn between the will to wound and the fear to strike, broke all the commandments of the textbooks by sending a feeble force of 4 small destroyers from the Ems down the Dutch coast. They were almost immediately destroyed by the Commodore, the British ships engaged being the light cruiser Undaunted and the destroyers Lance, Lennox, Legion, and Loyal. From the middle of October onwards, the German hosts could look upon salt water. First, Zeebrugge was occupied, then Ostend, then mile by mile the sand dunes and golf courses and gay villas of that pleasure coast were devoured by invading war. In his first contact with the new element, the land monster committed several imprudences. Apparently contemptuous of the power of ships' guns, he deployed batteries of artillery on the open beach and opened fire on our scouts and destroyers. These experiments were not repeated. A Swedish writer, Dr. Sven Hedin, at that time with the German armies, belauding them and bowing obsequiously before what he had convinced himself was world-conquering power, has described a scene in the restaurant of the best Ostend hotel. The room was crowded with hungry officers of the invading army, just marched in, all sitting down to excellent fare. A destroyer had just detached itself from the rest and was making at full speed for Ostend, parallel with the coast, as close as possible to the shore. Presently, another destroyer appeared, following in the wake of the first. What could they want, these ruffians? Strong language was heard. It was a piece of consummate impudence to come steaming right under our noses like this. Evidently, they were reconnoitering. But what insolence! They must have known that we had occupied Ostend. Aha! They suspect that there are submarines and destroyers in the inner harbor and want to see whether they can detect anything from outside. Astounding insolence. 2 small German guns are hurried up. Are they going to shoot? I asked. Oh, yes, they're going to shoot, all right. The first shot rang out. Directly the German shots had been fired, the 2 destroyers swung round to port and at the same moment opened fire. Their guns seemed to flash out straight at us. The results were instantaneous. The restaurant, which had been one of the most elegant in Europe, was blasted into a smoking shambles of ruin and death. In this manner, the German Army and the British Navy first came into contact with one another. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. The Channel Ports. Here are a few of our messages at that time. October 17th, 1914, 1:02 p.m. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Hood, Dover. Most important to send the scouts at once and some destroyers to Dunkirk to work along the coast to Newport to support the Belgian left, now being attacked by the Germans. Also monitors as soon as weather permits. Acknowledge. 7:20 p.m. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Hood, HMS Attentive. Belgian Army is on line River Isère left bank from Newport to Dixmude, with advanced posts on east bank at Lambertseed, Ratval, and Mannekensveer. King is at La Panne, the last village on French coast. The roll of ships is as follows. Firstly, to prevent any disembarkation of German troops between Newport and La Panne and to southwest. Secondly, to fire against enemy, which are advancing on Newport. 8:20 p.m. Admiralty to Commodore Tyrwhitt, HMS Maidstone, Harwich. The first German attempt to send destroyers down the Broad 14s being so successfully defeated may cause a larger number to be sent next time. Be ready to meet them. We are sending scouts and destroyers to support the Belgian left at Newport. 2 battleships are leaving Portland tonight for Dover. 4 more destroyers are being sent to escort them. Therefore, if you can spare 4 destroyers, send them temporarily for Dover patrol to arrive at daylight. October 19th. Rear Admiral Hood to Admiralty. Engagement continues at Newport. I believe that naval bombardment has done harm to enemy. 6-inch ammunition is urgently required for monitors and must be sent as soon as possible, otherwise they will be useless. October 21st, 10:55 p.m. Rear Admiral Hood to Admiralty. Fired today 11 hours continuously. Could see no improvement in situation. Patrolling coast every night. Monitors expended 600 6-inch shells daily. In Foresight alone, 1,100 shells fired today, and even then unable to comply with all demands. October 22nd. Rear Admiral Hood, Dunkirk to First Lord. I have returned for a few hours to Dunkirk, at the request of Colonel Bridges, to confer on future movements. I have enough ships. Firing has been less today. In the event of a sudden northerly gale, the monitors and bustard would be lost. This is a justifiable risk if they are doing valuable work and is much less than submarine risk. 22nd October 1914. Communiqué. On the 18th instant, requests for naval assistance were made to the Admiralty by the Allied commanders. In consequence, a naval flotilla, mounting a large number of powerful long-range guns, came into action at daybreak on the 19th off the Belgian coast, supporting the left of the Belgian army and firing against the right of the German attack, which they were by their position able to enfilade. The Germans replied by shells from their heavy guns, but owing to the superior range of the British marine artillery, practically no damage has been done. The 3 monitors, which were building in British ports for Brazil and were acquired on the outbreak of war, have proved particularly well suited to this class of operation. A heavy bombardment of the German flank has been maintained without intermission since the morning of the 19th and is being continued today. Observation is arranged from the shore by means of naval balloons, and all reports indicate that substantial losses have been inflicted upon the enemy and that the fire is well directed and effective against his batteries and heavy guns. Yesterday, a heavy explosion, probably of an ammunition wagon, followed upon a naval shot. The naval losses have so far been very small considering the damage done and the important assistance rendered to the Belgian left flank. All reports received by the Admiralty show the courage and determination with which the Belgian army, animated by the King in person, is defending the last few miles of Belgian soil. The naval operations are under the command of Rear Admiral the Honorable Horace L. A. Hood, C.B., M.V.O., D.S.O. October 23, 1:05 a.m. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Hood. From First Lord. Vital to sustain Belgian Army with effective naval artillery support tomorrow. Arrange details with bridges. Am sending gunnery school tenders to Dunkirk. Draw upon them as you need. Recognize importance to Navy of dominating Belgian coast. Make the most of your opportunity. October 23rd. Rear Admiral Hood to First Lord. Thanks for message. All going well. Will bombard Ostend. Belgian headquarters granted permission. Am quite satisfied that our firing has done good. 24th of October, 1914. Communiqué. All yesterday, the monitors and other vessels of the British bombarding flotilla fired on the German right, which they searched thoroughly and effectively in concert with the operations of the Belgian army. All German attacks on Nieuport were repulsed. Much damage was done to the enemy by naval fire, which enfilades the German line, and the enemy's prisoners taken yesterday and the day before testify to the heavy losses they have suffered from this cause. Fire was also opened in the afternoon on the German batteries near Ostend. Admiral Hood now has a fine flotilla of vessels very suitable for this work and at the same time not of great naval value. During the day, our ships were persistently attacked by an enemy submarine, and torpedoes were fired without success at Wildfire and Myrmidon. Other British vessels again attacked the submarine. The naval aeroplanes and balloons aided in the direction of the fire. The weather continued fine and favorable. No loss was sustained by the flotillas yesterday. October 26th, 12:21 a.m. Rear Admiral Hood to Admiralty. Am off Nieuport. All well here. Have not succeeded so well today owing to long range of German batteries, which are not yet located by me. Aeroplanes reconnoiter the place when weather permits, and, if located, shall attack batteries with guns I can muster. Portion of shell on board here proves bigger guns. Noon. Admiralty to Senior Naval Officer, Dover. Urgent. Order Venerable to raise steam at once, ready to proceed to support Allied left off Newport. Report how soon she can be ready to proceed. 4 destroyers must accompany her. October 27th, 11:30 p.m. First Lord to Rear Admiral Hood. Certainly go on. Husband ammunition till good targets show, but risks must be run and Allies left must be supported without fail by the Navy. You have all done very well, and on land the line has been maintained. Keep it up. October 28th, 1:37 a.m. Rear Admiral Hood to Admiralty. The Belgian authorities begged me to fire more rapidly. Deliberate firing will not produce more results as it is unmarked. I understand that 48 hours of clinging to Newport may achieve decisive results. If I am to order the firing to be deliberate, I shall not be able to do what the Belgian Army requires. October 28th, 4:34 p.m. Rear Admiral Hood to Admiralty. Have continued bombardment against increasing opposition. Captain of Falcon and 5 men killed and several wounded. Wildfire hit on the waterline and sent in for repairs. Brilliant, 1 killed and several wounded. Rinaldo, 8 wounded. Submarine sighted. All destroyers now chasing her. Venerable has just grounded on sandbank, out of gunfire. Tide rising, fine weather. She will be off in half an hour. October 29th, 1 a.m. First Lord to Rear Admiral Hood. Save ammunition where possible, but don't lose any chance of hitting the enemy. Give your ships the following message. The inshore flotilla and squadron have played an appreciable part in the great battle now proceeding. You have shown the Germans that there is one flank they cannot turn. You have full discretion to go ahead. Meanwhile, the British Army was heavily engaged. Sir John French wrote to me October 21st. I began this letter 2 days ago. I had to stop in the middle of a sentence and hadn't a single minute to go on with it. We have been hard-pressed the last 2 days. The enemy has received considerable reinforcements and a big battle has been raging all along our front from a point 10 miles north of Ypres to La Bassée, which is west-southwest of Lille. We have given way now and then in places and recovered the ground again, and on the whole have lost nothing, except, unfortunately, men and officers, although the enemy has attacked with the utmost vigor. I have been all along the line, but the ground is so flat and the buildings so numerous that it is impossible to see much of the infantry work. I have this moment got a wire from the First Corps that they have captured 350 prisoners this afternoon. He ended by some very friendly expressions about Kitchener and my part in clearing up misunderstandings, also with some kind words about Antwerp. 26th October, 1914. Mr. Churchill to Sir John French. Private and secret. I am touched and honored by the kindness of your letter written from the field of Armentières. It was a disappointment to have to give up my visit, but the press of events here was decisive. Antwerp was a bitter blow to me, and some aspects of it have given a handle to my enemies, and perhaps for a time reduced my power to be useful. From minute to minute, one does not know that some fine ship will not be blown up by mine or submarine. Great good fortune has attended us so far. Out of 25 submarine attacks, only 5 have been effective, and only on ships of no value. But every reconnaissance ordered carries with it the risk of a disproportionate loss. And if an atmosphere of distrust and malice is created, as is deliberately and laboriously being done, an unlucky incident might produce a most unpleasant state of feeling. However, I am resolved not to be drawn by any impatience from those carefully considered plans of the naval war which I revealed to you in July, which are the result of 3 years' study, and with which Jellicoe is in the fullest accord. These plans will not produce any feat of éclat, but they will keep England safe and prosperous, and enable her in good time to put in the field an army which will definitely and finally turn the scale. Kitchener is strangely alarmed about invasion, and on the CID we have witnessed an absolute reversal of roles. The War Office declaring the country not safe and an invasion of 250,000 a possibility, and the Admiralty reassuring them or trying to. You know how carefully I have examined that position and how I have never minimized the risks. But now that we are face to face with realities, I am not alarmed, and my policy is that you should be reinforced by any effective division that can be formed and maintained, and that the Navy will prevent any invasion of a serious character. The Prime Minister is solid as a rock, but waves of nervousness pass over others, and may result in some retardation of your reinforcements. We are making extraordinary efforts to grapple with the submarine menace, which tends to drive our great ships so far away, and during November we shall, I believe, have got the better of it, and have secured all our anchorages by network and other means. Then we shall be able to give a greater assurance to those who need it. But, my dear friend, I do trust you realize how damnable it will be if the enemy settles down for the winter along lines which comprise Calais, Dunkirk, or Ostend. There will be continual alarms and greatly added difficulties. We must have him off the Belgian coast, even if we cannot recover Antwerp. I am getting old ships with the heaviest guns ready, protected by barges with nets against submarines, so as to dispute the whole seaboard with him. On the 31st instant, Revenge, 4 13.5-inch guns, will come into action if required, and I have a regular fleet of monitors and bomb catches now organized, which they all say has hit the Germans hard and is getting stronger every day. If you could again passage off to the left, I could give you overwhelming support from the sea, and there you will have a flank which certainly they cannot turn. You have on your front gained a fine success in hurling back the whole weight of the German right. All your messages are so good, cool, resolute, and informing. They will make a good page of military history. My heart is with you in the army. Sir John French to Mr. Churchill, October 28th. Your letters are always a great help and strength to me. Thank you indeed for the last one. I wish you would try and take a less gloomy view of what those people chatter about. What does it matter? I tried hard to retain a hold on the Belgians, and with them to operate alone on the northern flank. But the French sent Foch and a mission. As the Belgians were practically the guests of France, using their territory and Calais as a base, I had no alternative but to gracefully submit. I am, however, on the very best terms with Foch, who is doing splendid work. He added, "The fighting is still severe. I've been at 2 points of the line today, but it is certainly slackening. The Germans will never get further west. This is only a hurried line written in the watches of the night." No words written after the event can convey half so truthful or half so vivid an impression as these unstudied letters and brief operative telegrams flashing to and fro. Reading them again, I feel once more the battle going on, the exhausted Belgians clinging desperately to the last few miles of soil left to their nation, their dauntless king and queen amid the shells at Furnes, the French troops hastening up, but only in driblets, the heroic Fusiliers Marines holding Dixmude till not a fifth were left alive, our little ships barking away along the coast with the submarine stabbing at them from underneath and heavier metal opening on them every day from the shore. Inundations slowly growing, a shield of merciful water rising inch by inch, hour by hour, between the fainting Belgian line and the cruel monster who had come upon them, and all the time our own men fighting against appalling odds, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, from Ypres to Armentières. Nothing to send anyone, not a man, not a musket. Each night Colonel Bridges spoke to me on the telephone from the Belgian headquarters at Furnes. Each night, we felt it might be the last time he would speak from that address. It was only very gradually towards the end of October that one began to feel that the French and Belgian troops were getting a firm grip of the line of the Yser, and that Sir John French could write, "The Germans will never get further west." But 3 more weeks of agony ensued before the decision at Ypres finally declared itself in favor of the British Army. We are, I feel, entitled to treat the Antwerp episode as an integral and vital part of this tremendous battle for the Channel ports. If we had not made our belated effort to prolong its defense, the whole after course of events would have been different and could hardly have been better. But for the time gained at Antwerp and the arrival in such a forward situation of the British and French forces assigned so hurriedly for its relief, the impulsion of the Allied armies towards the sea, already less than was required, must have been sensibly weakened. The great collision and battle with the German right would have taken place all the same. Perhaps the same result would have been achieved. But where? Where would the line have been drawn when the armies settled down into trenches from which they were not appreciably displaced for more than 4 years? At the very best, the water defenses, Gravelines, Saint-Omer, Aire, would have been secured. Dunkirk and its fine harbor would have become another nest of submarines to prey on our communications in the Channel, and Calais would have been exposed to a constant bombardment. The complications of these evils, the least that could be expected, must have reacted formidably upon the whole subsequent fortunes of the Allied armies in France. If this be true, and history must pronounce, the men who were responsible for the succor of Antwerp will have no reason to be ashamed of their effort. Hazard and uncertainty pervade all operations of war. It is idle to pretend that Lord Kitchener or anyone else foresaw all the consequences that flowed from the decisions of October 4th. The event was very different from both hopes and expectations. But rarely in the Great War were more important results achieved by forces so limited and for losses so small as those which rewarded this almost forlorn enterprise. Nor is there in modern times a more remarkable example of the flexibility, the celerity, and the baffling nature of that amphibious power which Britain alone wields, but which she has so often neglected. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 17, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. The Grand Fleet and the Submarine Alarm, October and November, 1914. Silence is the secret of war. Prior. The Grand Fleet and the Submarine Alarm. The Harbor Peril. Anti-submarine defenses. Unwarranted reproaches. Correspondence with Sir John Jellicoe. Telegrams. Sir David Beattie's letter of October 17. Exertions of the Admiralty. Decisions of November 2nd. The loss of the Audacious. Suppression of the news. The hard days of October and November, 1914. Public and political unrest. What is the Navy doing? Retirement of Prince Louis of Battenberg. The return of Lord Fisher. Fisher and Wilson. Rear Admiral Oliver becomes Chief of the Staff. The new Admiralty War Group. The Perpetual Clock. The Port and Starboard Lights. All the anxieties recorded in the last chapter faded before our preoccupations about the fleet. Indeed, the alarums and excursions on the Belgian coast were at times almost a relief compared to the stress of our prime responsibilities. Everything depended upon the fleet, and during these same months of October and November, the fleet was disquieted about the very foundations of its being. There lay the mighty ships. Every man, from stoker to admiral, was ready to die at his duty at any moment. No personal or individual fear found foothold. Still, at the summit from which we watched, one could feel a new and heart-shaking sensation. The Grand Fleet was uneasy. She could not find a resting place except at sea. Conceive it, the ne plus ultra, the one ultimate sanction of our existence, the supreme engine which no one had dared to brave, whose authority encircled the globe, no longer sure of itself. The idea had got round. The German submarines were coming after them into the harbors. On the south coast, no one would have minded. You could go inside the Portland breakwater and literally shut the door. On the east coast, no such absolutely sealed harbor existed. But Scapa was believed to be protected by its currents from submarine attack. Destroyers no doubt could attack it. If they cared to run the very serious risk of the long daylight passage, to and fro, across the North Sea. But no one, we had believed, could take a submarine, submerged, through the intricate and swirling channels. Now, all of a sudden, the Grand Fleet began to see submarines in Scapa Flow. 2 or 3 times the alarm was raised. The climax came on October 17th. Guns were fired, destroyers thrashed the waters, and the whole gigantic armada put to sea in haste and dudgeon. Of course, there never was a German submarine in Scapa. None during the whole war achieved the terrors of the passage. One was destroyed in the outer approaches towards the end of November in circumstances which remained a mystery to the enemy. At the very end of the war in November 1918, after the mutiny of the German fleet, a German submarine manned entirely by officers seeking to save their honor perished in a final desperate effort. Thus, none ever penetrated the lair of the Grand Fleet. But nevertheless, The mere apprehension of submarines attacking the sleeping ships on which all else reposed was sufficient in the winter of 1914 to destroy that sense of security which every fleet demands when its own war harbors. Up till the end of September 1914, no one seriously contemplated hostile submarines in time of war entering the war harbors of either side and attacking the ships at anchor. To achieve this, the submarine would have to face all the immense difficulties of making its way up an estuary or inlet amid shoal water and intricate navigation, submerged all the time, and with only an occasional glimpse through the periscope. Secondly, while doing this, to avoid all the patrolling craft, which for many miles kept watch and ward on the approaches. Thirdly, to brave the unknown and unknowable terrors of mines and obstructions of all sorts, with which it must be assumed the channels would become increasingly infested. It was thought that these deterrents would prove effectual. Looking back on the events in the light of after knowledge, we can see now that this assumption was correct. There is no recorded instance of a German submarine having penetrated into any British war harbor. The British submarine service was certainly not inferior in enterprise to the Germans, and from the very first hours of the war, our boats were in the Heligoland Bight, but no British submarine officer attempted actually to penetrate a German war harbor or run actually into the mouths of the Elbe, the Jade, the Weser, or the Ems. The nearest approaches to such an enterprise were the numerous passages of the Dardanelles made by the British submarines, beginning at the end of December with the heroic exploits of Commander Holbrook. For these feats, the submarines were able to start only a few miles from the mouth of the Dardanelles and, diving along a very deep channel over 2 miles wide, succeeded again and again in entering the Sea of Marmora. This was not comparable to penetrating a British war harbor or river mouth, and it did not occur until experience of the war capabilities of submarines had much increased. During August and September, the Admiralty made most strenuous efforts to increase the protection of our bases in Scotland and upon the east coast by mounting guns, by posting guard ships, by placing obstructions, by preparing booms, by laying torpedo nets. But the danger against which these defenses were designed in those months was primarily not the submarine, but a regular attack by enemy destroyers on the fleet or squadrons at anchor, or, secondly, a raid by cruisers upon bases in the temporary absence of the fleet. It was not until the middle or end of September that increasing knowledge and evidences of the power of the largest submarines under war conditions fostered the idea that the German submarines might actually enter our northern war harbors at the Forth, at Cromarty, and at Scapa Flow. Once this idea took root, it became a grave preoccupation. Precautions taken against a rush of torpedo boats were clearly insufficient to stop a vessel which might dive under booms and past protecting guns. Reproach has been leveled at the Admiralty for not having accurately measured this danger before the war and taken proper precautions against it. It would have been very difficult, even had the danger been foreseen, to find out under peace conditions what actually would or would not stop a submarine. No one in peacetime could have ordered a submarine crew to run such awful risks. It would have been a matter of enormous expense to create a vast system of booms with deep nets and other obstructions for the defense of all our northern harbors. I should have had the very greatest difficulty in coming to the Cabinet and Parliament with such a demand during 1913 and 1914. Not only was every penny of naval expenditure challenged, but this particular expenditure would have been clearly of a most alarmist character, would have been taken to indicate the imminence of war, and would have been stigmatized as a provocation to the only power to whom it could have relation. Still, if the Sea Lords and the naval staff had recommended solidly and as a matter of prime importance the provision of these great obstructive works in the Humber, at the Forth, at Cromarty, and at Scapa, it would have been my duty to go forward. But no such recommendation was made to me or pressed upon me by the naval experts in the years preceding the war, no doubt for the reasons which I have described, namely that they did not think the danger had yet assumed a sufficiently practical form to justify such extraordinary measures. It certainly does not lie with anyone who was a member of the then Board of Admiralty to level such reproaches. Sir John Jellicoe's book, although no doubt not intended for such a purpose, has been made a foundation for several reflections upon our pre-war arrangements in this respect. He recounts the dangers to which his fleet was subjected, but had he, either as controller or second sea lord, foreseen these dangers, he would of course have warned his colleagues and his chief. It is clear, therefore, that if the Admiralty is to be criticized in this respect, it would be unfair to cite him as an authority. Moreover, this submarine danger was one which did not in fact materialize at the outbreak of war. 6 months later the position was different. The enterprise and the skill of submarine commanders had greatly grown, and all sorts of possibilities never previously envisaged came successively into view. But by that time the submarines had to face a very different set of obstructions. By the time they were convinced of the possibility had disappeared. It seemed real enough, however, in the month of October, 1914. The booms and obstructions, which were everywhere being improvised, were not complete or only partially in position, while the danger had begun to take full shape in the minds both of the fleet and of the Admiralty. There was nothing to be done but to await the completion of the booms and obstructions, and meanwhile keep the fleet as far as possible out of harm's way. It really only felt safe when it was at sea. There, steaming in the broad waters, the Grand Fleet was herself again. But this involved a great strain on officers, men, and machinery, and a large consumption of fuel. On September 30th, Sir John Jellicoe wrote to me on the general fleet position. He pointed out that Germany had got a lead over us in overseas submarines, that we always expected that the preliminary stages of a modern naval war would be a battle of the small craft, and that the question of keeping heavy ships out of the North Sea altogether, until the small craft menace had been reduced, had been frequently discussed. He thought it suicidal to forego our advantageous position in big ships by risking them in waters infested by submarines. He was of opinion that the submarine had a very limited sphere of action, could not hurt our oversea commerce, at that time this was true, nor could they help their own ships to get in. He proposed, therefore, to use the battle fleet, far to the north, spread to intercept trade. We had not nearly sufficient cruisers to form the double line that was really necessary to stop all ships during the short days and long nights. It was perfectly easy, he said, to run through the line at night, as its approximate positions soon got known and could not be much varied. But with the battle fleet helping in waters free from the submarine danger, one could make much more certain. This, however, entailed giving up the idea of southerly battle fleet movements. He suggested that the French submarines, as well as our own, should be employed on the probable paths of the German submarines. He emphasized the importance of fitting a number of our trawlers with wireless installations. He desired me to show this letter to the First Sea Lord, and to know whether we were in agreement with his views. whether steps would be taken to establish a trawler patrol, and whether the idea of utilizing the Grand Fleet effectively to shut up the northern entrance to the North Sea was approved. He concluded by urging the hastening of the submarine defenses for Scapa. In reply, I wrote, on the day of my return from Antwerp, October 8th, 1914. I am in full agreement with your letter. No change in principle is required in the naval policy to which we have steadily adhered since 1911. The main point is to secure the safety of the British fleet during the long and indefinite period of waiting for a general action. The phase in which raids up to 10,000 or 20,000 men were dangerous or would have had an object has passed. A very considerable, though no doubt incomplete, watch over the Heligoland debouches is being maintained by our oversea submarines. It is not necessary, as maneuver experience had suggested, to traverse the waters of the North Sea with the battle fleet with any degree of frequency. Such movements should only be undertaken for some definite, grave, and primary purpose. Occasional sweeps by cruisers in different directions, and avoiding anything like routine patrolling, are all that is necessary in present circumstances. In order to secure the greatest amount of rest and security for the fleet, and the maintenance of the highest efficiency, both of the steaming and fighting of its ships, you are justified in using occasional anchorages even more remote than Scapa and Loch Ewe. But on this you should make proposals officially. You need not fear that by these withdrawals you will miss a chance of bringing the German battle fleet to action. If that ever comes out, it will be with some definite tactical object. For instance, to cover the landing of an invading force, to break the line of blockade to the northward in order to let loose battle cruisers onto the trade routes, or simply for the purpose of obtaining a naval decision by fighting a battle. In the first two of these cases, you would have the time to come round and meet or intercept them before their operation was completed. In the third instance, their wishes would be the same as yours. The Committee of Imperial Defense have again considered the question of invasion in the light of the experience of the first 2 months of the war. The War Office have pointed out that although no troops can be spared by Germany in the present active state of the land war on all frontiers, it is possible that in the winter a deadlock may arise in both the eastern and western theaters, when the Germans might find it possible or useful to create a diversion by attempting to throw a regular invading army across the North Sea. In the Admiralty opinion, the difficulties of such a task have been in no wise diminished by anything we have learnt since the war began. We think it is useless to discuss such matters in general terms, and we are sure that a detailed study of a concrete plan of landing, say 150,000 men, will prove fatal to such ideas. In this connection, it must be remembered that the war has shown the absolute reliance of the Germans upon their artillery, without which they would cease to be formidable. The landing of great quantities of artillery and the maintenance of an ammunition supply are operations which, even if every other part of the enemy's plan had succeeded, could not be maintained without giving ample time for the intervention of your fleet in decisive force. Further, if the Germans could spare 150,000 of their best troops for the invasion of England during a deadlock, a similar number would be released from our side, and it is obvious that even pushing this argument to its most extreme conclusion, we could transport our men back across the Channel with the command of the sea much more swiftly and surely than the Germans could bring theirs across the much wider distances of the North Sea in the face of a greatly superior naval force. All that would have resulted from the success of this most perilous operation on the part of Germany would be to transfer the fighting of a certain number of army corps from the continent to the British Islands, under circumstances unfavorable in the extreme to the Germans, and favorable in every way to our troops, with the certainty that the Germans could not be reinforced, while we could be reinforced to almost any extent, and that unless the Germans were immediately successful before their ammunition was expended, the whole force to the last man must be killed or made prisoners of war. I therefore see no reason why this contingency, any more than that of raids, should force the battle fleet to keep a station of danger during the winter months. The power of the superior fleet is exerted with equal effect over the longer distances, and in fact pervades all the waters of the world. With regard to anchorages, you have only to make your proposals, and we will do our best to equip with anti-submarine nets, lights, and guns the places which you may wish to use. It is of importance that these should be varied, absolute safety lying much more in the uncertainty attending the movements of the Grand Fleet than in any passive or fixed defense of any particular place. We must not be led into frittering away resources by keeping half a dozen anchorages in a state of semi-defense, and so far as possible we must organize a movable defense of guardships, trawlers, patrolling yachts, minesweepers, destroyers with towing charges, and seaplanes, which can move while the fleet is at sea and prepare the new resting place for its reception. The employment of a portion or occasionally of the whole of the battle fleet to supplement the northern blockade from time to time is a matter on which you must be the judge. A large part of your time must necessarily be spent cruising at sea, and this being so, the cruising should be made as useful as possible. Here again, anything in the nature of routine or regular stations would be dangerous, and would after a while draw upon you, even in remote northern waters, the danger of submarine attack. The enemy, in my judgment, pursues a wise policy in declining battle. By remaining in harbor, he secures for Germany the command of the Baltic, with all that that implies, both in threatening the Russian flank and protecting the German coast, and in drawing supplies from Sweden and Norway. This is an immense advantage to the Germans, and is the best use to which in present circumstances they can turn their fleet. It is to secure the eventual command of the Baltic that British naval operations must tend. I have already pointed out, in the papers which I showed you, the three alternative conditions: the defeat of the German fleet, the breaking of the Kiel Canal, or the effective blocking in of the Heligoland Bight, under which this would be possible, and I hope that proceeding on the assumption that one of these conditions exist, you will make a study of the actual method by which the entrance to the Baltic could be effected when the time arrives. These general conclusions governed our policy during the next few months. But as October wore on, our anxieties were steadily aggravated. The tension grew. Telegrams and letters tell their own tale. October 15th. First Lord to Sir John Jellicoe. Personal. You are invited to give your opinion secretly on every aspect of the naval situation at home and abroad, and we welcome warmly any scheme you may put forward. Your proposals about mining are being attentively considered. The general aspect of the war is grim. The Russian pressure is not what we expected, and another avalanche of German reinforcements is approaching the Western Theater. On October 17th, Sir John Jellicoe telegraphed that a German submarine had been reported entering Scapa at 5 p.m. the previous day. Although he thought the report false, he took the whole fleet to sea forthwith. He appealed urgently for submarine obstructions as he had no safe base at present, and the only way to coal ships is to shift the coaling anchorages constantly, which seriously dislocates the organization of supply. On the 18th, he stated that Scapa Flow could not be used till the submarine defense was placed. On the 19th, he asked the Admiralty whether he should risk the submarine menace at Scapa Flow or move the fleet to remote bases on the west coast of Scotland or Ireland, more than 300 miles from the Pentland Firth. He added, "It cannot be stated with absolute certainty that submarines were inside Scapa Flow, although Captain D, 4th Destroyer Flotilla, is positive HMS Swift was fired at inside. I am of opinion that it is not difficult to get inside at slack water." Another very serious warning reached me almost simultaneously. Sir David Beatty to First Lord. HMS Lion, October 17, 1914. Private. I take the opportunity of an officer going to London in charge of signal books to write you of what goes on. I have written you before, or rather to Hood for you. I think it is right that you should know how things generally affect the fleet. I trust that you will take this as it is written, in fact I know you will, as being written with only one idea of service to the country. I write as I do because I know that the plain truth at times such as these is the only thing worth hearing, and because you are the one and only man who can save the situation. Even at such times, official documents, requisitions, and demands are of little value. They are met at once, I admit, but without understanding the time value of all that lies behind them. At present, we feel that we are working up for a catastrophe of a very large character. The feeling is gradually possessing the fleet that all is not right somewhere. The menace of mines and submarines is proving larger every day, and adequate means to meet or combat them are not forthcoming, and we are gradually being pushed out of the North Sea and off our own particular perch. How does this arise? By the very apparent fact that we have no base where we can, with any degree of safety, lie for coaling, replenishing, and refitting and repairing, after 2.5 months of war. This spells trouble. It is a perfectly simple and easy matter to equip Scapa Flow, Cromarty, and Rosyth so that vessels can lie there undisturbed to do all they want, and for as long as they want, provided material and men are forthcoming. The one place that has put up any kind of defense against the submarine is Cromarty, and that is because at Cromarty there happens to be a man who grapples with things as they are, that is to say, Commander Munro, and because they have trained artillerymen to man their guns. That was one of the best days' work you ever did when you insisted on taking the defenses there in hand. At Rosyth, it appeared to me in September when there, that to deny access to submarines and destroyers was a fairly simple task. It was an awkward place to get into, but when once in, it ought to be, and could be, very easily made a safe asylum for vessels in need of rest, repair, fuel, etc. At Scapa, something has been done towards blocking the many entrances, but that is all. I am sure that all the brain and intellect at the Admiralty could devise a scheme or method of defense which would make the anchorage practically safe, and which could be done in a fortnight. No seaman can dispute that these 3 bases could have been made absolutely safe from submarine attack during the 2.5 months that the war has been in progress. As it is, we have been lulled into a sense of false security because we have not been attacked before. But I can assure you that it has literally been recognized by all that it was only a question of time when we should have this sense rudely shattered. The situation as it is, we have no place to lay our heads. We are at Loch na Keal, Isle of Mull. My picket boats are at the entrance, the nets are out, and the men are at the guns, waiting for coal which has run low, but ready to move at a moment's notice. Other squadrons are in the same plight. We have been running now hard since 28th of July. Small defects are creeping up which we haven't time to take in hand. 48 hours is our spell in harbor with steam ready to move at 4 hours' notice, coaling on an average 1,400 tons a time. Night defense stations. The men can stand it, but the machine can't, and we must have a place where we can stop for from 4 or 5 days every now and then to give the engineers a chance. Such a place does not exist. So the question arises, how long can we go on? For I fear very much, not for long, as the need for small repairs is becoming insistent. The remedy is to fix upon a base and make it impervious to submarine attack. As I have pointed out, I am firmly convinced this can be done. You might be told that this idea of making the entrances secure is chimerical. This is not so, and I will guarantee that if the fleet was instructed to defend the entrances to the ports named, and was provided with the material, they could and would devise not one, but several methods which would satisfy most requirements, and which would keep out submarines. If the fleet cannot spare the time and labor, turn it over to Commander Monroe, and give him a free hand and what labor he requires, and he will do it in a fortnight. I think you know me well enough to know that I do not shout without cause. The fleet's tail is still well over the back. We hate running away from our base, and the effect is appreciable. We are not enjoying ourselves. But the morale is high and confidence higher. I would not write thus if I did not know that you, with your quick grasp of detail and imagination, would make something out of it. Meanwhile, however, the Admiralty, particularly the First and Fourth Sea Lords, had been laboring since the end of September to devise and make the necessary protective structures. By dint of extraordinary exertions, the first installment of these was already approaching completion, and on October 20th, Prince Louis was in a position to telegraph to the Commander-in-Chief. The defenses for Scapa will leave dockyards on 24th October. In the meantime, Admiralty approved battle squadrons remaining on the west coast, and if you prefer, they can proceed as far as Berehaven. In order to prevent being dogged by submarines, a false course should be steered until a sufficient offing is made. Battle cruisers and cruisers will have to remain north to cover exits from North Sea. Cromarty appears to be a safe base for some of them. October 23rd, 2 a.m. Admiralty to Sir John Jellicoe. From First Lord. Private and personal. Every effort will be made to secure you rest and safety in Scapa and adjacent anchorages. Net defense hastened utmost, will be strengthened by successive lines earliest. If you desire, Cabinet will, I think, agree declare area 30 miles east, Kinnaird Head, to 30 miles north, Shetlands, and down to 30 miles south of Hebrides, prohibited to all ships not specially licensed by Admiralty or you. All vessels, whatever flag, should be dealt with in this area as you desire. I wish to make absolute sanctuary for you there. I also propose proclaiming all Scotland, north of Caledonian Canal, including all islands and Inverness, prohibited area. You can do what you think necessary for safety of fleet. Use your powers under Defense of Realm Act and ask for anything you want in men, money, or material. You must have a safe resting place. Tell me how I can help you. Sir John Jellicoe replied with suggestions for closing certain areas and for the placing of obstructions and contact mines. October 24, 1914. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Third Sea Lord, Fourth Sea Lord, Naval Secretary. Every nerve must be strained to reconcile the fleet to Scapa. Successive lines of submarine defenses should be prepared, reinforced by electric contact mines as proposed by the Commander-in-Chief. Nothing should stand in the way of the equipment of this anchorage with every possible means of security. The First Lord and the First Sea Lord will receive a report of progress every third day until the work is completed and the Commander-in-Chief satisfied. WSC. End of Chapter 17, Part 1. Chapter 17, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. The Grand Fleet and the Submarine Alarm, October and November 1914. On receipt of Sir John Jellicoe's memorandum, I convened all the authorities and after prolonged discussion issued the following directions, which, since they show the variety of problems affecting the Grand Fleet at this juncture, may be printed in extenso for those interested in details. Decisions of November 2nd, 1914. Secretary and all concerned. 1. The Fourth Sea Lord will give directions for 48 trawlers armed with guns and 3 yachts fitted with guns and wireless to be collected from the various trawler patrols and placed at the disposal of the Commander-in-Chief, Grand Fleet. These trawlers, etc., are to be at Scapa Flow, reporting to Admiral Colville there, by the 5th of November. 2. Third Sea Lord will report what rafts and barges there are which could be fitted with torpedo nets to afford protection to ships from submarine attack, and when they can be ready. 3. Chief of the Staff will direct the Admiral of Patrols to provide 12 additional destroyers from the patrol flotillas to repair at once to Scapa Flow and join the flag of the Commander-in-Chief. 4. 12 armed merchant cruisers of small size have been ordered to strengthen the Northern Patrol. It is necessary that these should join the Grand Fleet within a week, and any circumstances likely to cause delay must be immediately brought to notice of First Sea Lord. 5. The Naval Secretary and the Secretary have informed the Commander-in-Chief of his powers under the Defense of the Realm Act when the area to the north of the Caledonian Canal, including all islands and the town of Inverness, has been proclaimed a prohibited area within the meaning of the Act. The Secretary will draft a letter forthwith to the War Office, asking for the proclamation as from the 3rd November of the whole of this area. 6. The warning as to the closing of the North Sea, issued tonight by the Admiralty, is to be studied by departments concerned. The additional civil lord should deal with questions arising out of it, affecting trade and fishery interests in this country. Captain Webb should consider its working from the point of view of commerce. He will also consider what additional measures must be taken to increase the examination service on account of the increased traffic in the channel, which will result from the warning, consulting Chief of the Staff as may be necessary for military security. The additional civil lord should also deal with the subject from the point of view of existing arrangements as to contraband. 7. The War Office should be asked immediately to develop for the Navy a system of lookouts on commanding points around the coast in the prohibited area in the north of Scotland and on the islands, connected as far as possible by telephone, in order that the movements of suspicious vessels, and also intelligence collected from the land, may be constantly reported. Admiral, Coast Guards, and Reserves will cooperate. 8. The censorship of postal and telegraph offices in the prohibited area, and the exclusion of all alien-born postal servants, and the services of a sufficient detective force at points used by the fleet, must be undertaken forthwith. Secretary will propose the necessary measures in consultation with the War and Home Offices. 10. Fourth Sea Lord and Naval Secretary will take the necessary steps to provide, with the minimum delay, heavy booms for Scapa and Loch Ewe, as asked for by the Commander-in-Chief. 11. The Assistant Director of Torpedoes will arrange to send lines of electric contact mines during the next 10 days to Scapa Flow, to be disposed of under the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, Grand Fleet. 12. A biweekly report is to be made to the First Lord and First Sea Lord of the actual progress to date of all works now under construction for the protection of harbors against submarine and torpedo attack, and all unexpected circumstances which tend to delay the work are to be reported as they occur. 13. The Chief of the Staff will report on the general question of adding to the number of mines in our minefield. 14. A second light cruiser squadron for the patrol of the North Sea is approved. It will be formed by dividing the existing light cruiser squadron and adding Sapphire and Blanche from the 3rd Battle Squadron. The Chief of the Staff to make detailed proposals. Naval Secretary to propose a Commodore. 15. 8 light draft, seaworthy vessels for fleet sweepers have been taken up and should be completed with all speed. 16. The Director of the Air Division should, in consultation with the Commander-in-Chief, establish an additional temporary seaplane station at some convenient point on the Scottish coast facing the Hebrides for the better patrol and reconnaissance of that area. 17. A general order should be issued to the fleet that no cruiser or larger vessel is to stop for the purpose of boarding or challenging any merchant ship. This work is to be invariably performed by auxiliary merchant cruisers, torpedo craft, and trawlers. Cruisers and larger vessels, wishing to turn back merchant ships, should fire a shot across their bows and make signals. 18. The Chief of the Staff should draft the necessary order to the patrolling lines of cruisers to turn back merchant ships from the 5th November onwards from the danger area. The orders should be submitted before being sent. 19. The reconstitution of the battle cruisers into 2 squadrons. 1. Tiger, Princess Royal, Lion. 2. New Zealand, Inflexible, Invincible, is authorized. 22. Sir John Jellicoe's proposal in regard to the entry of defended ports and the unsuitability of the proposed arrangements are to be reported on by the War Staff and submitted to the Board for adoption. 24. Third Sea Lord and Fourth Sea Lord should report whether it is possible to postpone the lining of destroyers during the next 2 months, as Commander-in-Chief states that they cannot be spared from duty. 25. The Assistant Director of Torpedoes will report upon the need of establishing WT stations at St. Kilda and the other places in question. Only small installations are required. 26. The docking of ships at home ports and partial refit, one at a time, may be permitted, beginning from the end of this month. 27. A report should be furnished on the state of the 3rd Battle Squadron repair ship. 28. Steps are to be taken to increase the pumping power of the Orion class and later types by adding a bilge suction to the main circulating pumps. A report should be furnished by 3rd Sea Lord as to what this involves in time and money. WSC. The Commander-in-Chief, in accordance with the Admiralty authorization, withdrew at the end of October to the north coast of Ireland for a few days' rest and gunnery practice. By extraordinary ill luck, the arrival of the fleet off Lough Swilly coincided with the visit of a German mine-layer to those waters. The mine-layer had no idea of catching the fleet or that British warships would be in those waters. Her objective was the Liverpool trade route, but the shot aimed at a crow brought down an eagle. On October 27th, Prince Louis hurried into my room with the grave news that the Audacious had been struck by mine or torpedo north of Lough Swilly, and that it was feared she was sinking. In the afternoon, the Commander-in-Chief telegraphed urging that every endeavor should be made to keep the event from being published, and that night, in reporting that the Audacious had sunk, he repeated his hope that the loss could be kept secret. I saw great difficulties in this, but promised to bring the matter before the Cabinet. Meanwhile, I telegraphed to the Commander-in-Chief, October 28th, 12:30 a.m. I am sure you will not be at all discouraged by Audacious episode. We have been very fortunate to come through 3 months of war without the loss of a capital ship. I expected 3 or 4 by this time, and it is due to your unfailing vigilance and skill that all has gone so well. The Army, too, has held its own along the whole line, though with at least 14,000 killed and wounded. Quite soon, the harbors will be made comfortable for you. Mind you ask for all you want. Measured by military standards, the Audacious was the first serious loss we had sustained. She was one of those vital units in which we never were at that time more than 6 or 7 to the good, and upon which all strategic calculations were based both by friend and foe. When I brought the question of keeping her loss secret before the Cabinet, there was a considerable division of opinion. It was urged that public confidence would be destroyed if it were thought that we were concealing losses, that it was bound to leak out almost immediately, and that the Germans probably knew already. To this I replied that there was no reason why the Germans should not be left to collect their own information for themselves, that the moment they knew the Audacious was sunk, they would proclaim it, and that then we could quite easily explain to the public why it was we had preserved secrecy. I cited the effective concealment by Japan of the loss of the battleship Yashima off Port Arthur in 1904. If Sir John French had lost an army corps, every effort would be made to conceal it from the enemy. Why then should the Navy be denied a similar freedom? Lord Kitchener strongly supported me, and our views were eventually accepted by the Cabinet. The press were asked by the Admiralty to abstain from making any reference to the event. Some newspapers complied with an ill grace. It was represented that hundreds of people knew already, including all the passengers of the liner Olympic, which had passed the sinking vessel, that German spies in England would certainly convey the news to Germany in a few days, and that, anyhow, long accounts of the sinking with actual photographs would be dispatched by the next mail to the United States, whence the news would be immediately telegraphed to Germany. We, however, remained obdurate, watching the German press very carefully for the slightest indication that they knew. Meanwhile, it was thought clever by certain newspapers to write articles and paragraphs in which the word audacious was frequently introduced, while I was much blamed. I found it necessary to issue a secret appeal, which, aided by the loyal efforts of the Newspaper Press Committee, certainly had some effect. In the upshot, it took more than 5 weeks before the German Admiralty learned that the Audacious had been sunk, and even then they were by no means convinced that they were not the victims of rumor. Says Admiral Scheer, "The English succeeded in keeping secret for a considerable time the loss of this great battleship, a loss which was a substantial success for our efforts at equalization. The behavior of the English was inspired at all points by consideration for what would serve their military purpose. In the case of the Audacious, we can but approve the English attitude of not revealing a weakness to the enemy, because accurate information about the other side's strength has a decisive effect on the decisions taken. I do not remember any period when the weight of the war seemed to press more heavily on me than these months of October and November, 1914. In August, one was expecting the great sea battle and the first great battles on land. But our course was obvious, and when taken, we had only to wait for decisions. All September was dominated by the victory of the Marne. But in October and November, the beast was at us again. The sense of grappling with and being overpowered by a monster of appalling and apparently inexhaustible strength on land, and a whole array of constant, gnawing anxieties about the safety of the fleet from submarine attack at sea and in its harbors, oppressed my mind. Not an hour passed without the possibility of some disaster or other in some part of the world. Not a day without the necessity of running risks. My own position was already to some extent impaired. The loss of the 3 cruisers had been freely attributed to my personal interference. I was accused of having overridden the advice of the Sea Lords and of having wantonly sent the squadron to its doom. Antwerp became a cause of fierce reproach. One might almost have thought I had brought about the fall of the city by my meddling. The employment of such untrained men as the naval brigades was generally censured. The internment in Holland of 3 of their battalions was spoken of as a great disaster entirely due to my inexcusable folly. One unhappy phrase, true enough in thought, about digging rats out of holes, which had slipped from my tongue in a weary speech at Liverpool, was fastened upon and pilloried. These were the only subjects with which my name was connected in the newspapers. My work at the Admiralty, such as it was hidden from the public. No parliamentary attack gave me an opportunity of defending myself. In spite of being accustomed to years of abuse, I could not but feel the adverse and hostile currents that flowed about me. One began to perceive that they might easily lead to a practical result. Luckily, there was not much time for such reflections. The Admiralty had entered upon the war with commanding claims on public confidence. The coincidence of the test mobilization with the European crisis was generally attributed to profound design. The falsification, one after another, of the gloomy predictions that we should be taken unawares, that the German commerce destroyers would scour the seas, and that our own shipping, trade, and food would be endangered, was recognized with widespread relief. The safe transportation of the army to France and the successful action in the Heligoland Bight were acclaimed as fine achievements. But with the first few incidents of misfortune, a different note prevailed in circles which were vocal. The loss of the 3 cruisers marked a turning point in the attitude of those who, in the evil times of war, are able to monopolize the expression of public opinion. As the expectation of an imminent great sea battle faded, the complaint began to be heard, "What is the Navy doing?" It was perhaps inevitable that there should be a sense of disappointment as week succeeded week, and the tremendous engine of British naval power seemed to be neither seen nor heard. There was a general opinion that we should have begun by attacking and destroying the German fleet. Vain to point to the ceaseless stream of troops and supplies to France, or to the worldwide trade of Britain proceeding almost without hindrance. Impossible, in the hearing of the enemy, to explain the intricate movement of reinforcements or expeditions escorted across every ocean from every part of the empire, or to unfold the reasons which rendered it impossible to bring the German fleet to battle. There was our little army fighting for its life, and playing to British eyes almost as large a part as that of France. And meanwhile our great navy, the strongest in the world, lay apparently in an inertia diversified only by occasional mishap. Eaten bread is soon forgotten. Dangers which are warded off by effective precautions and foresight are never even remembered. Thus it happened that the Admiralty was inconsiderately judged in this opening phase. To me, who saw the perils against which we had prepared and over which we had triumphed, and who felt a sense of profound thankfulness for the past and absolute confidence for the future, these manifestations of discontent seemed due only to lack of understanding and to impatience pardonable in the general stress of the times. But they were none the less disquieting. Nor was it easy to deal with them. The questions could not be argued out in public or in Parliament. No formal indictment was ever preferred, nor could one have been fully answered without injury to national interests. We had to endure all this carping in silence. A certain proportion of losses at sea was inevitable month by month, and in each case it was easy to assert that someone had blundered. In most cases, indeed, this was true. With 1,000 ships upon the sea, and 1,000 hazards, real or potential, every day to menace them, accidents and mistakes were bound to happen. How many were made, for which no forfeit was claimed by fortune? There was never an hour when risks against which no provision could be made were not being run by scores of vessels, or when problems of novelty and difficulty were not being set to sea captains, scarcely any of whom had ever been tried in war. Was it wonderful that we fell occasionally into error, or even into loss? Another naval disaster, 500 men drowned. What are the Admiralty doing? While all the time the armies reeled about in the confusion of the mighty battles, and scores of thousands were sent, often needlessly or mistakenly, to their deaths, while all the time every British operation of war and trade on the seas proceeded without appreciable hindrance, This censorious mood produced a serious development in the case of Prince Louis. In the first flush of our successful mobilization and entry upon the war, no comment had been made upon his parentage. But now the gossip of the clubs and of the streets began to produce a stream of letters, signed and anonymous, protesting in every variety of method and often in violent terms against one of Teutonic birth filling the vital position of First Sea Lord. This was cruel, but it was not unnatural, and I saw with anxiety and distress the growth of very widespread misgiving. I gathered also from occasional remarks which he made that this atmosphere was becoming apparent to the First Sea Lord. He was thus coming to be placed in the invidious position of having to take great responsibilities and risks day by day without that support in public confidence to which he was absolutely entitled, and with the certainty that accidents would occur from time to time. I was therefore not surprised when, towards the end of October, Prince Louis asked to be relieved of his burden. The uncomplaining dignity with which he made this sacrifice and accepted self-effacement as a requital for the great and faithful service he had rendered to the British nation and to the Royal Navy was worthy of a sailor and a prince. The correspondence which passed between us has already been made public, but is here inserted for completeness. I had now to look for a successor, and my mind had already turned in one direction, and in one direction alone. Lord Fisher used to come occasionally to the Admiralty, and I watched him narrowly to judge his physical strength and mental alertness. There seemed no doubt about either. On one occasion, when inveighing against someone whom he thought obstructive, he became so convulsed with fury that it seemed that every nerve and blood vessel in his body would be ruptured. However, they stood the strain magnificently, and he left me with the impression of a terrific engine of mental and physical power burning and throbbing in that aged frame. I was never in the least afraid of working with him, and I thought I knew him so well, and had held an equal relationship and superior constitutional authority so long, that we could come through any difficulty together. I therefore sounded him in conversation without committing myself, and soon saw that he was fiercely eager to lay his grasp on power, and was strongly inspired with the sense of a message to deliver and a mission to perform. I therefore determined to act without delay. I sought the Prime Minister and submitted to him the arguments which led me to the conclusion that Fisher should return, and that I could work with no one else. I also spoke of Sir Arthur Wilson as his principal coadjutor. I was well aware that there would be strong, natural, and legitimate opposition in many quarters to Fisher's appointment, but having formed my own conviction, I was determined not to remain at the Admiralty unless I could do justice to it. So, in the end, for good or for ill, I had my way. October 30, First Lord to Sir John Jellicoe. Prince Louis has resigned on grounds of parentage, to my deep regret. The King has approved Lord Fisher as First Sea Lord. He will assume office tomorrow afternoon. I expect Sir Arthur Wilson will be associated with Admiralty for special duties. Loss of Audacious has nothing to do with these events. There will be no change in naval war policy as set out in your war orders. Please telegraph whether you think Grand Fleet could prudently take 4 or 5 days' rest in Portland Harbor. October 30. Sir John Jellicoe to First Lord. Secret and personal. I have made present base secure against submarine attack and think it better to remain here than to go to Portland. I propose to send out our squadrons one at a time next week to fire at rocks off coast of Ireland, as target practice is very necessary and towing targets is difficult in present weather and possibly unsafe. The decision to recall Lord Fisher to the Admiralty was very important. He was, as has been here contended, the most distinguished British naval officer since Nelson. The originality of his mind and the spontaneity of his nature freed him from conventionalities of all kinds. His genius was deep and true. Above all, he was in harmony with the vast size of events. Like them, he was built upon a titanic scale. But he was 74 years of age. As in a great castle which has long contended with time, the mighty central mass of the donjon towered up intact and seemingly everlasting. But the outworks and the battlements had fallen away, and its imperious ruler dwelt only in the special apartments and corridors with which he had a lifelong familiarity. Had he and his comrade, Sir Arthur Wilson, been born 10 years later, the British naval direction at the outbreak of the Great War would have reached its highest state of perfection, both at the Admiralty and afloat. The new figures which the struggle was producing, Beatty, Keyes, Tyrwhitt, had not yet attained the authority which would have made them acceptable to the Navy in the highest situations. Fisher and Wilson had outlived their contemporaries and towered above the naval generation which had followed them. It was to these two great old men and weather-beaten sea dogs, who for more than half a century had braved the battle and the breeze, and were captains afloat when I was in my cradle, that the professional conduct of the naval war was now to be confided. It was clear, however, to me, who knew both these admirals of the fleet quite well and had had many opportunities in the previous 3 years of hearing and reading their views, that the day-to-day organization of our staff machinery would have to be altered. This necessitated a change in the chief of the war staff. In Admiral Sturdy, the Navy had a sea officer of keen intelligence and great practical ability, a man who could handle and fight his ship or his squadron with the utmost skill and resolution. But he was not a man with whom Lord Fisher could have worked satisfactorily at the Supreme Executive Center. Happily, there was no difficulty in agreeing upon his successor. Since Antwerp, Admiral Oliver had been my naval secretary. During the year before the war, he had been Director of Naval Intelligence. In this capacity, I had had to rely continually upon him, as upon Captain Thomas Jackson before him, for all the facts and figures upon which the controversy about British and German naval strength depended. His accuracy in detail and power of continuous and tenacious mental toil were extraordinary. He combined with capacious knowledge and unusual precision of mind and clarity of statement. His credentials as a sea officer were unimpeachable. He had been navigating commander to Sir Arthur Wilson, and everyone in the Navy knew the story of how in the 1901 naval maneuvers these two had taken the Channel Fleet from off Rathlin's Island at the north of Ireland through the Irish Channel to the Scillies in thick mist without sighting land or lights, and without being inclined to make a single remark to each other. On the third day, the mist lifting suddenly revealed the Scilly Islands to the astonished fleet, which had already dropped anchor in the roads. I was very glad when Lord Fisher proposed to me that he should be made Chief of the Staff, and when he offered also to give me in exchange, for my private office, his own personal assistant, Commodore de Bartolome, Everything thus started fair. We reformed the war group, which met at least once each day, as follows: First Lord, First Sea Lord, Sir Arthur Wilson, Admiral Oliver, and Commodore de Bartolome, the last named representing the younger school of sea officers, together with the invaluable secretary, Sir Graham Greene. Sir Henry Jackson was also frequently summoned, but not so continuously as to impose an accountable responsibility upon him. Lord Fisher's age and the great strain to which he was now to be subjected made it necessary for him to lead a very careful life. He usually retired to rest shortly after 8 o'clock, awaking refreshed between 4 and 5, or even earlier. In these morning hours he gave his greatest effort, transacting an immense quantity of business, writing innumerable letters, and forming his resolutions for the day. Indeed, his methods corresponded closely to the maxims of the poet Blake. Think in the morning, act in the noon, eat in the evening, sleep in the night. But I never heard him use this quotation. As the afternoon approached, the formidable energy of the morning gradually declined, and with the shades of night, the old admiral's giant strength was often visibly exhausted. Still, judged from the point of view of physical and mental vigor alone, it was a wonderful effort, and one which filled me, who watched him so closely, with admiration and, I will add, reassurance. I altered my routine somewhat to fit in with that of the First Sea Lord. I slept usually an hour later in the morning, being called at 8 instead of 7, and I slept again, if possible, for an hour after luncheon. This enabled me to work continuously till 1 or 2 in the morning without feeling in any way fatigue. We thus constituted an almost unsleeping watch throughout the day and night. In fact, as Fisher put it, very nearly a perpetual clock. Telegrams came in at the Admiralty at all hours of the day and night, and there was scarcely an hour when an immediate decision could not be given, if necessary, by one or the other of us, always awake. This arrangement was also convenient from the point of view of business. The First Lord completed everything with which he was concerned before going to bed, and 3 hours later the First Sea Lord addressed himself to the whole budget, and I, awaking at 8, received his dawn output. I had not previously seen the pulse of the Admiralty beat so strong and regular. We made the agreement between ourselves that neither of us should take any important action without consulting the other, unless previous accord had been reached. To this agreement we both scrupulously adhered. We had thus formed, for the first time, an overwhelmingly strong control and central authority over the whole course of the naval war, and were in a position to make our will prevail throughout the fleets and all branches of the naval administration, as well as to hold our own against all outside interference. I had for a long time been accustomed to write my minutes in red ink. Fisher habitually used a green pencil. To quote his words, it was the port and starboard lights. As long as the port and starboard lights shone together, all went well. We had established a combination which, while it remained unbroken, could not have been overthrown by intrigue at home or the foe on the sea. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Chapter 18, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. Coronel and the Falklands, October, November, and December 1914. Ill fared it then with Roderick Dhu, that on the field his targe he threw, whose brazen studs and tough bull hide had death so often dashed aside. For trained abroad his arms to wield, Fitz-James's blade was sword and shield. Scott, The Lady of the Lake, Canto 5, 15. The Mystery of Admiral von Spee. First threat to South American waters. His apparition at Samoa. His second disappearance. Renewed threat to South America. Rear Admiral Craddock ordered to concentrate. The relative forces. Importance of the battleship Canopus. The first combination against Admiral von Spee. Rear Admiral Craddock's disquieting telegram. His cruise up the Chilean coast without the Canopus. Certain news of the enemy's arrival. Admiralty measures. News of the action of Coronel. The meeting of the squadrons. The British attack the Germans. Destruction of the Good Hope and Monmouth. Escape of the Glasgow. Reflections upon the Admiralty examined. An explanation of Rear Admiral Craddock's action. The alternatives open to the German squadron. Second combination against Admiral von Spee. Battlecruisers Invincible and Inflexible ordered to South America. Arrangements with the Japanese Admiralty. Development of the second combination. British naval resources at their utmost strain. Königsberg blockaded and the Emden sunk. Relief in the Indian Ocean. Accelerated dispatch of the battlecruisers. What Admiral von Spee found at the Falklands. News of the battle and of victory. The action. Total destruction of the German squadron. End of the German cruiser warfare. End of the Great Strain. As has already been described, Admiral von Spee, the German commander-in-chief in the Far East, sailed from Tsingtao, Kiaochau, in the last week of June, with the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and on August 5th, immediately after the British declaration of war, these two powerful ships were reported as being near the Solomon Islands. They were subsequently reported at New Guinea on the 7th of August, and coaling at the Caroline Islands on the 9th. After this, they vanished into the immense Pacific with its innumerable islands, and no one could tell where they would reappear. As the days succeeded one another and grew into weeks, our concern on their account extended and multiplied. Taking the Caroline Islands as the center, we could draw daily widening circles, touching ever more numerous points where they might suddenly spring into action. These circles were varied according as the Germans were credited with proceeding at most economical speed, at three-quarter speed, or at full speed, and the speed at which they would be likely to steam depended upon the nature of the potential objective which in each case might attract them. We have seen how the mystery of their whereabouts affected the movements of the New Zealand and Australian convoys, and what very anxious decisions were forced upon us, We have seen how the uncertainty brooded over the little expedition from New Zealand to Samoa. How glad we were when it arrived safely and seized the island. How prompt we were, providentially prompt, to snatch every vessel away from the roadstead of Samoa the moment the troops and stores were landed. When at length more than 5 weeks had passed without any sign of their presence, we took a complete review of the whole situation. All probabilities now pointed to their going to the Magellan Straits or to the west coast of South America. The Australian convoy was now provided with superior escort. Not a British vessel could be found in the anchorage at Samoa. The old battleships were already on their way to guard the convoys in the Indian Ocean. There was nowhere where they could do so much harm as in the Straits of Magellan. Moreover, we thought we had indications of German coaling arrangements on the Chilean coast. There were rumors of a fueling base in the Magellan Straits, for which diligent search was being made. There was certainly German trade still moving along the western coast of South America. Accordingly, on the 14th September, the Admiralty sent the following telegram to Rear Admiral Craddock, who commanded on the South American station. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Craddock, HMS Good Hope. September 14th, 5:50 p.m. The Germans are resuming trade on west coast of South America, and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau may very probably arrive on that coast or in Magellan Straits. Concentrate a squadron strong enough to meet Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, making Falkland Islands your coaling base, and leaving sufficient force to deal with Dresden and Karlsruhe. Defense is joining you from Mediterranean, and Canopus is now en route to Abrolhos. You should keep at least one county class and Canopus with your flagship until defense joins. When you have superior force, you should at once search Magellan Straits with squadron, keeping in readiness to return and cover the River Platte, or, according to information, search as far as Valparaiso, northwards, destroy the German cruisers, and break up the German trade. You should search anchorage in neighborhood of Egg Harbor and Golfo Nuevo. 2 days later, all uncertainties, and with them our anxieties, vanished, and news was received that both Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had appeared off Samoa on the 14th September. There was nothing for them to hurt there. The empty roadstead mocked their power. The British flag flew on shore, and a New Zealand garrison far too strong for any landing party snarled at them from behind defenses. Thus informed of the fate of their colony, the German cruisers put to sea after firing a few shells at the government establishments. A week later, the 22nd, they were at Papeete, which they bombarded, destroying half the town and sinking the little French gunboat Zélie, which was in harbor. They left the same morning, steering on a northerly course. We did not hear of this till the 30th. Then once again silence descended on the vast recesses of the Pacific. We could now begin drawing our circles again from the beginning, and at any rate for several weeks we need not worry about these ships. Accordingly, the Admiralty telegraphed to Admiral Craddock on the 16th September, telling him the new situation and that he need not now concentrate his cruisers, but could proceed at once to attack German trade in the Straits of Magellan and on the Chilean coast. Nothing more happened for a fortnight. On October 4th, wireless signals from the Scharnhorst were heard by Suva Wireless Station and also at Wellington, New Zealand. From this it appeared that the two vessels were on the way between the Marquesas Islands and Easter Island, Evidently, the South American plan was in their mind. We passed our information to Admiral Craddock with the following telegram. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Craddock, October 5th. It appears from information received that Gneisenau and Scharnhorst are working across to South America. A Dresden may be scouting for them. You must be prepared to meet them in company. Canopus should accompany Glasgow, Monmouth, and Otranto, and should search and protect trade in combination. On the 8th, received 12th, Admiral Craddock replied as follows. Without alarming, respectfully suggest that, in event of the enemy's heavy cruisers and others concentrating west coast of South America, it is necessary to have a British force on each coast strong enough to bring them to action. For, otherwise, should the concentrated British force sent from southeast coast be evaded in the Pacific, which is not impossible, and, thereby, get behind the enemy, the latter could destroy Falkland, English Bank, and Abrolhos coaling bases in turn, with little to stop them, and with British ships unable to follow up owing to want of coal, enemy might possibly reach West Indies. And on the same day, received 11th, he reported evidences of the presence of the Dresden in South American waters. Following intelligence, R.E. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, has been received. Evidence found by Good Hope, revisiting Orange Bay on 7th October, that Dresden had been there 11th September, and there are indications that Scharnhorst and Gneisenau may be joined by Nuremberg, Dresden, and Leipzig. I intend to concentrate at Falkland Islands and avoid division of forces. I have ordered Canopus to proceed there, and Monmouth, Glasgow, and Otranto not to go further north than Valparaiso until German cruisers are located again. With reference to Admiralty Telegram number 74, does Defense join my command? This was an important telegram. It showed a strong probability that the enemy was concentrating with the intention to fight. In these circumstances, we must clearly concentrate too. I now looked at the staff telegram of 5th October and thought it was not sufficiently explicit on the vital point regarding concentration for battle. In order that there should be no mistake, I wrote across the back of Admiral Craddock's telegram, received on the 12th October, the following minute. First Sea Lord, in these circumstances, it would be best for the British ships to keep within supporting distance of one another, whether in the Straits or near the Falklands, and to postpone the cruise along the west coast until the present uncertainty about Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, is cleared up. They, and not the trade, are our quarry for the moment. Above all, we must not miss them. W.S.C. The First Sea Lord the same evening added the word, settled. On the 14th October, I discussed the whole situation which was developing with the First Sea Lord, and in accordance with my usual practice, I sent him a minute after the conversation of what I understood was decided between us. First Sea Lord, I understood from our conversation that the dispositions you proposed for the South Pacific and South Atlantic were as follows. 1. Craddock to concentrate at the Falklands, Canopus, Monmouth, Good Hope, and Otranto. 2. To send Glasgow round to look for Leipzig and attack and protect trade on the west coast of South America as far north as Valparaiso. 3. Defense to join Carnarvon in forming a new combat squadron on the great trade route from Rio. 4. Albion to join the flag of C&C, Cape, for the protection of the Lüderitz Bay expedition. These arrangements have my full approval. Will you direct the Chief of the Staff to have a statement prepared showing the dates by which these dispositions will be completed, and the earliest date at which Scharnhorst and Gneisenau could arrive in the respective spheres? I presume Admiral Craddock is fully aware of the possibility of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau arriving on or after the 17th instant in his neighborhood, and that if not strong enough to attack, he will do his utmost to shadow them, pending the arrival of reinforcements. The following telegram was sent to Admiral Craddock at the same time. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Craddock, October 14. Concur in your concentration of Canopus, Good Hope, Glasgow, Monmouth, Otranto, for combined operation. We have ordered Stoddart in Carnarvon to Montevideo as senior naval officer north of that place. Have ordered Defense to join Carnarvon. He will also have under his orders Cornwall, Bristol, Arama, and Macedonia. Essex is to remain in West Indies. On the 18th, Admiral Craddock telegraphed, I consider it possible that Karlsruhe has been driven west and is to join the other 5. I trust circumstances will enable me to force an action, but fear that strategically, owing to Canopus, the speed of my squadron cannot exceed 12 knots. Thus it is clear that up to this date the Admiral fully intended to keep concentrated on the Canopus, even though his squadron speed should be reduced to 12 knots. Officially, the Canopus could steam from 16 to 17 knots. Actually, in the operations, she steamed 15.5. Let us now examine the situation which was developing. The Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau were drawing near the south coast of America. On the way they might be met by the light cruisers Leipzig, Dresden, and Nuremberg. The squadron which might thus be formed would be entirely composed of fast, modern ships. The 2 large cruisers were powerful vessels. They carried each 8 8-inch guns arranged in pairs on the upper deck, 6 of which were capable of firing on either beam. Both ships, being on permanent foreign service, were fully manned with the highest class of German crews, and they had, in fact, only recently distinguished themselves as among the best shooting ships of the whole German Navy. Against these 2 vessels and their attendant light cruisers, Admiral Craddock had the Good Hope and the Monmouth. The Good Hope was a fine old ship from the 3rd Fleet with 9.2-inch gun at either end and a battery of 16 6-inch guns amidships. She had exceptionally good speed, 23 knots, for a vessel of her date. Her crew consisted mainly of reservists, and though she had good gun layers, she could not be expected to compare in gunnery efficiency with the best manned ships either in the British or German navies. The Monmouth was one of the numerous county class against which Fisher had so often inveighed. A large ship with good speed but light armor, and carrying nothing heavier than a battery of 14 6-inch guns, of which 9 could fire on the beam. These 2 British armored cruisers had little chance in an action against the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. No gallantry or devotion could make amends for the disparity in strength, to say nothing of gunnery. If brought to battle, only the greatest good fortune could save them from destruction. It was for this reason that the moment the Admiralty began to apprehend the possibility of the arrival of the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau on the South American station, we sent a capital ship to reinforce Admiral Craddock. Our first intention had been to send the Indomitable from the Dardanelles, and at one time she had already reached Gibraltar on her way to South America, when increasing tension with Turkey forced her to return to the Dardanelles. As we did not conceive ourselves able to spare a single battlecruiser from the Grand Fleet at that time, there was nothing for it but to send an old battleship, and by the end of September, the Canopus was already steaming from Abrolhos rocks through the South Atlantic. With the Canopus, Admiral Craddock's squadron was safe. The Scharnhorst and Gneisenau would never have ventured to come within decisive range of her 4 12-inch guns. To do so would have been to subject themselves to very serious damage without any prospect of success. The old battleship, with her heavy armor and artillery, was in fact a citadel around which all our cruisers in those waters could find absolute security. It was for this reason that the Admiralty had telegraphed on 14 September, "Keep at least Canopus and 1 county class with your flagship," and again on the 5th October, "Canopus should accompany Glasgow, Monmouth, and Otranto." It was for this reason that I was glad to read Admiral Craddock's telegram. "Have ordered Canopus to Falkland Islands, where I intend to concentrate and avoid division of forces," on which I minuted. In these circumstances it would be best for the British ships to keep within supporting distance of one another, whether in the Straits or near the Falklands. And it was for this same reason that the Admiralty telegraphed on the 14th October, "Concur in your concentration of Good Hope, Canopus, Monmouth, Glasgow, Otranto, for combined operation." It was quite true that the speed of the Canopus was in fact only 15½ knots, and that as long as our cruisers had to take her about with them, they could not hope to catch the Germans. All the Canopus could do was to prevent the Germans catching and killing them. But that would not be the end of the story. It would only be its beginning. When the Germans reached the South American coast after their long voyage across the Pacific, they would have to coal and take in supplies. They were bound to try to find some place where colliers could meet them, and where they could refit and revictual. The moment they were located, either by one of our light cruisers or reported from the shore, the uncertainty of their whereabouts was at an end. We could instantly concentrate upon them from many quarters. The Japanese battleship Hizen and cruiser Idzumo, with the British light cruiser Newcastle, were moving southward across the northern Pacific towards the coast of South America, a force also not capable of catching the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, but too strong to be attacked by them. On the east coast of South America was Rear Admiral Stoddart's squadron with the powerful modern armored cruiser Defense, with 2 more county-class cruisers, Carnarvon, 7½ inch guns, and Cornwall, the light cruiser Bristol, and the armed merchant cruisers Macedonia and Orama. All these ships could be moved by a single order into a common concentration against the German squadron the moment we knew where they were. And meanwhile, so long as he kept within supporting distance of the Canopus, Admiral Craddock could have cruised safely up the Chilean coast, keeping the Germans on the move and always falling back on his battleship if they attempted to attack him. The Good Hope and Monmouth, steaming together, were scarcely inferior in designed speed to the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and these last had been long at sea. Admiral Craddock could, therefore, have kept on observing the Germans, disturbing them, provoking them, and drawing them on to the Canopus. Moreover, in the Glasgow, he had a light cruiser which was much superior in speed to the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and superior both in strength and speed to any one of the German light cruisers concerned. I cannot, therefore, accept for the Admiralty any share in the responsibility for what followed. The first rule of war is to concentrate superior strength for decisive action and to avoid division of forces or engaging in detail. The Admiral showed by his telegrams that he clearly appreciated this. The Admiralty orders explicitly approved his assertion of these elementary principles. We were not, therefore, anxious about the safety of Admiral Craddock's squadron. A more important and critical situation would arise if, in cruising up the west coast of South America with his concentrated force, Admiral Craddock missed the Germans altogether, and if they passed to the southward of him through the Straits of Magellan or round the Horn, refueling there in some secret bay, and so came on to the great trade route from Rio. Here they would find Admiral Stoddart, whose squadron, when concentrated, though somewhat faster and stronger than the Germans, had not much to spare in either respect. It was for this reason that I had deprecated in my minute of the 12th October Admiral Craddock's movement up the west coast, and would have been glad to see him remaining near the Straits of Magellan, where he could either bar the path of the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau, or maneuver to join forces with Admiral Stoddart. However, I rested content with the decisions conveyed in the Admiralty telegram of the 14th October, and awaited events. Suddenly, on the 27th October, there arrived a telegram from Admiral Craddock which threw me into perplexity. Rear Admiral Craddock to Admiralty. Good Hope, 26th October, 7 p.m., at sea. Admiralty telegram received 7th October. With reference to orders to search for enemy and our great desire for early success, I consider that owing to slow speed of Canopus, it is impossible to find and destroy enemy squadron. Have therefore ordered Defense to join me after calling for orders at Montevideo. Shall employ Canopus on necessary work of convoying colliers. We were then in the throes of the change in the office of First Sea Lord, and I was gravely preoccupied with the circumstances and oppositions attending the appointment of Lord Fisher. But for this fact, I am sure I should have reacted much more violently against the ominous sentence, "Shall employ Canopus on necessary work of convoying colliers." As it was, I minuted to the Naval Secretary, Admiral Oliver, as follows. This telegram is very obscure, and I do not understand what Admiral Craddock intends and wishes. I was reassured by his reply on the 29th October. The situation on the west coast seems safe. If Gneisenau and Scharnhorst have gone north, they will meet eventually Idzumo, Newcastle, and Hythen moving south, and will be forced south on Glasgow and Monmouth, who have good speed and can keep touch and draw them south onto Good Hope and Canopus, who should keep within supporting distance of each other. The half-fear which had begun to grow in my mind that perhaps the Admiral would go and fight without the Canopus, which I thought was so improbable that I did not put it on paper, was allayed. It would, of course, be possible for him to maneuver 40 or 50 miles ahead of the Canopus and still close her before fighting. To send the Defense to join Admiral Craddock would have left Admiral Stoddart in a hopeless inferiority. Indeed, in a few hours arrived Admiral Stoddart's protest of the 29th October. I have received orders from Admiral Craddock to send defense to Montevideo to coal, obtain charts, and to await further orders. Submit I may be given 2 fast cruisers in place of defense, as I do not consider force at my disposal sufficient. The Admiralty staff had, however, already replied in accordance with all our decisions. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Craddock, sent October 28, 1914, 6:45 p.m. Defense is to remain on East Coast under orders of Stoddart. This will leave sufficient force on each side in case the hostile cruisers appear there on the trade routes. There is no ship available for the Cape Horn vicinity. Japanese battleship Heisen shortly expected on North American coast. She will join with Japanese Idzumo and Newcastle and move south towards Galapagos. But neither this nor any further message reached Admiral Craddock. He had taken his own decision. Without waiting for the defense, even if we had been able to send her, and leaving the Canopus behind to guard the colliers, he was already steaming up the Chilean coast. But though he left the inexpugnable Canopus behind because she was too slow, he took with him the helpless armed merchant cruiser Otranto, which was scarcely any faster. He was thus ill-fitted either to fight or run. He telegraphed to us from off Valinar at 4 p.m. on 27th October, received 1st November, 4:33 a.m. Have received your telegram 105. Have seized German mails. Monmouth, Good Hope, and Otranto coaling at Valinar. Glasgow patrolling vicinity of Coronel to intercept German shipping rejoining flag later on. I intend to proceed northward secretly with squadron after coaling and to keep out of sight of land. Until further notice, continue telegraphing to Montevideo. And at noon on 29th October, received 1st November, 7:40 a.m. Until further notice, mails for Rear Admiral Craddock, Good Hope, Canopus, Monmouth, Glasgow, Otranto should be forwarded to Valparaiso. The inclusion of the Canopus in the middle of the latter message seemed to indicate the Admiral's intention to work in combination with the Canopus, even if not actually concentrated. These were the last messages received from him. On the 30th October, Lord Fisher became First Sea Lord. As soon as he entered the Admiralty, I took him to the war room and went over with him on the great map the positions and tasks of every vessel in our immense organization. It took more than 2 hours. The critical point was clearly in South American waters. Speaking of Admiral Craddock's position, I said, "You don't suppose he would try to fight them without the Canopus?" He did not give any decided reply. Early on the 3rd November, we got our first certain news of the Germans. Consul General, Valparaiso, to Admiralty. Sent 5:20 p.m., 2nd November. Received 3:10 a.m., 3rd November. Master of Chilean merchant vessel reports that on 1st November, 1 p.m., he was stopped by Nuremberg, 5 miles off Cape Carranza, about 62 miles north of Talcahuano. Officers remained on board 45 minutes. 2 other German cruisers lay west about 5 and 10 miles respectively. Master believes one of these was Scharnhorst. On 26th October, 1 p.m., Leipzig called at Masafuera, having crew 456, and 10 guns, 18 days out from Galapagos. She was accompanied by another cruiser, name unknown. They bought oxen and left same day. On 29th October, unknown warship was seen in latitude 33 south, longitude 74 west, steaming towards Coquimbo. Here at last was the vital message for which the Admiralty staff had waited so long. Admiral von Spee's squadron was definitely located on the west coast of South America. He had not slipped past Admiral Craddock round the Horn as had been possible. For the moment, Admiral Stoddart was perfectly safe. With the long peninsula of South America between him and the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, there was no longer any need for him to keep the defense. She could join Craddock for what we must hope would be an early battle. After surveying the new situation, we telegraphed to Admiral Stoddart as follows. Sent 6:20 p.m., 3rd November. Defense to proceed with all possible dispatch to join Admiral Craddock on west coast of America. Acknowledge. This telegram was initialed by Admiral Sturdy, Lord Fisher, and myself. We telegraphed at the same time to the Japanese Admiralty. Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Nuremberg, Leipzig, Dresden have been located near Valparaiso, coaling and provisioning. This squadron is presumably concentrated for some serious operation. We are concentrating Glasgow, Good Hope, Canopus, Monmouth, and Defense on the southwest coast of South America, hoping to bring them to battle. We hope that the Japanese Admiralty may now find it possible to move some of their squadrons eastward in order to intercept the German squadron and prevent its return to Asiatic or Australian waters. We indicate our views in order to obtain yours and to concert common action. We also telegraphed to Admiral Craddock once more, reiterating the instructions about the Canopus. Sent 6:55 p.m., 3rd November. Defense has been ordered to join your flag with all dispatch. Glasgow should find or keep in touch with the enemy. You should keep touch with Glasgow, concentrating the rest of your squadron, including Canopus. It is important you should effect your junction with Defense at earliest possible moment, subject to keeping touch with Glasgow and enemy. Enemy supposes you at Corcovado Bay. Acknowledge. But we were already talking to the void. When I opened my boxes at 7 o'clock on the morning of November 4th, I read the following telegram. Maclean, Valparaiso to Admiralty, sent November 3rd, 1914, 6:10 p.m. Have just learnt from Chilean Admiral that German Admiral states that on Sunday at sunset, in thick and wicked weather, his ships met Good Hope, Glasgow, Monmouth, and Otranto. Action was joined, and Monmouth turned over and sank after about an hour's fighting. Good Hope, Glasgow, and Otranto drew off into darkness. Good Hope was on fire, an explosion was heard, and she is believed to have sunk. Gneisenau, Scharnhorst, and Nuremberg were among the German ships engaged. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. Coronel and the Falklands, October, November, and December 1914. The story of what had happened, so far as it ever can be known, is now familiar. It is fully set out in the official history and need only be summarized here. Arrived on the Chilean coast, having refueled at a lonely island, and hearing that the British light cruiser Glasgow was at Coronel, Admiral von Spee determined to make an attempt to cut her off, and with this intention steamed southward on November 1st with his whole squadron. By good fortune, the Glasgow left harbor before it was too late. Almost at the same moment, Admiral Craddock began his sweep northward, hoping to catch the Leipzig, whose wireless had been heard repeatedly by the Glasgow. He was rejoined by the Glasgow at 2:30, and the whole squadron proceeded northward abreast about 15 miles apart. At about 4:30, the smoke of several vessels was seen to the northward, and in another quarter of an hour the Glasgow was able to identify the Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and a German light cruiser. The Canopus was nearly 300 miles away. Was there still time to refuse action? Undoubtedly there was. The Good Hope and Monmouth had normal speeds of 23 knots and 22.4 respectively, and could certainly steam 21 knots in company that day. The Glasgow could steam over 25. The Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau had nominal speeds of 23.2 and 23.5, but they had been long in southern seas and out of dock. On the knowledge he possessed at that moment, Admiral Craddock would have been liberal in allowing them 22 knots. Rough weather would reduce speeds equally on both sides. Had he turned at once and by standing out to sea offered a stern chase to the enemy, he could only be overhauled 1 knot each hour. When the enemy was sighted by the Glasgow at 4:45, the nearest armored ships were about 20 miles apart. There were scarcely 2 hours to sundown, and less than 3 to darkness. But the Otranto was a possible complication. She could only steam 18 knots, and against the head sea during the action she did in fact only steam 15 knots. As this weak, slow ship had been for some unexplained reason sent on ahead with the Glasgow, she was at the moment of sighting the enemy only 17 miles distant. Assuming that Admiral von Spee could steam 22 knots, less 3 for the head sea, i.e. 19, he would overhaul the Otranto 4 knots an hour. On this he might have brought her under long-range fire as darkness closed in. To that extent she reduced the speed of the British squadron and diminished their chances of safety. This may have weighed with Admiral Craddock. We now know, of course, that in spite of being cumbered with the Otranto, he could, as it happened, easily and certainly have declined action had he attempted to do so. At the moment of being sighted, Admiral von Spee had only steam for 14 knots, and had to light 2 more boilers to realize his full speed. Further, his ships were dispersed. To concentrate and gain speed took an hour and a half off the brief daylight during which the British ships would actually have been increasing their distance. Moreover, in the chase and battle of the Falklands, the greatest speed ever developed by the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau did not exceed 20 knots in favorable weather. There is therefore no doubt he could have got away untouched. But nothing was further from the mind of Admiral Craddock. He instantly decided to attack. As soon as the Glasgow had sighted the enemy, she had turned back towards the flagship, preceded by the Monmouth and the Otranto, all returning at full speed. But Admiral Craddock at 5:10 ordered the squadron to concentrate, not on his flagship, the Good Hope, the farthest ship from the enemy, but on the Glasgow, which, though retreating rapidly, was still the nearest. At 6:18 he signaled to the distant Canopus, I am now going to attack enemy." The decision to fight sealed his fate, and more than that, the fate of the squadron. To quote the log of the Glasgow, "The British squadron turned to port 4 points together towards the enemy, with a view of closing them and forcing them to action before sunset, which, if successful, would have put them at a great disadvantage, owing to the British squadron being between the enemy and the sun. The German admiral easily evaded this maneuver by turning away towards the land and keeping at a range of at least 18,000 yards. Both squadrons were now steaming southward on slightly converging courses, the British to seaward with the setting sun behind them, and the Germans nearer the land. And now began the saddest naval action in the war. Of the officers and men in both the squadrons that faced each other in these stormy seas so far from home, 9 out of 10 were doomed to perish. The British were to die that night, the Germans a month later. At 7 o'clock the sun sank beneath the horizon, and the German admiral, no longer dazzled by its rays, opened fire. The British ships were silhouetted against the afterglow, while the Germans were hardly visible against the dark background of the Chilean coast. A complete reversal of advantage had taken place. The sea was high, and the main deck 6-inch guns, both of the Monmouth and of the Good Hope, must have been much affected by the dashing spray. The German batteries, all mounted in modern fashion on the upper deck, suffered no corresponding disadvantage from the rough weather. The unequal contest lasted less than an hour. One of the earliest German salvos probably disabled the Good Hope's forward 9.2-inch gun, which was not fired throughout the action. Both she and the Monmouth were soon on fire. Darkness came on, and the sea increased in violence till the Good Hope, after a great explosion, became only a glowing speck which was presently extinguished, and the Monmouth, absolutely helpless but refusing to surrender, was destroyed by the Nuremberg, and foundered, like her consort, with her flag still flying. The Otranto, an unarmored merchantman, quite incapable of taking part in the action, rightly held her distance and disappeared into the gloom. Only the little Glasgow, which miraculously escaped fatal damage among the heavy salvos, continued the action until she was left alone in the darkness on the stormy seas. There were no survivors from the 2 British ships. All perished, from admiral to seaman. The Germans had no loss of life. Quoth the Glasgow in her subsequent report, "Throughout the engagement the conduct of officers and men was entirely admirable. Perfect discipline and coolness prevailed under trying circumstances of receiving considerable volume of fire without being able to make adequate return. The men behaved exactly as though at battle practice. There were no signs of wild fire, and when the target was invisible, the gun-layers ceased firing of their own accord. Spirit of officers and ship's company of Glasgow is entirely unimpaired by serious reverse in which they took part, and that the ship may be quickly restored to a condition in which she can take part in further operations against the same enemy is the unanimous wish of us all." This, as it happened, they were not to be denied. Surveying this tragic episode in the light of after-knowledge, the official historian has blamed the Admiralty on various grounds. First, for dividing the available force into 2 inadequate squadrons under Admiral Craddock and Admiral Stoddart. Secondly, for a lack of explicitness in the wording of the staff telegrams. I cannot admit that the first charge is in any way justified. It would, of course, have been much simpler to have concentrated the squadrons of Admiral Craddock and Admiral Stoddart in the Straits of Magellan and awaited events. But until we knew for certain that the German cruisers were coming to South America, there was a great disadvantage in denuding the main trade route from Rio of all protection. Suppose we had done this, and Admiral von Spee had remained, as he could easily have done, for many weeks at Easter Island, or anywhere else in the Pacific, the whole of the Plata trade would then, for all we knew, have been at the mercy of the Karlsruhe or of any other German commerce destroyer. At least 6 different courses were open to von Spee, and we had, while our resources were at the fullest strain, to meet every one of them. Suppose, for instance, he had gone northward to the Panama Canal and, passing swiftly through, had entered the West Indies. Of what use would be our concentration in the Straits of Magellan? The reasoning and state of mind which would have led to such a concentration would have involved a virtual suspension of our enterprises all over the world. We could not afford to do that. We decided deliberately in October to carry on our protection of trade in every theater, in spite of the menace of the unlocated Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and to do this by means of squadrons which, though they would not be homogeneous in speed and class, were in every case, if held together, capable of fighting the enemy with good prospects of success. This was true of the Anglo-Japanese squadron. It was true of the escort of the Australian convoy. It was true of Admiral Stoddart. Most of all was it true of Admiral Craddock. The last word in such an argument was surely spoken by Admiral von Spee. "The English," he wrote the day after the battle, "have here another ship like the Monmouth, and also it seems a battleship of the Queen type with 12-inch guns. Against this last named we can hardly do anything. If they had kept their forces together, we should, I suppose, have got the worst of it." So far as the clarity of the staff telegrams is concerned, no doubt here and there the wording of naval messages had not been sufficiently precise, and this fault ran through much of the naval staff work in those early days. But on the main point nothing could have been more emphatic, nor, indeed, should any emphasis have been needed. It ought not to be necessary to tell an experienced admiral to keep concentrated and not to be brought to action in circumstances of great disadvantage by superior forces. Still, even this was done, and in telegram after telegram, the importance of not being separated from the Canopus, especially sent him for his protection, was emphasized. Lastly, the official historian has represented the new decision to reinforce Craddock by the defense as a reversal by Lord Fisher of the mistaken policy hitherto pursued. By the time Admiral Craddock's telegram of 31st, reached the Admiralty, the new board was installed with Lord Fisher as First Sea Lord, and one of their first acts was an effort to improve the precarious position in which Admiral Craddock found himself. The defense was immediately ordered to join him. This is unjust both to Prince Louis and to Admiral Sturdy. It was not possible to order the superior concentration until the enemy had been located, and such concentration would have been ordered by any board the moment the uncertainty was cleared up. The official historian would not have fallen into this error in a work distinguished for its care and industry if he had mentioned the telegram from the Consul General, Valparaiso, which was received on the morning of the 3rd, or if he had noticed that although the position in South American waters was known to Lord Fisher on the 30th October, no fresh dispositions were made or could be made until the whereabouts of the enemy was clearly ascertained. Then, and not till then, could we strip Admiral Stoddart or inform Admiral Craddock that the defense was hurrying to join him. So far as Admiral Craddock is concerned, I cannot do better than repeat the words which I wrote at the time, and which commanded the recorded assent both of Lord Fisher and of Sir Arthur Wilson. Draft of an answer to a parliamentary question not subsequently put. Sir, as I have already said, I did not think it convenient to go into this matter, but since it is pressed, I will state that the Canopus was sent from St. Vincent to join Admiral Craddock's flag on September 4th, as soon as the possibility of the arrival of the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau on the west coast of South America could be taken into account. On October 12th, Admiral Craddock telegraphed to the Admiralty that the indications showed the possibility of Dresden, Leipzig, and Nuremberg joining Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and that he had ordered Canopus to Falkland Islands, where he intended to concentrate and avoid division of forces. And October 14th, the Admiralty approved specifically by telegram Admiral Craddock's proposed concentration of Good Hope, Monmouth, Canopus, Glasgow, and Otranto for combined operations. The squadron thus formed was amply strong enough to defeat the enemy if attacked by them. It was not fast enough to force an engagement, but in view of the uncertainty as to which part of the world the enemy's squadron would appear in, it was not possible at that time to provide another strong, fast ship at that particular point. Admiral Craddock was an experienced and fearless officer, and we are of opinion that feeling that he could not bring the enemy immediately to action as long as he kept with the Canopus, he decided to attack them with his fast ships alone, in the belief that even if he himself were destroyed in the action, he would inflict damage upon them which in the circumstances would be irreparable and lead to their certain subsequent destruction. This was not an unreasonable hope, and though the Admiralty have no responsibility for Admiral Craddock's decision, they consider that it was inspired by the highest devotion and in harmony with the spirit and traditions of the British Navy. We had now to meet the new situation. Our combinations, such as they were completely ruptured, and Admiral von Spee, now in temporary command of South American waters, possessed a wide choice of alternatives. He might turn back into the Pacific and repeat the mystery tactics which had been so baffling to us. He might steam northward up the west coast of South America and make for the Panama Canal. In this case, he would run a chance of being brought to battle by the Anglo-Japanese squadron, which was moving southward. But of course, he might not fall in with them, or, if he did, he could avoid battle owing to his superior speed. He might come round to the east coast and interrupt the main trade route. If he did this, he must be prepared to fight Admiral Stoddart. But this would be a very even and hazardous combat. Admiral Stoddart had against the 2 armored German ships 3 armored ships, of which the Defense, a later and a better ship than either of the Germans, mounted 4 9.2-inch and 10 7.5-inch guns, and was one of our most powerful armored cruiser class. Lastly, he might come across the Atlantic, possibly raiding the Falkland Islands on his way, and arrive unexpectedly on the South African coast. Here he would find the Union government's expedition against the German colony in full progress, and his arrival would have been most unwelcome. General Botha and General Smuts, having suppressed the rebellion, were about to resume in a critical atmosphere their attack upon German Southwest Africa. And a stream of transports would soon be flowing with the expedition and its supplies from Cape Town to Lüderitz Bay. Subsequently, or alternatively to this intrusion, Admiral von Spee might steam up the African coast and strike at the whole of the shipping of the expedition to the Cameroons, which was quite without means of defending itself against him. All these unpleasant possibilities had to be faced by us. We had to prepare again at each of many points against a sudden blow, and great as were our resources, the strain upon them became enormous. The first step was to restore the situation in South American waters. This would certainly take a month. My minute of inquiry to the Chief of the Staff, written an hour after I had read the first news of the disaster, will show the possibilities which existed. It will be seen that in this grave need, my mind immediately turned to wresting a battle cruiser from the Grand Fleet which, joined with the Defence, Carnarvon, Cornwall, and Kent, would give Admiral Stoddart an overwhelming superiority. 4th of November, 1914. Director of Operations Division. 1. How far is it, and how long would it take Dartmouth and Weymouth to reach Punta Arenas, Rio, or Abrolhos, respectively, if they started this afternoon with all dispatch? 2. How long would it take A. Kent to reach Rio and Abrolhos, B. Australia, 1 without and 2 with Montcalm, to reach Galapagos via Makata Islands, and also Idzumo and Newcastle to reach them? C. The Japanese 2nd Southern Squadron to replace Australia at Fiji. D. Defence, Carnarvon and Cornwall, respectively, to reach Punta Arenas. E. Invincible to reach Abrolhos, Rio, Punta Arenas. F. Hizen and Asama to reach Galapagos or Esquimalt. WSC. But I found Lord Fisher in a bolder mood. He would take 2 battle cruisers from the Grand Fleet for the South American station. More than that, and much more questionable, he would take a 3rd, the Princess Royal, for Halifax and later for the West Indies in case von Spee came through the Panama Canal. There never was any doubt what ought to be sent. The question was what could be spared. We measured up our strength in home waters anxiously, observing that the Tiger was about to join the 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, that the new battleships Benbow, Empress of India, and Queen Elizabeth were practically ready. We sent forthwith the following order to the Commander-in-Chief. November 4th, 1914, 12:40 p.m. Order Invincible and Inflexible to fill up with coal at once and proceed to Berehaven with all dispatch. They are urgently needed for foreign service. Admiral and Flag Captain Invincible to transfer to New Zealand. Captain New Zealand to Invincible. Tiger has been ordered to join you with all dispatch. Give her necessary orders. I also telegraphed personally to Sir John Jellicoe as follows. November 5th, 12:05 a.m. From all reports received through German sources, we fear Cradock has been caught or has engaged with only Monmouth and Good Hope, armored ships against Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Probably both British vessels sunk. Position of Canopus critical, and fate of Glasgow and Otranto uncertain. Proximity of concentrated German squadron of 5 good ships will threaten gravely main trade route Rio to London. Essential recover control. First Sea Lord requires Invincible and Inflexible for this purpose. Sturdee goes Commander-in-Chief, South Atlantic and Pacific. Oliver, Chief of Staff. Bartolome, Naval Secretary. Apparently we had not at this stage decided finally to send the Princess Royal. Sir John Jellicoe rose to the occasion and parted with his 2 battle-cruisers without a word. They were ordered to steam by the west coast to Devonport to fit themselves for their southern voyage. Our plans for the second clutch at Von Spee were now conceived as follows. 1. Should he break across the Pacific, he would be dealt with by the very superior Japanese 1st Southern Squadron, based on Suva to cover Australia and New Zealand, and composed as follows: Kurama, battleship; Tsukuba and Ikoma, battle cruisers; Chikuma and Yahagi, light cruisers. At Suva also were the Montcalm and Encounter. Another strong Japanese squadron, 4 ships, was based on the Caroline Islands. 2. To meet him, should he proceed up the west coast of South America, an Anglo-Japanese squadron, comprising Australia, from Fiji, Hizen, Idzumo, Newcastle, was to be formed off the North American coast. 3. Should he come round onto the east coast, Defence, Carnarvon, Cornwall, Kent were ordered to concentrate off Montevideo, together with Canopus, Glasgow, and Bristol, and not seek action till joined by Invincible and Inflexible, thereafter sending the Defence to South Africa. 4. Should he approach the Cape Station, he would be awaited by Defence, and also Minotaur, released from the Australian convoy, after we knew of Von Spee's arrival in South American waters, together with the old battleship Albion, and Weymouth, Dartmouth, Astrea, and Hyacinth, light cruisers. The Union expedition being postponed for 14 days. 5. Should he come through the Panama Canal, he would meet the Princess Royal, as well as the Barrack and Lancaster of the West Indian Squadron and the French Condé. 6. Cameroons were warned to be ready to take their shipping up the river beyond reach. 7. Should he endeavor to work homewards across the South Atlantic, he would come into the area of a new squadron under Admiral de Robeck, to be formed near the Cape de Verde Islands, comprising the old battleship Vengeance, the strong armored cruisers Warrior and Black Prince, and the Donegal, Highflyer, and later Cumberland. Thus, to compass the destruction of 5 warships, only 2 of which were armored, it was necessary to employ nearly 30, including 21 armored ships, the most part of superior metal, and this took no account of the powerful Japanese squadrons and of French ships or of armed merchant cruisers, the last named effective for scouting. I telegraphed to the Japanese Admiralty as follows. British Admiralty to Japanese Admiralty, November 5, 1914. In consequence of unsuccessful action off Chile and definite location of German squadron, we have ordered concentration off Montevideo of Defence, Kent, Carnarvon, and Cornwall. These will be joined with all dispatch by Invincible and Inflexible, battle cruisers from England, and Dartmouth, light cruiser from East Africa, and remainder of defeated squadron from Chile. This assures the South Atlantic situation. We now desire assistance of Japan in making equally thorough arrangements on Pacific side. We propose for your consideration and friendly advice the following: Newcastle and Idzumo to go south in company to San Clemente Island off San Diego, California, there to meet Hizen from Honolulu. Meanwhile, Asama will be able to effect internment or destruction of Geyer. We also propose to move Australia battlecruiser from Fiji to Fanning Island. By the time these moves are complete, probably by November 17, we may know more of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau movements and a further concentration of Australia and Asama with Hyzen, Idzumo, and Newcastle will be possible either at San Clemente or further to the south, further movements depending on the enemy. We should also like a Japanese squadron to advance to Fiji to take the place of the Australia, and so guard Australia and New Zealand in case the Germans return. With regard to the Indian Ocean and Western Pacific, it is now known that Emden is the only enemy ship at large. We therefore hope that the Japanese squadrons and vessels not involved in the eastward movement will draw westward into the vicinity of Sumatra and the Dutch East Indies in order to block every exit and deny every place of shelter up to the 90th meridian of east longitude. British Admiralty are combining in Indian waters in search of Emden the following light cruisers: Weymouth, Gloucester, Yarmouth, Melbourne, Sydney, and the armored cruiser Hampshire and Russian cruiser Askold. These ships will be ready by the middle of November. Thus, by concerted action between the Allied fleets, the Emden should be speedily run down. Japanese Admiralty to British Admiralty, November 7, 1914. Secret and private. Japanese Admiralty give their consent generally to strategical scheme proposed and beg to withdraw the proposal of November 6, put forward through Admiral Oguri to the British War Staff. Measures will be taken in vicinity of Sumatra and Dutch East Indies as asked. First Southern Squadron will be dispatched to Fiji, but Japanese Admiralty think that it may be necessary for them to extend their sphere of operations to the Marquesas Islands. With reference to the movements of the Hyzen and Asama, Japanese Admiralty will carry out your wishes as far as possible, bearing in mind necessity of watching the Gyre until her disposition is settled, but the Hyzen will be dispatched at once. With reference to the Hyzen, Asama, and Idzumo, Japanese Admiralty requests British Admiralty to make arrangements necessary for their supply of coal, etc. End of Chapter 18, Part 2. Chapter 18, Part 3 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. Coronel and the Falklands, October, November, and December 1914. Meanwhile, it had been necessary to provide, as far as possible, for the safety of the surviving ships of Admiral Craddock's squadron and to move the reinforcing ships. Admiralty to HMS Kent, November 4, 1914. Urgent. Proceed to the Abrolhos Rocks with all dispatch and communicate via Rio. It is intended you shall join Admiral Stoddart's squadron. Admiralty to Rear Admiral Stoddart, Carnarvon, November 4, 1914. In view of reported sinking of Good Hope and Monmouth by Scharnhorst and Gneisenau off Coronel, November 1, armored ships on southeast coast America must concentrate at once. Carnarvon, Cornwall, should join defense off Montevideo. Canopus, Glasgow, Otranto have been ordered, if possible, to join you there. Kent, from Sierra Leone, also has been ordered to join your flag via Abrolhos. Endeavor to get into communication with them. Enemy will most likely come on to the Rio trade route. Reinforcements will meet you shortly from England. Acknowledge. From Admiralty to Canopus, November 4th, 1914. In view of reported sinking of Good Hope and Monmouth by Scharnhorst and Gneisenau on 1st November, you should make the best of your way to join defense near Montevideo. Keep wide of track to avoid being brought to action by superior force. If attacked, however, Admiralty is confident ship will in all circumstances be fought to the last as imperative to damage enemy whatever may be consequences. Admiralty to Glasgow, Otranto, November 4th, 1914. You should make the best of your way to join defense near Montevideo. Keep wide of track to avoid being brought to action by superior force. Admiralty to Governor, Falkland Islands, November 5th, 1914. German cruiser raid may take place. All Admiralty colliers should be concealed in unfrequented harbors. Be ready to destroy supplies useful to enemy and hide codes effectively on enemy ships being sighted. Acknowledge. In a few days we learned that her continuous fast steaming had led to boiler troubles in the Canopus, and we had to direct her to the Falklands. Admiralty to Canopus, November 9th, 1914, 3:10 a.m. You are to remain in Stanley Harbor. Moor the ship so that the entrance is commanded by your guns. Extemporize mines outside entrance. Send down your topmasts and be prepared for bombardment from outside the harbor. Stimulate the governor to organize all local forces and make determined defense. Arrange observation stations on shore by which your fire on ships outside can be directed. Land guns or use boats' torpedoes to sink a blocking ship before she reaches the Narrows. No objection to your grounding ship to obtain a good berth. Should Glasgow be able to get sufficient start of enemy to avoid capture, send her on to the River Plate. If not, moor her inside Canopus. Repair your defects and wait orders. The strain upon British naval resources in the outer seas, apart from the main theater of naval operations, was now at its maximum and may be partially appreciated from the following approximate enumerations. Combination against von Spee, 30 ships. In search of the Emden and Königsberg, 8 ships. General protection of trade by vessels other than the above, 40 ships. Convoy duty in the Indian Ocean, 8 ships. Blockade of the Turco-German fleet at the Dardanelles, 3 ships. Defense of Egypt, 2 ships. Miscellaneous minor tasks, 11 ships. Total, 102 ships of all classes. We literally could not lay our hands on another vessel of any sort or kind which could be made to play any useful part. But we were soon to have relief. Already on October 30, news had reached us that the Königsberg had been discovered hiding in the Rufiji River in German East Africa, and it was instantly possible to mark her down with 2 ships of equal value and liberate the others. On November 9th, far finer news arrived. The reader will remember for what purposes the Sydney and Melbourne had been attached to the great Australian convoy, which was now crossing the Indian Ocean. On the 8th, the Sydney, cruising ahead of the convoy, took in a message from the wireless station at Cocos Island that a strange ship was entering the bay. Thereafter, silence from Cocos Island. Thereupon the large cruiser Ibuki increased her speed, displayed the war flag of Japan, and demanded permission from the British officer in command of the convoy to pursue and attack the enemy. But the convoy could not divest itself of this powerful protection, and the coveted task was accorded to the Sydney. At 9 o'clock she sighted the Emden, and the first sea fight in the history of the Australian Navy began. It could have only one ending. In 100 minutes, the Emden was stranded, a flaming mass of twisted metal, and the whole of the Indian Ocean was absolutely safe and free. In consideration of all the harm this ship had done us, without offending against humanity or the laws of sea war as we conceived them, we telegraphed, Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, China, November 11, 1914. Captain, officers, and crew of Emden appear to be entitled to all the honors of war. Unless you know of any reason to the contrary, captain and officers should be permitted to retain swords. These martial courtesies were, however, churlishly repaid. The clearance of the Indian Ocean liberated all those vessels which had been searching for the Emden and the Königsberg. Nothing could now harm the Australian convoy. Most of its escort vanished. The Emden and the Königsberg were accounted for, and von Spee was on the other side of the globe. The Minotaur had already been ordered with all speed to the Cape. All the other vessels went through the Red Sea into the Mediterranean, where their presence was very welcome in view of the impending Turkish invasion of Egypt. Meanwhile, the Invincible and Inflexible had reached Devonport. We had decided that Admiral Sturdee, on vacating the position of Chief of the Staff, should hoist his flag in the Invincible, should take command on the South American station, and should assume general control of all the operations against von Spee. We were in the highest impatience to get him and his ships away. Once vessels fall into dockyard hands, 100 needs manifest themselves. On November 9, when Lord Fisher was in my room, the following message was put on my table. The Admiral Superintendent, Devonport, reports that the earliest possible date for completion of Invincible and Inflexible is midnight, 13th November. I immediately expressed great discontent with the dockyard delays and asked, "Shall I give him a prog?" or words to that effect. Fisher took up the telegram. As soon as he saw it, he exclaimed, "Friday the 13th, what a day to choose!" I then wrote and signed the following order, which, as it was the direct cause of the Battle of the Falklands, may be reproduced in facsimile. The ships sailed accordingly and in the nick of time. They coaled on November 26th at Abrolhos, where they joined and absorbed Admiral Stoddart's squadron, Carnarvon, Cornwall, Kent, Glasgow, Bristol, and Orama, and dispatched defense to the Cape, and without ever coming in sight of land or using their wireless, they reached Port Stanley, Falkland Islands, on the night of December 7th. Here they found the Canopus in the lagoon, prepared to defend herself and the colony in accordance with the Admiralty instructions. They immediately began to coal. After his victory at Coronel, Admiral von Spee comported himself with the dignity of a brave gentleman. He put aside the fervent acclamations of the German colony of Valparaiso and spoke no word of triumph over the dead. He was under no delusion as to his own danger. He said of the flowers which were presented to him, "They will do for my funeral." Generally, his behavior would lead us to suppose that the inability of the Germans to pick up any British survivors was not due to want of humanity, and this view has been accepted by the British Navy. After a few days at Valparaiso, he and his ships vanished again into the blue. We do not know what were the reasons which led him to raid the Falkland Islands, nor what his further plans would have been in the event of success. Presumably, he hoped to destroy this unfortified British coaling base, and so make his own position in South American waters less precarious. At any rate, at noon on December 6th, he set off to the eastward from the Straits of Magellan with his 5 ships, and about 8 o'clock on December 8th, his leading ship, the Gneisenau, was in sight of the main harbor of the Falklands. A few minutes later, a terrible apparition broke upon German eyes. Rising from behind the promontory, sharply visible in the clear air, were a pair of tripod masts. One glance was enough. They meant certain death. The day was beautifully fine, and from the tops of the horizon extended 30 or 40 miles in every direction. There was no hope for victory. There was no chance of escape. A month before, another admiral and his sailors had suffered a similar experience. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, I was working in my room at the Admiralty when Admiral Oliver entered with the following telegram. It was from the governor of the Falkland Islands and ran as follows. Admiral Spee arrived at daylight this morning with all his ships and is now in action with Admiral Sturdy's whole fleet, which was coaling. We had had so many unpleasant surprises that these last words sent a shiver up my spine. Had we been taken by surprise and, in spite of all our superiority, mauled, unready, at anchor? Can it mean that? I said to the chief of the staff. I hope not, was all he said. I could see that my suggestion, though I hardly meant it seriously, had disquieted him. 2 hours later, however, the door opened again, and this time the countenance of the stern and sombre Oliver wore something which closely resembled a grin. It's all right, sir. They are all at the bottom. And with one exception, so they were. When the leading German ships were sighted far away on the distant horizon, Admiral Sturdy and his squadron were indeed coaling. From the intelligence he had received, he had convinced himself that the Germans were at Valparaiso, and he intended to sail the next day in the hopes of doubling the Horn before the enemy could do so. More than 2 hours passed after the enemy first came in sight before he could raise steam and get under way. The first shots were fired by the 12-inch guns of the Canopus from her stationary position on the mudbanks of the inner harbor. The Gneisenau had continued to approach until she saw the fatal tripods, whereupon she immediately turned round and, followed by one of her light cruisers, made off at full speed to join her main body. In a few moments, the whole of the German squadron was steaming off in a westerly direction with all possible speed. At 10 o'clock, the Kent, Carnarvon, and Glasgow, having already sailed, Admiral Sturdy came out of the harbor in the Invincible, followed by the Inflexible and Cornwall, while the light cruisers, one of whom, the Bristol, had her engines actually opened up, hurried on after as fast as possible. The whole 5 ships of the German squadron were now visible, hull down on the horizon about 15 miles away. The order was given for general chase, but later on, having the day before him, the admiral regulated the speeds, the battle cruisers maintaining only about 20 knots. This, however, was quite sufficient to overhaul the Germans, who after their long sojourn in the Pacific without docking were not able to steam more than 18 knots in company. Even so, the Leipzig began to lag behind, and shortly before 1 o'clock the Inflexible opened fire upon her at 16,000 yards. Confronted with having his ships devoured one by one, von Spee took a decision which was certainly in accordance with the best traditions of the sea. Signaling to his light cruisers to make their escape to the South American coast, he turned with the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau to face his pursuers. The action which followed was on the British side uneventful. The German admiral endeavored more than once to close to ranges at which his powerful secondary armament of 5.9s could play their part. The British held off just far enough to make his fire ineffective and pounded their enemy with their 12-inch guns. At this long range, however, it took a considerable time and much ammunition to achieve the destruction of the German cruisers. The Scharnhorst, with the admiral and all hands, sank at 4:17 p.m., her last signal to her consort being to save herself. Gneisenau continued to fight against hopeless odds with the utmost fortitude until 6 o'clock when, being in a completely disabled condition, she opened her seacocks and vanished, with her flag still flying, beneath the icy waters of the ocean. The British ships, rushing to the spot and lowering every available boat, were able only to save 200 Germans, many of whom died the next day from the shock of the cold water. When both the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau had sunk, the Inflexible had only 30 and the Invincible only 22 rounds left for each of their 12-inch guns. Meanwhile, the other British cruisers had each selected one of the flying German light vessels, and a series of chases ensued. The Kent, Captain Allen, overtook and sunk the Nuremberg by an effort of steaming which surpassed all previous records and even, it is stated, her designed speed. The Nuremberg refused to surrender, and as she foundered by the head, the victors could see a group of men on her uplifted stern, waving to the last the German flag. The Leipzig was finished off by the Glasgow and the Cornwall. The Dresden alone for the time made good her escape. She was hunted down and destroyed 3 months later in the roadstead of Mas Afuera. Thus came to an end the German cruiser warfare in the outer seas. With the exception of the Karlsruhe, of which nothing had been heard for some time, and which we now know was sunk by an internal explosion on November 4th, and the Dresden, soon to be hunted down, no German ships of war remained on any of the oceans of the world. It had taken 4 months from the beginning of the war to achieve this result. Its consequences were far-reaching, and affected simultaneously our position in every part of the globe. The strain was everywhere relaxed. All our enterprises, whether of war or commerce, proceeded in every theater without the slightest hindrance. Within 24 hours, orders were sent to a score of British ships to return to home waters. For the first time we saw ourselves possessed of immense surpluses of ships of certain classes, of trained men, and of naval supplies of all kinds, and were in a position to use them to the best advantage. The public, though gratified by the annihilating character of the victory, was quite unconscious of its immense importance to the whole naval situation. Coronel and the Falklands. Ships directly involved. Approximate figure of comparative power. Name. Effective speed, knots. Guns. Battle cruisers. 5. Invincible. 24 knots, 8 12-inch guns. 5. Inflexible, 24 knots, 8 12-inch guns. Battleship. 4. Canopus, 15.5 knots, 4 12-inch guns, 12 6-inch guns. Cruisers. 3. Defense, 22 knots, 4 9.2-inch guns, 10 7.5-inch guns. 2.5. Scharnhorst, 22 knots, 8 8.2-inch guns, 6 5.9-inch guns. 2.5. Gneisenau, 22 knots, 8 8.2-inch guns, 6 5.9-inch guns. 2. Good Hope, 21.5 knots, 2 9.2-inch guns, 16 6-inch guns. 1.5. Carnarvon, 21 knots, 4 7.5-inch guns, 6 6-inch guns. 1. Monmouth, 21 knots, 14 6-inch guns. 1. Kent, 21.5 knots, 14 6-inch guns. 1. Cornwall, 21 knots, 14 6-inch guns. Light cruisers. Glasgow, 24 knots, 2 6-inch guns, 10 4-inch guns. Bristol, 24 knots, 2 6-inch guns, 10 4-inch guns. Leipzig, 21 knots, 10 4.1-inch guns. Nuremberg, 22 knots, 10 4.1-inch guns. Dresden, 22 knots, 10 4.1-inch guns. Armed merchant cruisers. Macedonia, 17 knots. Otranto, 16 knots, 4 4.7-inch guns. Note: the figures of comparative value are only intended to enable the reader to follow the account. As broad classifications, they are true, but they can only be taken as approximate. End of Chapter 18, Part 3. Chapter 19, Part 1 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. With Fisher at the Admiralty, November and December 1914. That pale, that white-faced shore, whose foot spurns back the ocean's roaring tides, that water-walled bulwark, still secure, and confident from foreign purposes. King John, Act 2, Scene 1. German dreadnoughts off Yarmouth. What does it mean? Anticlimax. Inroads upon the Grand Fleet. The drain of refits. Sir John Jellicoe's protests. Admiralty and Commander-in-Chief. The Dreadnought Margin. The 3rd Battle Squadron to Rosyth. The Admiralty insist on their view. The Destroyer Distribution. A Real Difficulty. A Wearing Discussion. The Actual Facts of Relative Strength. British Readiness to Accept Battle. The Attempted Seaplane Raid on Cuxhaven. The Grand Fleet sweeps south. The invasion alarm. Moon and tides. Further intervention on the Belgian coast. Immense relief of the Falklands victory. Lord Fisher's view. Correspondence between us. Lord Fisher and Admiral Sturdy. Admiral Oliver's foresight. Growing power of the fleet. New construction. Submarines. Fisher's great impulse. The battle cruisers Repulse and Renown. Monitors. The great program. Full speed ahead. Lord Fisher had barely taken up his duties in the Admiralty when an incident occurred which seemed to indicate the ending of the period of German inactivity in the North Sea, which had succeeded the action of August 28th in the Heligoland Bight. Early in the morning of November 3rd, the unusual signal was made to the Admiralty that several German battle cruisers or battleships had been sighted off Gorleston on the Norfolk coast by the mine-sweeping gunboat Halcyon, and that she was engaged with them. Almost immediately afterwards, heavy shells were reported to be bursting in the water and on the beach near Yarmouth. The First Sea Lord and I reached the war room from our bedrooms in a few minutes. The question was, what did it mean? It seemed quite certain that German battle cruisers would not be sent to throw shells at an open town like Yarmouth. Obviously, this was a demonstration to divert the British fleet from something else which was going to happen, was already perhaps happening. Was it a German raid into the Channel, or a serious attempt by the German Navy to intervene upon the Belgian coast while the land battle was still raging? Was it a descent on the British coast at Sunderland or Blyth? We had no means of judging. The last thing it seemed possible to believe was that first-class units of the German fleet would have been sent across the North Sea simply in order to disturb the fisher folk of Yarmouth. By other signals, our destroyers, Leopard and Lively, who were patrolling in the neighborhood of Yarmouth, also reported that they were engaged, and added that they were proceeding to attack the enemy. Where were our main forces? The commander-in-chief was for the first time in the war at the Admiralty, whither he had been summoned to confer with the new First Sea Lord. The Grand Fleet was at Lough Swilly in the north of Ireland. The 3rd Battle Squadron was steaming through the Irish Channel. No part of the Grand Fleet was nearer than Beatty and his battle cruisers, and these were as far off as Cromarty. Whatever happened, we could not fight a general action with our main fleet till late on the following day. Meanwhile, the Harwich striking force, the Dover flotillas, Admiral Hood's forces off the Belgian coast, and Admiral Burney's Channel fleet must do the best they could. If the German demonstration off Yarmouth was the prelude or concomitant to a serious attempt to break into the Channel, the very greatest naval events would follow. The contingency, as the reader is aware, had always been faced, and we were well aware that we should have to wait for our revenge till the next day. Meanwhile, there was nothing to be done but to put all the fleets and flotillas on guard and in motion with the double object of resisting to the utmost a German attack to the southward, and intercepting as speedily as possible from the north the return of the enemy. Several hours of tension passed, and then gradually it became clear that the German battle cruisers were returning home at full speed, and that nothing else was apparently happening, and the incredible conclusion forced itself upon us that the German Admiralty had had no other purpose in hand than this silly demonstration off Yarmouth Beach. This anticlimax was fatiguing. The experience of bracing ourselves to the most tremendous events, and then finding nothing happen, was one which we were compelled more than once to undergo at the Admiralty. The new First Sea Lord was even more sure of the superiority of the British line of battle over the enemy than I was, and in this his views contrasted very sharply with those of the Commander-in-Chief. In full agreement with Sir Arthur Wilson, he proposed on his assumption of office to bring the 3rd Battle Squadron, the King Edward's, down to Portland to increase our security against a German incursion into the Channel, and he moved the 5th Battle Squadron, the Formidables, with the 2 Lord Nelsons, to Sheerness to provide battleship support for the Harwich striking force, and to give an additional security against raid or invasion. These movements were no sooner determined than news of the Battle of Coronel was received, November 4th, and we were forced to make far more serious inroads upon Sir John Jellicoe's command. The battle cruisers Inflexible and Invincible were sent as described to the Falklands, and Lord Fisher, as we have seen, demanded the Princess Royal for the Atlantic. This last order produced continuous protests from Sir John Jellicoe, and led to an interchange of telegrams and letters in which the Commander-in-Chief dwelt upon every aspect of his dangers and weakness, and the Admiralty, while insisting on their decision, endeavored to reassure and placate him. Our dreadnought margin in home waters at the outbreak of war had been just sufficient. Every ship was ready and in good order. We did not feel that we could spare one. But after the first 2 months, we were compelled to send ships, one at a time, from each battle squadron down to their home ports on the south coast for refit. A regular system of refits, as was foreseen, had to be instituted. This involved the permanent absence of 2 or 3 of the most important vessels from the Grand Fleet. The enemy, on the other hand, lying in his main base, could always in theory be credited with having all his ships available at his selected moment for battle. Before, however, the drain of refits came upon us, we had succeeded in reinforcing the fleet by 5 fine ships, so that we began the war at our maximum possible strength and always, except for the briefest intervals, held or improved on that number. The requirements of the Commander-in-Chief were, however, hard to meet. The strategy on which we were all agreed involved keeping the Grand Fleet in distant northern waters and required very large forces of destroyers and other light craft for its local security and for its service in battle. On the other hand, while no properly defended war harbor had yet been created capable of holding the entire fleet, various other bases had to be effectively guarded and patrolled, for which separate flotillas must be supplied. If at any time from any cause 2 or 3 ships were absent from the Grand Fleet for a week or 2, the Commander-in-Chief drew severe comparisons between the German fleet and his own. He was a master of this kind of argument. From his own side, he deducted any ship which had any defect, however temporary, however small, even defects which would not have prevented her from taking her place in the line in an emergency. He sometimes also deducted 2 or 3 of the most powerful battleships in the world, which had newly joined his command, because they were not trained up to the full level of efficiency of the others, and these were absolutely blotted out as if they were of no value whatever. He next proceeded to deal with the enemy. He always credited them with several ships more than we now know they had, or were then thought likely to have. In October 1914, he gave credence to a suggestion that the 4 German dreadnoughts of the König class had been completely rearmed with 14-inch guns. In 1915, the size of these guns had advanced to 15-inch. I was on both occasions compelled to set up expert committees to demolish these baseless suppositions. Unable to deny that the British line of battle could fire a broadside double in weight to that of the Germans, he developed a skillful argument to prove that this advantage was more than counteracted by other disadvantages arising from the superior displacement of contemporary German ships. He dwelt on this even at a period when his fleet had been reinforced by 7 or 8 additional units of enormous power, without any corresponding accession to the enemy's strength. One must admit, nevertheless, that the withdrawal of the Princess Royal inflicted a very serious injury upon the battle-cruiser squadron, and that Sir David Beatty might have had to fight an action without any margin of superiority during her absence. In this matter, however, Lord Fisher entered the lists in person. First Sea Lord to Commander-in-Chief. Personal, November 12, 1914. I want to make it clear to you what the Scharnhorst Squadron means as regards our dispositions. 1. We have not heard of them since November 4th. 2. They may adopt the following courses. A. Go through Panama Canal, smash our West Indian fleet, and release all the armed German liners from New York. Hence, the Princess Royal. B. Go to southeast coast of America and stop our vital food supplies. Hence, the 2 Invincibles. C. Go to the Cape and raid the army base at Walfish Bay. Hence, the Minotaur to reinforce Albion. D. Go to Douala and relieve the Germans, destroying our ships and military expedition. Hence, the Warrior, Black Prince, and 3 Edgar Quinnets. I hope to send Bartolome to you tomorrow with information which is too secret to be written or telegraphed. The secret information pointed to the possibility of the Germans endeavoring to slip 1 or 2 of their battle cruisers into the Atlantic to help the return to Germany of the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and incidentally to release all their fast liners in New York. Lord Fisher became vehemently impressed with this idea, and certainly the period was one of extreme strategic tension, when some enterprise by the enemy seemed especially to be expected. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, November 13, 1914. Since war began, you have gained 2 dreadnoughts on balance, and will have by 20th 27 superior units to 20. We intend Princess Royal to rejoin you as soon as Scharnhorst is dealt with. During the next month, you should suspend sending ships away for refit, doing the best you can at Scapa. If, notwithstanding the above, you feel the need of reinforcements, we should propose to meet you by stationing the 8 King Edwards at Rosyth, where they would be well placed to join you for general action or to attack an invading force. This would avoid necessity of stationing cruisers there for the present. If you agree, the 8 King Edwards will be ordered to sail tonight. The Commander-in-Chief, in reply, asserted that the 27 units quoted included 3 ships, 2 of which had never fired a gun, and the 3rd was only partially trained. He deprecated the 3rd Battle Squadron being stationed at Rosyth, as without being covered by cruisers or sea-going destroyers, it would run a great risk from mines and submarines outside the limits of the port defense. He suggested that it was preferable to keep them at Cromarty, closely adjacent to the main base where they would be covered by the cruisers of the Grand Fleet and by the destroyer flotilla stationed at Cromarty. The Admiralty, however, insisted on the 3rd Battle Squadron being stationed at Rosyth. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, November 16, 1914. The importance of preventing the enemy from making a serious attack on our coast and getting away without being engaged makes it imperative to have a force nearer the probable points of attack than either Scapa Flow or Cromarty, which are practically the same distance off. The coast has been so denuded of destroyers for the sake of strengthening the force with you, amounting now to 71 destroyers, that there is only a skeleton force of patrol vessels available on the east coast, amounting to 3 scouts, 23 destroyers, 12 torpedo boats, between the Naze and St. Abb's Head, a distance of 300 miles. In these circumstances, we are reluctantly compelled to decide on the King Edward's and the 3rd Cruiser Squadron going to Rosyth, and you should detach half a flotilla of the 71 destroyers at Scapa Flow to act with them. We are sending you a carefully compiled table of comparative strength of your fleet and the German High Sea Fleet, which makes it clear that without the 3rd Battle Squadron, you have such a preponderance of gun power that with equal gunnery efficiency, a successful result is ensured. The Admiralty have in mind the importance of getting back the Princess Royal as soon as the situation admits. Your proposals as to mining have been carefully considered, but the work done by our submarines in the Bight has been of such importance that it is undesirable to add to their dangers by laying mines whose positions must be very uncertain. The Germans have no difficulty in sweeping any channel they wish when they want to bring any of their ships out, and do so daily. It would be very difficult for us to lay fresh lines in any channel they sweep on account of the dangers to the mine layers from our own mines. This and preceding telegrams expressed the deliberate views of the First Sea Lord and Sir Arthur Wilson, and I was in the fullest agreement with them. The Commander-in-Chief, however, urged that the 71 destroyers mentioned by the Admiralty included 10 which were absent refitting, and pointed out with justice that the 40 destroyers of the Harwich flotillas had been omitted from those at the disposition of the Admiralty. He asked particularly for reconsideration of the order to detach half a flotilla with the 3rd Battle Squadron. Without these additional 12 destroyers, he stated that the safety of the dreadnought battle fleet was seriously endangered. A submarine attack on Scapa Flow was quite feasible, and, as I am directed to use this base, I trust I shall not be held responsible for any disaster that may occur. He concluded by pointing out that the relative strength of the High Sea Fleet and the Grand Fleet could not be decided without reference to the cruiser and destroyer strength of the 2 fleets. His comparative weakness in these essentials counterbalanced, he declared, any battleship superiority he possessed, and made him anxious to be concentrated. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, November 17, 1914. We have carefully reviewed the position and given fullest consideration to your wishes. We are confident that your fleet, with its cruisers and flotillas, is strong enough for the definite task entrusted to it. In view of the grave needs we have to meet elsewhere, we cannot reinforce you at present, nor alter our dispositions. The 3rd Battle Squadron, 3rd Cruiser Squadron, and 8 destroyers should proceed to Rosyth as ordered. You have, of course, full discretion to move your fleet in any way necessary to provide for its safety and enable you to meet the enemy, and are not tied to Scapa. Every effort is being made to accelerate the completion of the submarine defenses. The destroyer question was one of real difficulty. Although we had more than double the seagoing strength of the German flotillas, we had so much to guard that we could not provide a superior force kept always intact in the hand of the Commander-in-Chief for a great fleet action. "I know perfectly well," wrote Sir John Jellicoe on December 4th to Lord Fisher, "that the first and third flotillas from Harwich will not join me in time. The Germans," he declared, "would have 8 flotillas comprising 88 torpedo boat destroyers, all of which would certainly be ready at the selected moment. They have 5 torpedoes each, total 440 torpedoes, unless I can strike at them first. He himself might," he claimed, "fall as low as 32 or even 28. You know," he added, "the difficulty and objections to turning away from the enemy in a fleet action. But with such a menace I am bound to do it, unless my own torpedo boat destroyers can stop or neutralize the movement." There was no doubt that all the Commander-in-Chief's thoughts fitted together into one consistent whole, and was the result of profound study and reflection. Lord Fisher, however, remained obdurate. "I think we have to stand fast," he wrote to me, enclosing Sir John Jellicoe's letter. "The Tyrwhitt mob and our oversea submarines are our sole aggressive force in the south." He proposed, however, to put one of the Harwich flotillas in the Humber. "We wait your return before action. Humber and Harwich, each 290 miles from Heligoland, but the complete flotilla at the Humber is very much nearer Jellicoe, and so a salve to him in reply to enclosed. As A.K. Wilson observed a moment ago, both he and I would probably have written exactly the same letter as Jellicoe, trying to get all we could. Yours till death, F." This was a wearing discussion, and no one can blame the Commander-in-Chief for expressing his anxieties and endeavoring to keep his command up to the highest strength. I always tried to sustain him in every possible way. His powerful, orderly brain, his exact and comprehensive knowledge, enabled him to develop and perfect in this first year of the war the mighty organization of the Grand Fleet. He bore with constancy the many troubles and perplexities of the early months. His fine, sailor-like qualities made him always ready, night or day, to take his whole gigantic fleet to sea, and he was never so happy as when he was at sea. Even when I did not share his outlook, I sympathized with his trials. The opinions of Lord Fisher at this period upon the margin of strength required for the Grand Fleet were, as will be seen, in sharp contrast with those he expressed at a later period during the operations at the Dardanelles. Personally, I always considered our line of battle amply superior, nor did I believe the Germans would be able to bring out at a given moment all the 88 torpedo boats with which Sir John Jellicoe always credited them. We now know the actual forces which the enemy assembled on December 16 of this same year, on the occasion when the whole high sea fleet made almost the most ambitious sortie into the North Sea which its history records. There were 13 dreadnought battleships and 4 battlecruisers, total 17 dreadnoughts, instead of the 20 which were completed and which the Admiralty counted as available, and 53 torpedo boats in place of the Commander-in-Chief's 88. Against this, Sir John Jellicoe had, until refits were reopened at the end of November, 27 superior units, subject to what he says about them, and as many of the 71 destroyers as were fit for sea on any given day. The Germans also took to sea on December 16th a squadron of 8 pre-dreadnoughts, and against this our 3rd battle squadron, which had been rightly restored to the Grand Fleet, was a proper and superior provision. This balance of strength represents the period of our greatest strain in home waters and all over the world. At this, as at all other times, the Admiralty would have welcomed a general battle. An attack by seaplanes launched from carrying ships upon the Zeppelin sheds near Cuxhaven was planned by us for November 22nd. On the 20th, we telegraphed to Sir John Jellicoe. Our reliable German information and also our telegram number 338 to you shows, firstly, concentration of German cruisers, battle cruisers, and battleships in Weser and Elbe. And secondly, disposal of their submarines to hunt in the Shetlands and English Channel. In these favorable circumstances, the aerial attack on Cuxhaven Zeppelin sheds, which we had previously planned and considered desirable in itself, might easily bring on a considerable action in which your battle cruisers and the Grand Fleet might take part without undue risk from German submarines. We suggest for your consideration Tyrwhitt and aeroplanes attacking on Monday at daybreak, with you supporting him from the northward with whatever force is necessary, if the enemy respond to the challenge. Further, if it should prove, as some reliable information indicates, that the enemy is preparing an offensive raid or sortie himself, our movement would bring on a collision at the outset unexpected and disconcerting to him. The Commander-in-Chief, after some discussion, preferred Tuesday daybreak for the attack, as the longer notice would enable him to finish certain repairing work. The Admiralty plans were altered accordingly. We telegraphed on the 21st. We consider the present a good occasion for a sweep southward by the Grand Fleet. The seaplane attack is incidental and subsidiary, though very desirable in itself. It may bring on an action now that the German fleet is concentrated near Wilhelmshaven, and their cruisers and battle cruisers are active. It will frustrate any offensive movement they may intend, as reported. Tuesday, 24th, at 5:30 a.m. will be the time. No result was, however, achieved. Sir John Jellicoe brought the battle fleet down into the center of the North Sea about 180 miles from Heligoland, with the battle cruisers about 40 miles nearer. But in the weather prevailing, the seaplanes could hardly get off the water, and the Germans remained unaware of our movements and without any plans of their own. The episode shows, however, the underlying confidence of the Admiralty and of the Commander-in-Chief in the strength of the Grand Fleet, even during this time of strain. To add to the distractions of this hard month of November 1914, an invasion scare took a firm hold of the military and naval authorities. It was argued by the War Office that the lull on the fighting fronts would enable the Germans to spare large numbers of good troops, 250,000 if necessary, for the invasion of Great Britain. Lord Kitchener directed all defensive preparations to be made, and Lord Fisher threw himself into the task with gusto. Although, as the reader is aware, I was skeptical on this subject, I felt that the precautions were justifiable and would at any rate add interest to the life of our coast and home defense forces. I therefore allowed myself to succumb to the suppressed excitement which grew throughout the highest circles, and did my utmost to aid and speed our preparations. We stationed, as described, the 3rd Battle Squadron at the 4th, brought the 2nd Fleet to the Thames, disposed the old Majestic battleships in the various harbors along the east coast, arranged block ships to be sunk and laid mines to be exploded at the proper time in the mouths of our undefended harbors, while the whole coastal watch, military, aerial, and marine, throbbed with activity. The Army arrangements were complicated by the fact that some of the divisions which were sufficiently trained to be used to repel the invaders had lent their rifles to those that were undergoing training, and these rifles had to be collected and redistributed as a part of the procedure prescribed for the supreme emergency. To such expedients were we reduced. However, the Germans remained absolutely quiescent. The tides and moon, which for some days before November 20 were exceptionally favorable to nocturnal landings, ceased to present these conditions, and the sense of some great impending event gradually faded from our minds. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. With Fisher at the Admiralty, November and December, 1914. Lord Fisher to Mr. Churchill. 7 a.m., November 21st, 1914. An angel's sleep, in heaven from 9 till now. It was kind of you not to wake me with Gray's credible witness. Let us entreat and urge Kitchener to send 100,000 men at once to Flanders, and warn Joffre not to be 2 divisions too few and 2 days too late. Kitchener's balance of 160,000 men will amply suffice, and the Ides of March have passed. The waning moon and dawning tide, dawn high tide, will not recur till days following December 10th. Do write to him accordingly, or shall I? It has been a splendid dress rehearsal, tell him, and very reassuring. His mass of men and his mobile guns. We must press him to send 100,000 men to Flanders. On November 20th, General Joffre asked for further naval cooperation on the Belgian coast. General Foch, he stated, reports that for some little time the French or English ships have no longer been participating in the action of our forces in the neighborhood of Nieuport. On account of very violent bombardment by the enemy in this region, it would be advantageous if the ships could attack the numerous German batteries established to the east of the mouth of the Isère. I should be glad if you would notify the Ministry of Marine and the Admiralty of this situation, in order to obtain a more active cooperation on the part of the squadron between Nieuport and Ostend. We were able to send the old battleship Revenge, whose guns had been specially remounted for long-range fire, and several smaller vessels under Admiral Hood, and the naval bombardment of the German right was effectively resumed. The conditions on the coast, Hood, however, reported on the 22nd, are quite different from what they were during the first few days. Today there was a heavy fire from guns I could not locate or damage. No troops are ever visible. The inundation has stopped their movement. To the situation of strain and effort which gripped us during November came the welcome relief of the victory at the Falklands. Lord Fisher received it with a moderated satisfaction. We cannot, he wrote to me on December 10th, but be overjoyed at the Monmouth and Good Hope being avenged. But let us be self-restrained, not too exultant, till we know the details. Perhaps their guns never reached us. We had so few casualties. We know their gunnery was excellent. Their third salvo murdered Craddock. So it may have been like shooting pheasants, the pheasants not shooting back. Not too much glory for us, only a great satisfaction. Not a battle for a poet laureate. Let us wait and hear before we crow. Then again, it may be a wonder why the cruisers escaped, if they have escaped. I hope not, for we had such a preponderating force, such numbers. How the Glasgow must have enjoyed it. Anyhow, don't let us encourage ourselves in too many joy messages till we know more." But I made haste to ascribe to him all the credit that was his due. December 10th. This was your show and your luck. I should only have sent one Greyhound and Defense. This would have done the trick. But it was a niggling coup. Your flair was quite true. Let us have some more victories together, and confound all our foes abroad, and, don't forget, at home. This delighted the Admiral, and in his reply, December 11th, he threw a friendly light upon other fields of activity than those with which this chapter has been concerned. Your letter, pleasant. There is another quite lovely scheme. I am to be praised so as to get swelled head and think myself ignored by you, and to be in your shoes. It is all too sweet for words. It is palpably transparent. I was told of this yesterday. It really is curious why they so hate you. I think I told you what G said, that though he abhorred me, yet I have splendid friends in the Tory camp. A cause of difference, however, soon arose between us. The First Sea Lord was displeased with Sir Doveton Sturdy for not having succeeded in destroying the German light cruiser Dresden with the rest, and he searchingly criticized that admiral's dispositions after the action. He wished to leave Admiral Sturdy in South American waters till the Dresden was hunted down. As it was imperative that the Invincible and Inflexible should come home at once, such a decision would have entailed transferring Admiral Sturdy's flag to the Carnarvon, and leaving him with a command scarcely suited to his rank and standing, and woefully out of harmony with his recent achievement. I was obliged to veto this proposal, and Lord Fisher was for some time much vexed at my decision. The First Sea Lord also made the disquieting suggestion that the Germans might slip a battle-cruiser like the Derfflinger through our blockade in the long winter nights and fall upon the returning Invincible and Inflexible, who had fired away 3/4 of their ammunition. I was greatly disturbed at this, and hastened to the Chief of the Staff. But Admiral Oliver was not often found improvident. He had already several weeks before sent the battleship Vengeance, with a quarter outfit for both vessels, to St. Vincent, where it awaited them. In spite of their anxieties, November and December were months of rapidly growing power to the Navy. The variety and scope of Admiralty business extended continually, and the number of important directions to be given increased every week. The reader who is further interested should study in the appendix the selection of First Lord minutes which I have thought it worth while to print. From these original documents, conceived under the pressure of events, a truer idea can be formed of what was passing than from much description. In no part of our work did Lord Fisher and I act together in greater harmony than in the realm of new construction. The first task of the Admiralty in naval construction on the outbreak of war was to accelerate the completion of all the warships which were building in Great Britain. And according to the schemes we had had prepared before the war, extreme priority was to be assigned to vessels which could be finished within 6 months. On this basis, we proceeded during the first 3 months. When it became clear that the war would not be ended one way or the other by the first main decisions on land, and that the sea battle was indefinitely deferred, I extended this original period, and we adopted the principle, everything that can be finished in 1915, and nothing that can't. This brought very large numbers of vessels into the accelerated class and, of course, opened the way for a considerable new construction of submarines, destroyers, and even light cruisers. There had already been ordered, when Lord Fisher arrived at the Admiralty, a score of new destroyers and submarines, in addition to all the pre-war vessels under accelerated construction. The yards were therefore full of work, and care was needed not to impede current construction by new orders. Lord Fisher, however, brought a very great surge of impulse to this sphere of our activities. It was a moment when megalomania was a virtue. Some progress had already been made on 2 of the British battleships of the program of 1914-15. The First Sea Lord at once demanded to make them into battle cruisers, sacrificing 2 more guns in each in order to get the immense speed for which he thirsted. I agreed to this, although it involved some delay, and the Repulse and the Renown were redesigned accordingly. The construction of submarines was more urgent. I was not alarmed about the immediate position, although all sorts of rumors were afoot. Naval Intelligence Division, November 7, 1914. With reference to your report of yesterday, apparently attaching credence to a statement that from 100 to 200 small submarines have been manufactured secretly in Germany, have you considered how many trained officers and personnel this important flotilla would require? What evidence is there at your disposal to show that the Germans have trained this number of submarine captains and officers? I have always understood that their flotilla of submarines before the war did not exceed 27. There is no personnel that requires more careful training than the submarine personnel. All the experience of our officers shows that a submarine depends for its effectiveness mainly upon its captain. The function of the Intelligence Division is not merely to collect and pass on the Munchausen tales of spies and untrustworthy agents, but carefully to sift and scrutinize the intelligence they receive, and in putting it forward to indicate the degree of probability which attaches to it. It appears to me impossible that any large addition to the German submarine force can be made for many months to come. Even if the difficulties of material were overcome, those of personnel would impose an absolute limit. It is very likely that a few small portable submarines have been prepared for coast work. WSC. But the future already contained its menaces. I greeted Fisher on his arrival with the following minutes, the first 2 of which were addressed to his predecessor. Secretary, 3rd Sea Lord, October 13, 1914. Please state exactly what is the total submarine program now sanctioned by the Cabinet or under construction in the various yards. What measures can be adopted for increasing the number of submarines? Is it possible to let further contracts for submarines on a 15-month basis? It is indispensable that the whole possible plant for submarine construction should be kept at the fullest pressure, night and day. WSC. Secretary, 1st Sea Lord, Naval Secretary, October 28, 1914. Please propose without delay the largest possible program of submarine boats to be delivered in from 12 to 24 months from the present time. You should assume for this purpose that you have control of all sources of manufacture required for submarines, that there is no objection to using Vickers drawings, and that steam engines may be used to supplement oil engines. You should exert every effort of ingenuity and organization to secure the utmost possible delivery. As soon as your proposals are ready, which should be in the next few days, they can be considered at a conference of the Sea Lords. The Cabinet must be satisfied that the absolute maximum output is being worked to in submarines. We may be sure that Germany is doing this. 3rd Sea Lords Department must therefore act with the utmost vigor and not be deterred by the kind of difficulties which hamper action in time of peace. WSC. Secretary, First Sea Lord, Third Sea Lord, October 30th, 1914. More important than the deliveries of battleships is the acceleration of light cruisers and submarines. With regard to light cruisers, it ought not to take more than 1 year to construct Castor, Inconstant, Cambria, and Canterbury. What is the present position of these ships? Have they been begun yet? Proposals should be made which secure their delivery before the end of 1915. 2. Proposals should also be made to accelerate Royalist, Cleopatra, Champion, and Carysfort, Conquest, and Calliope, so as to obtain deliveries in February. This will only be possible by working night and day in 3 8-hour shifts on all these vessels, arranging with other firms not concerned in their construction to lend the necessary men. 3. All the M-class destroyers to be delivered in August 1915 should be pushed forward into April and May. There is surely no reason why this cannot be done. Firms who will undertake to complete their vessels by this date could be immediately given another order for a repeat ship, so that there would be no fear of dislocation of their business. Let me have proposals on this. 4. Submarines F2, F3, G6, G8, G15, G9, G7, G10 to G13, and G1 to G5, all ought to be delivered before the end of 1915. There is an extraordinary gap after G4, when for 6 months we do not receive a single new submarine, and in 12 months we only receive 2. This is shocking, and must be bridged at all costs. Pray let me have further proposals after such conferences as may be necessary with the firms concerned. W.S.C. Lord Fisher hurled himself into this business with explosive energy. He summoned around him all the naval constructors and shipbuilding firms in Britain, and in 4 or 5 glorious days, every minute of which was pure delight to him, he presented me with schemes for a far greater construction of submarines, destroyers, and small craft than I or any of my advisers had ever deemed possible. Mr. Schwab was at that time passing through England on his return to the United States. We invited him to the Admiralty, and he undertook to build 24 submarines, 12 in Canada and 12 in the United States, the bulk of which were to be completed in the hitherto incredibly short period of 6 months. I arranged a system of heavy bonuses for early delivery. These large negotiations were completed, and the subsequent work was carried out with wonderful thoroughness and punctuality by the immense organization of the Bethlehem Steel Company. One evening, as Lord Fisher, Mr. Schwab, and I sat round the octagonal table in the Admiralty, after a long discussion on the submarine contracts, we asked Mr. Schwab, "Have you got anything else that will be of use to us?" He thereupon told us that he had 4 turrets carrying 2 14-inch guns each, which had almost been completed for the Greek battleship Salamis, then building in Germany for Greece. We set our hearts on these, and I had an idea. The reader will remember the 3 small monitors building for Brazil, which, although no one could see any use for them at the time, I had decided to take over at the outbreak of war. The operations on the Belgian coast had shown their value. I suggested to Lord Fisher that we should buy these 14-inch turrets and build monitors to carry them. The Admiral was delighted with the plan, and in a few hours he was closeted with his constructors designing the vessels. In all our correspondence, we referred to them as the Styx class. Secretary, First Sea Lord, December 11th, 1914. We ought without delay to order more Styx class for heavy inshore work. There are, for instance, the 4 reserve 13.5-inch guns of the Audacious, which should certainly be mounted in new monitors. It should also be possible to draw from the reserve of 15-inch guns and to make in a short time 15-inch or 18-inch howitzers. We require now to make ships which can be built in 6 or 7 months at the outside, and which can certainly go close inshore and attack the German fleet in its harbors. These are special vessels built for a definite war operation, and we must look to them in default of a general action for giving us the power of forcing a naval decision at the latest in the autumn of 1915. Our thought is proceeding independently on the same lines. I propose, as a basis of discussion, that in addition to the 4 Schwab monitors, we prepare 8 more at a cost of not more than £700,000 apiece. These vessels should be armed either with 13.5-inch or 15-inch guns, 2 or 4 in each as convenient, or, alternatively, they should be armed with 4 18-inch howitzers in separate cupolas sunk low on their heavily armored turtle backs. They should draw 8 feet at most, and be propelled entirely by internal combustion at a speed not exceeding 10 knots. No funnels. 3 or 4 alternative telescopic masts for fire observation. Strong crinolines 20 feet away all around to make them immune from mine or torpedo, etc. WSC. We soon embarked on an extensive scheme of monitor building. Besides making 4 monitors to carry the American 14-inch gun turrets, we took 2 spare 15-inch gun turrets which had been prepared for 2 of the furthest off new battleships, now converted into battle cruisers, and 8 12-inch gun turrets out of 4 Majestics, which we laid up. And with these and the American guns, we armed no less than 14 monitors, namely 2 with 2 15-inch guns, 4 with 2 14-inch guns, and 8 with 2 12-inch guns apiece. Lord Fisher then went on and pulled the 9.2-inch guns out of the old Edgars and mounted them in 14 small monitors, drawing 6 feet 6 inches of water, and 10 6-inch guns were mounted in still smaller monitors, drawing 5 feet 11 inches. We also built, later on, 12 large river gunboats capable of being transported by rail for service on the Danube, if we ever got there, and 12 small river gunboats, or baby monitors, for service on the Tigris and the Euphrates. The bulk of the large monitors were constructed in Belfast with extraordinary celerity by Harland and Wolff and their sturdy, ardent men. We also prepared 240 lighters with steel shields and internal combustion engines for landing troops under fire. Thus, in the autumn of 1914, under various programs culminating in the great Fisher impetus, we set on foot the following enormous fleet, all due to complete by the end of 1915. Battleships and battle cruisers of the greatest power, 7. Light cruisers, 12. Destroyers of the largest class and leaders, 65. Oversea submarines, 40. Coastal submarines, 22. Monitors, heavy, 18. Medium, 14. Light, 5. Sloops and smaller anti-submarine vessels, 107. Motor launches, 60. X-lighters with internal combustion engines, 240. This tremendous new navy, for it was nothing less, was a providential aid to the Admiralty when more than 2 years later the real German submarine attack began. Its creation on such a scale is one of the greatest services which the nation has owed to the genius and energy of Lord Fisher. Probably Fisher, in all his long life, never had a more joyous experience than this great effort of new construction. No man knew better than he how to put war thought into a ship. Shipbuilding had been the greatest passion of his life. Here were all the yards of Britain at his disposal, and every treasury barrier broken down. Of the battle cruisers Repulse and Renown, and still more of the light battle cruisers Courageous, Furious, and Glorious, to which I consented 4 months later in circumstances which will be narrated in their place, it must be said that they were an old man's children. Although possessing many marvelous qualities never hitherto combined in a ship of war, they were light in the bone, and the Navy always considered them wanting in the structural strength and armor which the new conditions of war more than ever required. Nonetheless, their parent loved them dearly, and always rallied with the utmost vehemence when any slur was cast upon their qualities. I presided over all this process in November and December with the greatest admiration for the First Sea Lord, but with some misgivings on the score of expense. I was not yet satisfied that the war would be prolonged beyond 1915, and I did not wish to draw away from the armies men or material which might be needed in their service. Not until April 1915, when the failure of Russia as a decisive factor became final, did I authorize a further extension of view to December 31st, 1916, and agree to plans for additional new construction being made within that limit. Meanwhile, I endeavored to satisfy Lord Fisher as best I could. I pointed out to him repeatedly that from some points of view, a ship finished 12 months before the end of the war was worth 12 times as much as a ship finished 1 month before its end, and urged continuously that vessels nearest completion must in no way suffer. He was, however, very difficult to feed. In a day he would sketch the design of a capital ship. In a week he would devour a program and come back asking for more. A titbit like an 18-inch experimental gun, which I suggested he should make, was snapped up the moment it was mentioned. "I will put it in a light cruiser and drive her 40 knots," he cried. Hit how you like, when you like, where you like. This was his theme. But what about his doctrine, armor is vision? However, I backed him up all I could. He was far more often right than wrong, and his drive and life force made the Admiralty quiver like one of his great ships at its highest speed. End of Chapter 19, Part 2. Chapter 20 of The World Crisis, Volume 1, by Winston Churchill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Lasky. The Bombardment of Scarborough and Hartlepool, December 16, 1914. All comes out even at the end of the day, and all comes out still more even when all the days are over. Voltaire. Naval Intelligence. The Captured German Signal Book. Directional Wireless. Sir Arthur Wilson's Task. His Conclusions of December 14th. Orders to the Fleets. December 16th. Bombardment of Scarborough and Hartlepool. Favorable position of the British forces. The visibility fails. Groping in the mist. The German High Sea Fleet at sea. Disappointment. A forlorn hope. What had happened? The dawn situation. A fateful hour. Flight of the German fleet. The British sweep to the west. The brush with the enemy's light cruisers. Mischance. Von Hipper dodges to the north. Escape of the German battle cruisers. The Admiralty communique. Public discontent. Our intelligence service has won and deserved worldwide fame. More than perhaps any other power, we were successful in the war in penetrating the intentions of the enemy. Again and again, the forecasts both of the military and of the naval intelligence staffs were vindicated to the wonder of friends and the chagrin of foes. The three successive chiefs of the Naval Intelligence Division, Captain Thomas Jackson, Rear Admiral Oliver, and lastly Captain Reginald Hall, were all men of mark in the service, and continuously built and extended an efficient and profound organization. There were others, a brilliant confederacy, whose name even now are better wrapped in mystery. Our information about German naval movements was principally obtained, 1. From the reports of secret agents in neutral and enemy countries, and particularly in Germany, 2. From the reports of our submarines, which lay far up in the Heligoland Bight in perilous vigilance, and 3. From a special study we had made of the German wireless. In this we were for a time aided by great good luck. At the beginning of September 1914, the German light cruiser Magdeburg was wrecked in the Baltic. The body of a drowned German under-officer was picked up by the Russians a few hours later, and clasped in his bosom by arms rigid in death were the cipher and signal books of the German Navy and the minutely squared maps of the North Sea and Heligoland Bight. On September 6th, the Russian naval attaché came to see me. He had received a message from Petrograd telling him what had happened, and that the Russian Admiralty, with the aid of the cipher and signal books, had been able to decode portions, at least, of the German naval messages. The Russians felt that as the leading naval power, the British Admiralty ought to have these books and charts. If we would send a vessel to Alexandrov, the Russian officers in charge of the books would bring them to England. We lost no time in sending a ship, and late on an October afternoon, Prince Louis and I received from the hands of our loyal allies these sea-stained, priceless documents. We set on foot at once an organization for the study of the German wireless and for the translating of the messages when taken in. At the head of the organization was placed Sir Alfred Ewing, the Director of Naval Education, whose services to the Admiralty in this and other matters were of the first order. The work was of great complexity, as of course the cipher is only one element in the means of preserving the secrecy of a message. But gradually during the beginning of November our officers succeeded in translating intelligible portions of various German naval messages. They were mostly of a routine character. One of our torpedo boats will be running out into Square 7 at 8 p.m., etc. But a careful collection of these scraps provided a body of information from which the enemy's arrangements in the Heligoland Bight could be understood with a fair degree of accuracy. The Germans, however, repeatedly changed their codes and keys, and it was only occasionally and for fitful periods that we were able to penetrate them. As the war went on, they became increasingly suspicious and devised measures which were completely baffling. While, however, this source of information lasted, it was obviously of the very greatest value. The German official history shows itself at last well informed upon this subject. Even if doubt were to exist that the British Admiralty were in possession of the whole secret ciphering system of the German fleet, it has been cleared away by the reliable news from Petrograd that after the stranding of the Magdeburg off Odensholm, the secret papers of that ship, which had been thrown overboard, were picked up by the Russians and communicated to their allies. Lastly, largely through the foresight of Admiral Oliver, we had begun setting up directional stations in August 1914. We thus carried to an unrivaled and indeed unapproached degree of perfection our means of fixing the position and, by successive positions, the course of any enemy ship that used its wireless installation. The English, says Scheer, received news through their directional stations, which they already had in use, but which were only introduced by us at a much later period. In possessing them, the English had a very great advantage in the conduct of the war, as they were thus able to obtain quite accurate information of the locality of the enemy as soon as any wireless signals were sent by him. In the case of a large fleet, whose separate units are stationed far apart and communications between them is essential, an absolute cessation of all wireless intercourse would be fatal to any enterprise. But between collecting and weighing information and drawing the true moral therefrom, there is very often an unbridged gap. Signals have been made, the wireless note of a particular ship is heard, lights are to be shown on certain channels at certain hours, ships are in movement, sweeping vessels are active, channels are buoyed, lock gates are opened. What does it all mean? At first sight, it all appears to be only ordinary routine. Yet taking the items together may lead to a tremendous revelation. Suffice it to say that all these indications, from whatever sources they emanated, were the subject of a special study by Sir Arthur Wilson, and he had the solemn duty of advising our war group upon them. The silence of the North Sea remained unbroken until the afternoon of Monday, December 14th. At about 7 o'clock, Sir Arthur Wilson came to my room and asked for an immediate meeting with the First Sea Lord and the Chief of the Staff. It took only a few minutes to gather them. He then explained that his examination of the available intelligence about the enemy indicated the probability of an impending movement which would involve their battle cruisers and perhaps, though of this there was no positive evidence, have an offensive character against our coasts. The German High Sea Fleet, he stated definitely, appeared not to be involved. The indications were obscure and uncertain. There were gaps in the argument. But the conclusion reached after hearing Sir Arthur Wilson was that we should act as if we knew that our assumptions and suppositions were true. It was decided not to move the whole Grand Fleet. A great deal of cruising had been imposed on the fleet owing to the unprotected state of Scapa, and it was desirable to save wear and tear of machinery and condensers as much as possible. Moreover, the risks of accident, submarine and mine, which were incurred every time that immense organization was sent to sea, imposed a certain deterrent upon its use except when clearly necessary. This decision, from which the Commander-in-Chief did not dissent, was, in light of subsequent events, much to be regretted. But it must be remembered that the information on which the Admiralty was acting had never yet been tested, that it seemed highly speculative in character, and that for whatever it was worth, it excluded the presence at sea of the German High Sea Fleet. Orders were therefore given immediately for the battle cruisers and the 2nd Battle Squadron, with a light cruiser squadron and a flotilla of destroyers, to raise steam, and to proceed to sea at such hours and at such speeds as to enable them to be in an intercepting position at daylight the next morning. Orders were sent to Commodore Tyrwhitt's Harwich force to be at sea off Yarmouth, and to Commodore Keyes to place our 8 available oversea submarines in a position off Terschelling to guard against a southward raid. The coastal forces were also put upon the alert. Admiralty to Commander-in-Chief, December 14, 1914. Sent 9:30 p.m. Good information just received shows German 1st Cruiser Squadron with destroyers leave Jade River on Tuesday morning early and return on Wednesday night. It is apparent from the information that the battleships are very unlikely to come out. The enemy force will have time to reach our coast. Send at once, leaving tonight, the battle cruiser squadron and light cruiser squadron supported by a battle squadron, preferably the 2nd. At daylight on Wednesday morning, they should be at some point where they can make sure of intercepting the enemy on his return. Tyrwhitt, with his light cruisers and destroyers, will try to get in touch with enemy off British coast and shadow him, keeping Admiral informed. From our information, the German 1st Cruiser Squadron consists of 4 battle cruisers and 5 light cruisers, and there will possibly be 3 flotillas of destroyers. Acknowledge. Admiralty to Commodore T. Harwich, December 15, 1914. Sent 2:05 p.m. There is good probability of German battle cruisers, and destroyers being off our coast tomorrow about daybreak. 1 M-class destroyer is to patrol vicinity of North Hinder Lightship from midnight until 9 a.m. A 2nd M-class destroyer is to patrol a line extending 15 miles south magnetic from a position latitude 53 degrees 0 minutes north, longitude 3 degrees 5 minutes east, from midnight until 9 a.m. The duty of these destroyers is to look out for and report the enemy and trust to their speed to escape. If the weather is too bad, they are to return to Harwich. Report their names. The 1st and 3rd flotillas with all available light cruisers are to be underway off Yarmouth before daylight tomorrow, ready to move to any place where the enemy may be reported from, whether it is to the northward or southward. Their duty is to get touch with the enemy, follow him, and report his position to the Vice Admiral, 2nd Battle Squadron, and Vice Admiral, 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron. The 2nd Battle Squadron, 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, 3rd Cruiser Squadron, and Light Cruiser Squadron will be in a position in north latitude 54 degrees 10 minutes, east longitude 3 degrees 0 minutes, at 7:30 a.m., ready to cut off retreat of enemy. Should an engagement result, your flotillas and light cruisers must endeavor to join our fleet and deal with enemy destroyers. If the weather is too bad for destroyers, use light cruisers only and send destroyers back. Acknowledge. All measures having been taken on the chance of their being necessary, we awaited during 36 hours the events of Wednesday morning with a doubting but expectant curiosity. On the morning of December 16th, at about 8:30, I was in my bath, when the door opened and an officer came hurrying in from the war room with a naval signal which I grasped with dripping hand. German battle cruisers bombarding Hartlepool. I jumped out of the bath with exclamations. Sympathy for Hartlepool was mingled with what Mr. George Wyndham once called the anodyne of contemplated retaliation. Pulling on clothes over a damp body, I ran downstairs to the war room. The First Sea Lord had just arrived from his house next door. Oliver, who invariably slept in the war room and hardly ever left it by day, was marking the positions on the map. Telegrams from all the naval stations along the coast affected by the attack, and intercepts from our ships in the vicinity speaking to each other, came pouring in 2 and 3 to the minute. The Admiralty also spread the tidings and kept the fleets and flotillas continuously informed of all we knew. Everything was now sent to sea or set in motion. The 3rd Battle Squadron, King Edward's, from the 4th, was ordered to prevent the enemy escaping to the northward. As a further precaution, though unless the Germans were driven far to the north, this could hardly be effective in time, the Grand Fleet itself was after all brought out. Commodore Tyrwhitt and his cruisers and destroyers of the Harwich striking force were directed to join Sir George Warrender, who commanded the 2nd Battle Squadron and was the senior admiral with the intercepting force. The weather was, however, too rough for the destroyers, and only the light cruisers could proceed. Lastly, later in the day, Commodore Keyes, who was in the Lurcher, one of our latest destroyers, and had also with him the destroyer Firedrake, was told to take his submarines from his preliminary station off Terschelling into the Heligoland Bight and try to catch the enemy returning. The bombardment of open towns was still new to us at that time. But after all, what did that matter now? The war map showed the German battle cruisers identified one by one within gunshot of the Yorkshire coast, while 150 miles to eastward, between them and Germany, cutting mathematically their line of retreat, steamed in the exact positions intended, 4 British battle cruisers and 6 of the most powerful battleships in the world forming the 2nd Battle Squadron. Attended and preceded by their cruiser squadrons and flotilla, this fleet of our newest and fastest ships, all armed with the heaviest gun then afloat, could in fair weather cover and watch effectively a front of nearly 100 miles. In the positions in which dawn revealed the antagonists, only one thing could enable the Germans to escape annihilation at the hands of an overwhelmingly superior force. And while the great shells crashed into the little houses of Hartlepool and Scarborough, carrying their cruel message of pain and destruction to unsuspecting English homes, only one anxiety dominated the thoughts of the Admiralty war room. The word visibility assumed a sinister significance. At present, it was quite good enough. Both Warrender and Beatty had horizons of nearly 10 miles. Near the coast, fighting was actually in progress at 7,000 yards. There was nothing untoward in the weather indications. At 9 a.m., the German bombardment ceased, and their ships were soon out of sight of land, no doubt on their homeward voyage. We went on tenterhooks to breakfast. To have this tremendous prize, the German battle-cruiser squadron, whose loss would fatally mutilate the whole German navy and could never be repaired, actually within our claws, and to have the event all turn upon a veil of mist, was a racking ordeal. Meanwhile, telegraph and telephone were pouring the distress of Hartlepool and Scarborough to all parts of the kingdom, and by 10:30, when the War Committee of the Cabinet met, news magnified by rumor had produced excitement. I was immediately asked how such a thing was possible. What was the Navy doing, and what were they going to do? In reply, I produced the chart which showed the respective positions at the moment of the British and German naval forces, and I explained that subject to moderate visibility, we hoped that collision would take place about noon. These disclosures fell upon all with a sense of awe, and the committee adjourned till the afternoon. At 10:30, the Admiralty learned that the enemy was leaving our coasts and apprised Admiral Warrender accordingly. Enemy is probably returning towards Heligoland. You should keep outside minefield and steer so as to cut him off. But now, already ominous telegrams began to arrive. Warrender soon had horizons of only 7,000 yards. Beatty of only 6,000. Some of the light cruisers nearer to the coast already mentioned 5,000, and later on 4,000 was signaled. Meanwhile, no contact. Noon passed, and then 1 o'clock. The weather got steadily worse. It was evident that the mist curtains were falling over the North Sea. 3,000 yards visibility, 2,000 yards visibility were reported by ships speaking to each other. The solemn faces of Fisher and Wilson betrayed no emotion, but one felt the fire burning within. I tried to do other work, but it was not much good. Obscure messages were heard from our fleet. Evidently, they were very close to the enemy, groping for him in a mist which allowed vessels to be distinguished only within 2,000 yards. We heard Warrender order his priceless ships to steam through the located German minefield off the Yorkshire coast, apparently in an endeavor to close with something just out of sight, just beyond his fingertips. Then, all of a sudden, we heard Rear Admiral Goodenough, with the light cruisers, report that he had opened fire upon a German light cruiser at 3,000 yards. Hope flared up. Once contact was established, would it not drag all other events in its train? The prospect of a confused battle at close range had no terrors for the Admiralty. They had only one fear, lest the enemy should escape. Even the proposed movement of the 2nd Battle Squadron through the minefield was received in utter silence. About 1:30, Sir Arthur Wilson said, "They seem to be getting away from us." But now occurred a new development of a formidable kind. At 1:50, we learned that the High Sea Fleet was at sea. Up till noon this great fleet had not spoken. Once she had spoken and the necessary calculations had been made, which took some time, we could both recognize and locate her. She had already in fact advanced far into the North Sea. The apparition of the German fleet, which as we then supposed was advancing to the support of the German battle-cruisers, entirely altered the balance of strength. Our 10 great ships, steaming together with their light squadrons and flotillas, were not only the strongest but the fastest naval force in the world. No equal German force existed which could at once overtake and overcome them. On the other hand, they were not capable of meeting the High Sea Fleet. The German battle-cruisers were still separated from their fleet by 150 miles, but it seemed to us that a running action begun with the German battle-cruisers might, in the thick weather then prevailing, conceivably lead to a surprise encounter with the main naval power of the enemy. This was certainly not the wish of the Admiralty. We instantly warned our squadrons. Admiralty to 2nd Battle Squadron and 1st Battle Cruiser Squadron, sent 1:50 p.m. Urgent. High Sea Fleet is out and was in latitude 54 degrees 38 minutes north, longitude 5 degrees 55 minutes east at 0:30 p.m. today, so do not go too far to eastward. These sinister possibilities soon faded like our earlier hopes. The High Sea Fleet was not, as we imagined, coming out, but had long been out and was now retiring. At 3 o'clock, I went over and told the War Committee what was passing, But with what a heavy heart did I cross again that Horse Guards parade. I returned to the Admiralty. The war group had reassembled around the octagonal table in my room. The shades of a winter's evening had already fallen. Sir Arthur Wilson then said, in his most ordinary manner, "Well, there you are. They've got away. They must be about here by now," and he pointed to the chart on which the Chief of the Staff was marking the positions every 15 minutes. It was evident that the Germans had eluded our intercepting force, and that even their light cruisers with whom we had been in contact had also escaped in the mist. Said Admiral Warrender in his subsequent report, "They came out of one rainstorm and disappeared in another." It was now nearly 8 o'clock. Was it then all over? I inquired about our submarines. They had already been collected by Commodore Keyes from their first position and were now moving on to the German line of retreat. But whether the enemy's course would come within their limited range was a matter of luck. Sir Arthur Wilson then said, "There's only one chance now. Keyes, with the Lurcher and Firedrake, is with the submarines. He could probably make certain of attacking the German battlecruiser squadron as it enters the Bight tonight. He may torpedo one or even two." It seemed indeed a forlorn hope to send these two frail destroyers, with their brave commodore and faithful crews, far from home, close to the enemy's coast, utterly unsupported, into the jaws of this powerful German force with its protecting vessels and flotillas. There was a long silence. We all knew Keyes well. Then someone said, "It is sending him to his death." Someone else said, "He would be the last man to wish us to consider that." There was another long pause. However, Sir Arthur Wilson had already written the following message. 8:12 p.m. We think Heligoland and Amrun lights will be lit when ships are going in. Your destroyers might get a chance to attack about 2 a.m. or later on the line given you. The First Sea Lord nodded assent. The Chief of the Staff took it, got up heavily, and quitted the room. Then we turned to the ordinary business of the day and also to the decision of what could be told to the public about the event. 2 days later, when I received Admiral Keyes in my room at the Admiralty, I said, "We sent you a terrible message the other night. I hardly expected to see you again." "It was terrible," he said, "not getting it till I was nearly home. I waited 3 hours in the hopes of such an order, and I very nearly did it on my own responsibility." And he proceeded to reproach himself without need. So far, I have described this episode of December 16th exactly as it appeared from the war room of the Admiralty, and as we understood it at the time. But let us now see in essentials what had happened. No one could tell at what point on our shores the German attack would fall, and with 500 miles of coast studded with possible objectives to guard, there could be no certain solution. The orders issued by the Commander-in-Chief, however, and the dawn position selected, ably comprehended the design of the enemy. In pursuance of these orders, the 2nd Battle Squadron, 6 ships, and the Battle Cruiser Squadron, 4 ships, together with the 3rd Cruiser Squadron, a squadron of light cruisers and a flotilla, steaming down from Scapa, Cromarty, and the 4th, arrived at about 5:30 in the morning of the 16th, 2 hours and a half before daybreak, at the southern edge of the Dogger Bank. Here, in the very center of the North Sea, almost on a line drawn from Hartlepool to Heligoland, the advanced screen of British destroyers became engaged with German destroyers and light cruisers, and when daylight came, they sighted a large German cruiser identified as the Rune. Fighting ensued, some of our destroyers were hit, and the Germans retreated to the eastward. Thereupon, Admiral Beatty, with his battle cruisers, began to chase the Rune. From this pursuit he was recalled by the news which reached him and Admiral Warner from the Admiralty about 9 a.m. that the German battle cruisers were bombarding Hartlepool and later Scarborough. All the British ships at once turned to the westward and steamed abreast in a long line towards the British coast and the German battle cruisers, whose interception appeared highly probable. During the war, we were puzzled to understand what the Rune and the German light forces were doing on the edge of the Dogger Bank at this hour in the morning. It was an ill-assorted force to be in so exposed a position, and it was not a force or in a position which could be of any help to the German cruisers raiding the British coasts. Now we know the answer. The Rune and her cruisers and destroyers were part of the advanced screen of the German High Sea Fleet, who were out in full force, 3 squadrons strong, with all their attendant vessels and numerous flotillas. Admiral von Engenal, in command of the High Sea Fleet, had sailed from Cuxhaven after darkness had fallen on the evening of the 15th, between 4 and 5 p.m., and before dawn on the 16th was pushing boldly out towards the Dogger Bank in support of his battle cruisers who, under Admiral von Hipper, were already approaching the British shores. Had von Engenal continued on his course, as was his intention, his scouts would between 8 and 9 o'clock in the clear weather of that morning in this part of the North Sea have come in sight of the British battle cruisers and the 2nd Battle Squadron coming down from the north. A meeting was almost certain. What would have happened? Admiral von Tirpitz proclaims that this was the one heaven-sent, never-recurring opportunity for a battle with the odds enormously in German favor. On December 16th, he wrote, a few weeks later, Engenal had the fate of Germany in the palm of his hand. I boil with inward emotion whenever I think of it. We will examine this claim later. Let us first follow the event. Admiral von Engenal had already strained his instructions by going so far to sea. An appeal by him against the muzzling order, which the Emperor had issued after the action of the Heligoland Bight, August 28th, had recently encountered a rebuff. The fleet must be held back and avoid actions which might lead to heavy losses. Such had been the latest ukase. And here was the fleet, right out in the middle of the North Sea, in the darkness of a December dawn. Suddenly the flashes of guns, English destroyers reported in action with the cruisers of his screen, the screen retiring, the destroyers pursuing, and still 2 hours before daylight. Von Engenal conceived himself in danger of a torpedo attack in darkness. At about 5:30, therefore, he turned his whole fleet about and steamed off southeastward, and shortly after 6 o'clock, increasingly disquieted by his hampering instructions, but knowing no more of the presence of our squadrons than they of him, he, in the justly chosen words of the British official historian, fairly turned tail and made for home, leaving his raiding force in the air. Even so, at 6 o'clock the two fleets were only about 50 miles apart, and their light forces in contact. Says Scheer, who was in command of the German 2nd Squadron, our premature turning on to an east-southeast course had robbed us of the opportunity of meeting certain divisions of the enemy according to the pre-arranged plan, which is now seen to have been correct. There was, however, no compulsion upon Admirals Warrender and Beatty to fight such an action. Their squadrons were moving properly protected by their screen of cruisers and destroyers. In this part of the sea and at this hour, the weather was quite clear. They would have known what forces they were in presence of before they could become seriously engaged. There would not have been any justification for trying to fight the high sea fleet of 20 battleships with 6 battleships and 4 battlecruisers, even though these comprised our most powerful vessels. Nor was there any need. The British 2nd Battle Squadron could steam in company at 20 knots, or could escape with forced draft at 21, and only 6 of von Engenal's ships could equal that speed. As for the battlecruisers, nothing could catch them. The safety of this force acting detached from the main British fleet was inherent in its speed. Admirals Warrender and Beatty could therefore have refused battle with the German fleet, and it would certainly have been their duty to do so. Still, having regard to the large numbers of destroyers at sea with the German fleet and the chances of darkness and weather, the situation at this juncture, as we now know it to have been, gives cause for profound reflection. That it never materialized unfavorably was the reward of previous audacity. The 16th of December lay under the safeguard of the 28th of August. We now enter upon the second phase of this extraordinary day. All 4 British squadrons, with their flotilla between 9 and 10 o'clock, were steaming towards the British coasts. The German raiding cruisers, having finished their bombardments, were now seeking to return home with the utmost speed. There were 2 large minefields which had been laid earlier in the war by the Germans off the Yorkshire coast, and we, having located them and considering them as a protection against raiding, had improved them by laying additional mines. Between these minefields, there was opposite Whitby and Scarborough a gap about 15 miles wide. Sir John Jellicoe, reflecting upon the whole position from the Iron Duke from afar, formed the opinion that the enemy would either try to escape to the northward by steaming up our coast inside the minefield, or, much more probably, would come straight out eastward through the gap opposite Whitby and Scarborough. He had ordered the 3rd Battle Squadron from the 4th to close the gap to the northward, and this was rapidly being effected. At 10:10, he signaled to Sir George Warrender, telling him the position of the gap in the minefields opposite Whitby, and adding, "Enemy will in all probability come out there." Admirals Warrender and Beatty were already proceeding on this assumption, which in fact correctly divined what the Germans were doing. At 11 o'clock, therefore, the 4 German battlecruisers, with their light cruisers returning independently 60 miles ahead of them, were steaming due east for Heligoland at their highest speed. At the same time, all our 4 squadrons were steaming due west in a broad sweep directly towards them. The distance between the fleets was about 100 miles, and they were approaching each other at an aggregate speed of over 40 miles an hour. Across the course of our fleet lay the southwest patch of the Dogger Bank, on which there was not enough water for battle cruisers, either British or German. The British sweeping line therefore divided, Beatty and the light cruisers going north of the patch, Warrender with the battleships and the 3rd Cruiser Squadron going south of it. This involved a certain detour and delay in our advance. The weather, moreover, became very bad. The mist descended and the sea ran high. The German light cruisers were now sighted by our light cruiser squadron scouting ahead of Beatty through the driving mist and rainstorms. The Southampton, the most southerly light cruiser, opened fire and was answered by the enemy. hopes on board the Lion rose. Just at the place and just at the moment when they might expect it was the enemy's cruiser screen. Clearly the main body was behind them. Probably it was not far behind. But now, mischance intervened. The other 3 British light cruisers, seeing the Southampton engaged to the southward, turned in that direction to join in the fight, and the Birmingham opened fire. This was not in accordance with the wishes of Admiral Beatty, who wished to keep his scouts in front of him at the time when he must expect to be closely approaching the enemy's battle-cruisers, and when the danger of missing them was so great. He therefore ordered his light cruisers to return to their stations. The signal, instead of being directed by name to the 2 vessels who were not engaged, was made general to the light cruiser squadron, and acting on this order, the Southampton and Birmingham both broke off their action with the German cruiser and resumed their places in the line. The German light cruisers turned off to the southward and vanished in the mist. Contact with them was thus lost. Meanwhile, however, the battle cruisers on both sides continued rapidly to approach each other. At 12:15, Admiral von Hipper, warned by his light cruisers that an enemy force was immediately in front of him, also turned slightly and to the southeast. Admiral Beatty continued on his course till 12:30. At this moment, the 2 battle cruiser forces were only 25 miles apart and still rapidly closing. But now again, mischance. The German light cruisers, deflected away to the southward from Beatty, came into contact with the 3rd Cruiser Squadron in front of Warrender. Fire again was opened and returned, and again the enemy cruisers were lost in the thick mist. They reported to von Hipper that on this path also was a blocking force. Thereupon, at 12:45, he made a 3/4 left about turn, if I may employ a cavalry term, and dodged off due north. This by itself would not have saved him. Had Admiral Beatty held on his original course for another quarter of an hour, and action at decisive ranges must have begun before 1 o'clock. But observe what had happened. At 12:30, Admiral Beatty had received a signal from Sir George Warrender at the moment of the second contact with the German light cruisers. Enemy cruisers and destroyers in sight. He therefore concluded that the German battle cruisers had slipped past him to the southward, and acting in addition on the sound principle of keeping between the enemy and the enemy's home at all costs, he too whipped round and steamed back on his course, that is to say, eastward, for 3/4 of an hour. At 1:15, hearing that the enemy battlecruisers had turned north, he too turned north, but contact was never re-established. Von Hipper succeeded in escaping round the northern flank of our squadrons. His light cruisers, so thick was the weather, made their way through the 3rd Cruiser Squadron, passing for a few moments actually in sight of Warrender's battleships. Thus ended this heart-shaking game of blind man's bluff. It remains only to mention the action of our British submarines. By 3:30, Commodore Keyes had collected 4 of his boats from their station submerged off Terschelling, and in accordance with Admiralty orders was making for the Heligoland Bight. Eventually, he succeeded in placing 3 boats on the southern side of Heligoland and 1 on the northern. This solitary boat, under Commander Nasmyth, on the morning of the 17th, found itself in the middle of von Hipper's squadron and flotillas returning from their raid, and fired 2 torpedoes at battle-cruisers under very difficult conditions and without effect. Such was the episode of the Scarborough and Hartlepool raids. All that we could tell the public was contained in the following communiqué, which was issued in the morning papers of December 17th. Admiralty, December 16th, 9:20 p.m. This morning a German cruiser force made a demonstration upon the Yorkshire coast, in the course of which they shelled Hartlepool, Whitby, and Scarborough. A number of their fastest ships were employed for this purpose, and they remained about an hour on the coast. They were engaged by the patrol vessels on the spot. As soon as the presence of the enemy was reported, a British patrolling squadron endeavored to cut them off. On being sighted by British vessels, the Germans retired at full speed and, favored by the mist, succeeded in making good their escape. The losses on both sides are small, but full reports have not yet been received. The Admiralty take the opportunity of pointing out that demonstrations of this character against unfortified towns or commercial ports, though not difficult to accomplish provided that a certain amount of risk is accepted, are devoid of military significance. They may cause some loss of life among the civil population and some damage to private property, which is much to be regretted, but they must not in any circumstances be allowed to modify the general naval policy which is being pursued. Naturally, there was much indignation at the failure of the Navy to prevent, or at least to avenge, such an attack upon our shores. What was the Admiralty doing? Were they all asleep? Although the bombarded towns, in which nearly 500 civilians had been killed and wounded, supported their ordeal with fortitude, dissatisfaction was widespread. However, we could not say a word in explanation. We had to bear in silence the censures of our countrymen. We could never admit, for fear of compromising our secret information, where our squadrons were, or how near the German raiding cruisers had been to their destruction. One comfort we had: the indications upon which we had acted had been confirmed by events. The sources of information upon which we relied were evidently trustworthy. Next time we might at least have average visibility. But would there be a next time? The German admiral must have known that he was very near to powerful British ships, but which they were, or where they were, or how near he was, might be a mystery. Would it not also be a mystery how they came to be there? On the other hand, the exultation of Germany at the hated English towns being actually made to feel for the first time the real lash of war might encourage a second attempt. Even the indignation of our own newspapers had a value for this purpose. One could only hope for the best. Meanwhile, British naval plans and secrets remained wrapped in impenetrable silence. End of chapter 20.